Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1401, Dongsheng's Humiliation. Zhang Feng glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and then said, "Everyone from the Yang family, follow me." Yang Yurao's face turned pale, and she said, "Zhang Feng, I will go with you. Can you let my family members go?" "Impossible. You injured my master's subordinates. It's simply treason. Now, surrender and follow me." "I don't want to take action," Zhang Feng said domineeringly, and the people of the Yang family were speechless. Some even sobbed, but they were women with weaker cultivation. "In this case, let's go with Senior Zhang Feng. Senior Immortal King is a powerful figure in the immortal realm. I believe he won't embarrass us, a small family in the lower realm." Yang Xiaolu seemed to be somewhat calm and heroic at this moment, and did not blame Qin Wentian for injuring the other party. Since the other party wanted to take his daughter away, she would have stopped it without Qin Wentian. These powerful people in the immortal realm looked down on them, so it was the fate of their Yang family. "Let's go." Zhang Feng turned around and stepped gracefully. The people of the Yang family followed behind him and were surrounded by strong men. Along the way, countless people looked up at Zhang Feng, the world's #1 prodigy, worshipping under the tutelage of the immortal realm great power. What a graceful demeanor. Zhang Feng is so young and handsome, he deserves to be the #1 in the world, a woman said infatuatedly. Some people of the older generation felt unconvinced, but they did not dare to speak. Now that Zhang Feng was here, and his master was here, no one dared to say anything wrong about Zhang Feng. He was the symbol of the world. In front of the palace, the people of the Yang family were brought here, and Qin Wentian was also brought here. Only to see a cold voice coming from the palace, a mere person from the anti-mortal platform dared to wantonly injure my people. "You don't know how to live or die? You should abandon your cultivation, and the girl, you will be my maid to serve me in the future. If you serve well, I may let your family members go, if not, Yang Yu's beautiful eyes were slightly moist, as if she had foreseen her own fate and could not resist. "Senior, you are a powerful person in the fairyland of the upper realm. Why do you bother us little people? My beloved daughter has always been spoiled and can't serve people at all. I'm afraid I can't serve you well." Yang Xiaolu bowed and said, but it was also a refusal. The faces of the people in the Yang family changed. The head of the family wanted to destroy himself. "Are you sure she can't serve people well?" The voice of the Red Evil Immortal King in the palace came again. "Haha, Red Evil, you really don't have any prestige at all." A voice came from a distant place. "A great Immortal King, a rage can kill millions of people and make the particle world flow like a river of blood. Now, you can't even tame a woman. I'm not like this in the Chu Palace." It's really funny. The person who spoke was sitting on the throne of the Chu Palace. There were beautiful women serving him around him, and there were also princesses. This particle world was too boring, so he could only enjoy it. "You two are really boring. We are here to look for treasures, not to have fun in the lower world. Immortal kings should also have some bearing." An immortal king spoke indifferently, seeming to be somewhat disdainful of the two's behavior. "You are right, but it is too boring here. There must be something to do." The immortal king of Chu responded. The three powerful immortal kings chatted, and their voices could be heard throughout Daksha. Such strength was simply regarded as gods by the people of the particle world. "Yang Yurao, you really don't know what is good for you. Such an opportunity was given to you, but you didn't cherish it and serve the Immortal King Senior. The people of the Yang family are simply ridiculous. Do you think your uncle has any resistance in front of the Immortal King Senior? Not to mention the Qin man from that year, a figure from many years ago, he is already in the past." And Linglong came out and spoke. She snuggled up to Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng was unhappy in his heart, he was impressed by his master and pretended to be close to Linglong. Zhang Feng is the #1 in the particle world, and his master is a powerful figure in the fairyland. You should kneel down and accept the gift from the senior. Everyone looked at Linglong and Zhang Feng. They were indeed a perfect match. The woman was beautiful, and the man was unparalleled in the world. Those who had practiced for more than 100 years remembered the figure of the young man who was so charming and outstanding. At that time, he went to war with the Xing Guild in order to save the beautiful woman Lin Xiner, who is also famous all over the world. He even caused the arrival of powerful people in the fairyland and the outbreak of the fairy war. The situation at that time seemed to be somewhat similar to what was happening in front of them. Those who had witnessed that battle still stubbornly believed that Qin Wentian was more outstanding than Zhang Feng. Lin Xiaoner at that time was far from being comparable to An Linglong in front of them. Qin Wentian was simply a legend back then, but he had left for many years, and many people of the younger generation had forgotten him. Zhang Feng had practiced for longer than Qin Wentian. When Qin Wentian was famous all over the world, he was probably not very impressive, but he got the opportunity later. If you insist on doing this, the Ouyang family cannot resist and will let you deal with us. Ouyang Xiaolu knelt on her knees. Qin Wentian's eyes fixed and he said, "Get up." Ouyang Xiaolu looked back at Qin Wentian and heard him say, "Don't you think it's an insult to the prestige of the immortal king to bully the people of the particle world? As for Zhang Feng, the #1 person in the particle world, he's just a running dog." Boom. Zhang Feng's aura burst out, his expression was like lightning, and he stared coldly at Qin Wentian. "Interesting, haha, the Red Evil Immortal King, it's really interesting." The Immortal King of Chu laughed. The Red Evil Immortal King's pressure spread out, his footsteps trembled, and he descended in front of the crowd, majestic, like a god. "Kneel down." The Red Evil Immortal King glanced at Qin Wentian. "Senior, this matter has nothing to do with you." Ouyang Xiaolu did not get up, still kneeling there, and said to Qin Wentian, "Senior Immortal King is going too far. I really can't stand it. Although Senior Chisha is an Immortal King, there are many powerful Immortal Kings in the Immortal Realm. If they do something wrong, it is not impossible for them to fall. Not long ago, there was an immortal war in the Immortal Realm, and many powerful people were killed. I came to the particle world to move around, but the forces in the Immortal Realm are not ordinary forces. If Senior really wants to kill me, he will see the immortal thoughts on me." Qin Wentian spoke proudly. At this moment, he once again felt a series of extremely powerful immortal thoughts, not only the Immortal King of Chu, the Chisha Immortal King, but also a powerful immortal thought from outside the particle world that was spying on the world. "That old guy, don't seal it yet." Qin Wentian cursed in his heart. If it is exposed, then expose it. He doesn't believe that the old guy will not save him. "Threatening me." The eyes of the Red Evil Immortal King were extremely cold. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly an invisible force lifted Ouyang Xiaolu's body up. He smiled and said, "Since you said you are from a powerful force, then I won't kill you. I can slowly torture these people. This woman is also quite pretty. If anyone likes her, I will give her a reward. Don't force me." Qin Wentian's voice was cold. "Really? What else can you do to me?" The Red Evil Immortal King said. The aura on Qin Wentian's body was fatally about to go out of control. At this moment, there seemed to be a very strong aura falling from the sky. The Red Evil Immortal King frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. In his immortal thoughts, a light curtain was about to overlap with the protective light curtain of the particle world itself. There were extremely bright patterns there, and at a very fast speed, it spread to the entire particle world. "What's going on?" The Red Evil Immortal King was a little confused. It seemed to be the aura of sealing. Did the Immortal Emperor want to temporarily seal this world? Qin Wentian also looked up. Everything was completed in a short time. When the seal was activated, the formation directly covered the world. It seemed that the old man was still keeping his promise and was indeed doing this. Outside the particle world, in the void space, the old man clapped his hands and said, "Boy, I can only help you so far." At this time, a figure stepped forward. It was an immortal emperor. "Who are you?" The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor stared at the old man with a sharp look in his eyes. This man had quietly cast a seal formation under his nose. "Who I am has nothing to do with you," the old man said indifferently, causing the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to freeze. "I have sealed this particle world. No one is allowed to set foot in it, and no one is allowed to leave it. No matter what you wanted to do before, you don't have to continue. Get out of here," the old man said coldly, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor immediately looked embarrassed, and violent might burst out. "Why, do you want to fight?" The old man also burst out with amazing power, and rushed towards the Eastern Saint frantically. "I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't get out of here, I won't be polite to you, old man." The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor looked embarrassed. He felt a might, and his heart was chilled. Then he shouted angrily and stepped away. The roar shook in the void, and then gradually died out. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was filled with endless anger in his heart. He wanted to attack the particle world, but now the entire particle world was sealed by someone, and he couldn't see anything inside. Moreover, he was once again like a stray dog, being driven away by someone. This anger almost made the Eastern Saint go crazy. In the particle world, Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts felt that the entire particle world was sealed, and Dongshen was not there. He immediately stepped out and walked in front of Ouyang Xiaolu. The powerful aura directly cut off the oppression of the Red Evil Immortal King on Ouyang Xiaolu, and said, "Xiaolu, are you okay?" Insolent. Zhang Feng saw this scene and shouted coldly. Ouyang Xiaolu looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. His address seemed a bit intimate. "I'm sorry for wronging you, Xiaolu." The mysterious aura in front of Qin Wentian's face gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome face, which made Ouyang Xiaolu open her mouth and show an extremely shocked look. "Brother Wentian." "Yes, it's me." Qin Wentian smiled. The people around were very surprised to hear this address. The people of the Ouyang family were the most shocked. "Brother Wentian, is this person Qin Wentian?" "Uncle Qin." A strange color flashed in Ouyang Yu's beautiful eyes. "This handsome young man, is he Uncle Qin?" "It's Qin Wentian, my god, he's actually Qin Wentian." Many people exclaimed, especially those who witnessed a battle that year. They showed incredible eyes. It was Qin Wentian who came back. Qin Wentian is back, the legendary figure, the unparalleled man. At that time Zhang Feng didn't know where he was practicing. Someone whispered. Zhang Feng's face was livid. He also saw Qin Wentian and said angrily, "Even if it's Qin Wentian, he dared to be presumptuous in front of my master, looking for death." Qin Wentian glanced at Zhang Feng with contempt. That look made Zhang Feng feel indifferent, contemptuous, and disdainful. His face was even more embarrassed. Then, he saw Qin Wentian looking at the Red Evil Immortal King and said, "The old dog Dongsheng sent you here, kneel down." "Kneel down." Zhang Feng's face trembled. Qin Wentian asked the Red Evil Immortal King to kneel down? Is he crazy? The people around were also in an uproar, and their hearts were trembling. Why did Qin Wentian suddenly become so strong? Listen up everyone from the immortal realm. Come here immediately now. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Qin Wentian raised his head and shouted loudly. His voice, along with his immortal thoughts, spread between heaven and earth. Chapter 1402 The Storm Ends. Qin Wentian's voice was strong and overbearing. He changed his previous attitude and asked everyone in the particle world to gather in front of him. Those who disobey his orders will be killed. Too arrogant. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian in shock. This was the legendary figure Qin Wentian in their particle world. He was as strong and overbearing as ever after his return. In the past, the endless crowds who had witnessed Qin Wentian's glory were all excited. This guy was back. He wanted all outsiders in the fairyland to obey his orders and make the fairy king kneel down. Zhang Feng recognized Qin Wentian. In fact, Zhang Feng also watched Qin Wentian's legend back then. He was extremely envious. Until later, he got the opportunity and grew to an incredible level. His self-confidence swelled and he was called the world's #1. He also compared himself with Qin Wentian, but found that he seemed to be no match for him. Now, he is back, so presumptuous, arrogant, and does not take anyone seriously, even his master, the Red Evil Fairy King. Uncle Qin. The young man from the Ouyang family shouted excitedly. Is this the Uncle Qin that his uncle and mother mentioned? He is so majestic. This is his idol. This is also the first time he has seen Qin Wentian. He is indeed very majestic. Qin Wentian glanced at the young man, smiled at him, and said, "Little guy, you should call me Uncle Qin." Uncle Qin is so young, calling him Uncle Qin makes him look old, or Uncle Qin is more intimate. The young man has a unique simple temperament. Yang Yurao also smiled and said, "Yes, it is more accustomed to calling him Uncle Qin. No wonder Uncle Qin has been helping me before. It turns out that you didn't just pass by when you came to the Yang family. There is a powerful person who wants to deal with me and has been spying on the entire particle world. But now this particle world has been sealed and he can't step in. Uncle Qin doesn't have to worry. In this particle world, no one dares to touch you anymore." Qin Wentian said. "Well, I naturally believe Uncle Qin's words. That woman said Zhang Feng is the best in the particle world, unprecedented and unrivaled. How shameless. Zhang Feng is older than Uncle Qin, and he still dares to claim to be the best." The boy pointed to an Linglong beside Zhang Feng and said, "Uncle Qin, tell him now that in front of you, Zhang Feng, is not the best in the particle world. Bullshit, just a running dog. The boy said angrily. Jiang Feng had been a running dog to help the Red Evil Immortal King capture the people of the Ruyang family. He was holding a grudge in his heart. And Linglong looked a little pale. She looked at Qin Wentian. This man was too famous. Even after many years, his legend was still circulating in the particle world. Although she admired Jiang Feng and always regarded Jiang Feng as the number one, when Qin Wentian really appeared in front of her, she did not have that kind of confidence, not to mention what she had experienced in the past few days. Qin Wentian, even if you were very strong in the past, now my master is an immortal king. How dare you be so rude? Jiang Feng spoke coldly. Although he did not know how powerful the immortal king was, it was definitely not something he could reach. He could only look up to him. Qin Wentian could not reach it either. Qin Wentian glanced at Jiang Feng with contempt, and then he looked at the Red Evil Immortal King and said, I told you to kneel down, didn't you hear me? The Red Evil Immortal King looked embarrassed, and he looked at Qin Wentian and said, although you are very famous in the immortal realm, you also said that this is a particle world and it is sealed. What right do you have to ask me to kneel down? You don't know whether to live or die. Qin Wentian said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, the momentum of the Immortal King realm swept out, extremely violent. In an instant, the Red Evil Immortal King's face turned pale. He looked at Qin Wentian with a look of horror. How is this possible? How could you reach such a realm so quickly? Although he had heard about the Immortal War in the eastern part of the Immortal Realm, because he was not from the 13 states, he did not know the specific inside story of the Immortal War, and he did not know how strong Qin Wentian himself was. Qin Wentian was more famous for being the judge of the Immortal Realm and the son-in-law of the evergreen Immortal Emperor. Boom! The powerful sealing rule domain erupted instantly, sweeping across the world. A powerful sealing force descended upon the opponent. The face of the Red Evil Immortal King changed drastically. He broke through the air and fled towards the void. However, Qin Wentian glanced at the void with his palm. The sealing domain became a sealing technique, and continuously hit the body of the Red Evil Immortal King. He looked pale, and the power in his body was not flowing smoothly. The entire particle world is sealed. Where can you escape? I'm here. How can you get away? Qin Wentian said domineeringly. He stepped out and instantly descended in front of the Red Evil Immortal King. He saw his fingers strike out and land on the body of the Red Evil Immortal King. In just a moment, the vitality in the body of the Red Evil Immortal King was about to be sealed. He looked at Qin Wentian in horror and said, Mr. Qin, spare my life. The sealing power was too domineering to seal his vitality. I gave you a chance, but you wanted to die. I can only grant your wish. Qin Wentian punched out, and the domineering fist light swept past. With a loud bang, an extremely powerful Immortal King fell on the spot and was killed. The rule domain dissipated, and Qin Wentian stepped towards the lower air. Countless people were shocked, and Jiang Feng's body was trembling. How could he do this and kill the Red Evil Immortal King in seconds? This. Countless people trembled. Too strong. Is this the legendary figure in the particle world? The immortal legend. When he came back again, he was even more powerful, and the Immortal King was killed. Jiang Feng, the number one in the particle world? Unprecedented and unrivaled? Jiang Feng's master was still vulnerable in front of Qin Wentian. Jiang Feng, what can he compare with Qin Wentian? They are not from the same world at all. The so-called number one in this generation of particle world, compared with the legendary figure Qin Wentian, is not even qualified to compare. There was a strong wind sweeping in the void, and a group of immortal kings came quickly. He didn't care much before, but seeing the death of the Red Evil Immortal King, the Immortal King of Chu arrived at the fastest speed. In almost a blink of an eye, he stabilized his body and bowed to Qin Wentian, saying, Greetings, young Master Qin. Qin Wentian glanced at him coldly and ignored him. He still stood in the void. There was another whistling sound of wind, and several immortal kings came here one after another. They bowed to Qin Wentian. I didn't expect this to be young Master Qin's world. I'm sorry for disturbing you. I hope young Master Qin won't blame me. This time, I heard that there is a treasure in the particle world, so I came here just now. I don't know if I disturbed young Master Qin. Damn it. Immortal kings apologized one by one, respectfully, and then many immortal platform strongmen came here one after another. They came in a hurry. How could they have the demeanor of immortals? In front of the people in the particle world, they are supreme beings, but in front of Qin Wentian, the so-called immortal platform is just like the people in the particle world in front of them, No different from ants, not to mention that Qin Wentian just wiped out a powerful immortal king. Qin Wentian seemed to be unaware of the people who came around him. He walked in front of Ouyang Xiaolu, rubbed her head, and said with a smile, "The little girl back then is now the head of a family, haha." The people of the Ouyang family were ashamed to see this scene, but they did not find it strange. On the contrary, it was natural. Qin Wentian was a very good friend of Ouyang Xiaolu's eldest brother Ouyang Kuongshen in the particle world. They even lived in the Ouyang family and ventured together. At that time, Ouyang Xiaolu knew Qin Wentian. With Qin Wentian's current status, he can still be close to Ouyang Xiaolu. The Ouyang family is naturally happy. "Brother Qin, don't make fun of me." Ouyang Xiaolu pouted. "I'm not kidding. The kids are already this big. Time flies." Qin Wentian walked up to Ouyang Yurao and the young boy Ouyang Yu. Ouyang Yu looked at Qin Wentian with a simple smile, while Ouyang Yurao's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. "Uncle Qin, you're really cunning. You even said you like my sister." Ouyang Yu said with a smile. "You have to find a reason." Qin Wentian said with a smile, "Yurao is very pretty and has inherited the advantages of little Lu. You won't doubt me when I say this, haha." "Uncle Qin, don't laugh at me anymore." Ouyang Yurao said softly. "Haha, you're still shy." Qin Wentian laughed. "Uncle Qin, what should we do with this so-called number one in the world?" Ouyang Yu pointed his finger at Jiang Feng. This person went to his Ouyang family to capture them personally. If it weren't for Qin Wentian, the consequences would be disastrous. "Since you're just a running dog, I won't kill you. You can just destroy your cultivation." Qin Wentian glanced at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's face was pale. He was known as the number one in the particle world, with unparalleled glory, and was accepted as a disciple by the immortal king. Now, will all these glory be lost in one day? He was unwilling. Jiang Feng's face was slightly ferocious. He suddenly flashed and pounced on Ouyang Xiaolu at a very fast speed. At the same time, the immortal power rushed out. He was unwilling to give up all this. What's the point of becoming a useless person? Qin Wentian didn't even look at him. The rules came down in an instant and slammed into Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's body trembled fiercely in the void, his face was ashen, and then his eyes were scattered, and his body fell towards the air below. The rules that rushed into his body wiped out all his vitality. Boom! Jiang Feng's body fell. Qin Wentian didn't even bother to look at the so-called number one in the world. This was the difference. "This is what you call the unprecedented." Ouyang Yu looked at Linglong and said, "Xiaoyu, don't bother with her. She is also pitiful." Qin Wentian said lightly. Linglong collapsed in an instant when she heard Qin Wentian's words, and burst into tears. She once hoped to become a fairy couple with Jiang Feng, the number one in the world, but after following Jiang Feng offered her away with just one word from the red evil immortal king. Jiang Feng didn't dare to say anything, and neither did she. And now, Jiang Feng is dead, and she didn't feel sad, but just felt pathetic. More and more immortals gathered around, bowing to Qin Wentian, as if worshipping the supreme king. If Qin Wentian didn't speak, they would quietly wait there for his fate. The people in the particle world truly felt the power that Qin Wentian possessed, which was no longer what they could imagine. "From today on, all those who come to this particle world, I will seal your cultivation. You can educate the people of the world and become their masters, teaching them how to practice. When the time comes, I will touch your seal and let you go back." Qin Wentian's voice spread across the world along with his immortal thoughts. Countless people trembled violently. People in the world were shocked and were extremely grateful to Qin Wentian. This was the master of their particle world. He wanted to seal those who invaded their world here and let them teach them how to practice. Comparing Qin Wentian with Jiang Feng was simply an insult to Qin Wentian. Even those young people who thought Jiang Feng was powerful felt ashamed. Ouyang Xiaolu, Ouyang Yurao and others smiled sweetly. These guys were so arrogant, and now they were all left in the particle world to teach the people here how to practice. They deserved it. Chapter 1403 Heibo appears. After Qin Wentian sealed the particle world, he obviously didn't want these people to leave. In this way, the people of the fairyland would not know what happened in the particle world, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor would not know either. Although even if they knew everything here, they might not be able to guess that he had an incarnation, but Qin Wentian acted steadily and would not take risks, letting the Eastern Saint guess it himself. As for these people, many people came to the particle world to do whatever they wanted, and leaving them here was also a punishment for them. As for those innocent people who were just attracted by the wind to grab treasures, Qin Wentian would not really intend to trap them for eternity. When he was strong enough and the time was right, or the Eastern Saint fell, no one would care about what happened in the particle world many years later, and it would not be too late to let them go. Of course, for some people, such punishment was obviously far from enough. Qin Wentian looked at the immortal king, who had done whatever he wanted in the Chu state before, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Mr. Qin, please forgive me. The immortal king bowed and said, and Qin Wentian was surging with a tyrannical aura. Are you willing to accept the punishment? Qin Wentian said coldly. I am. The immortal king nodded. With the death of the red evil immortal king in front of him, how could he dare to refuse Qin Wentian? However, I guess you may be someone sent by the Eastern Saint. In addition to what you did, I really want to kill you. What do you say? Qin Wentian said coldly. Mr. Qin, I am definitely not a member of the Eastern Saint. As for everything I have done, I am willing to forgive my sins. I hope Mr. Qin will show some leniency. The man's face turned pale, worried that Qin Wentian would really make him the same as the red evil immortal king in anger. Kneel down and kowtow in the direction of the Chu state. Qin Wentian spoke coldly, asking an immortal king to kneel down and kowtow to repent. The immortal king's face turned pale. Such words simply lost all dignity. He was a powerful immortal king, high above, and it was so difficult for him to kowtow and repent. However, in front of his life, dignity can still be abandoned. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the Chu state. Everyone around was trembling, looking at Qin Wentian with fanaticism. This was the guardian of their particle world. Zhang Feng, the so-called number one, worked for the red evil immortal king like a running dog. Some people thought he was awesome before, and that the Yang family didn't know how to live or die. Now seeing Qin Wentian, they only felt ashamed. The young man in front of them was the symbol of this world. Everything he did was for his homeland. Okay, I forgive you. After sealing your cultivation, you will stay in Chu to forgive your sins and teach the people of Chu to practice. Anyone who is willing to worship you must not be refused, otherwise, kill. Qin Wentian said indifferently. The immortal king looked ashen. From the immortal king who was high above and did whatever he wanted, he became a slave of the Chu people. He needed to teach them to practice. Many people were a little excited, and even wanted to go to Chu. Such a powerful person had his cultivation sealed, and he had to teach the people of Chu to practice. This was really. Uncle Qin did it too perfectly. It was a pity to kill these people. Only Uncle Qin could think of keeping them as slaves and teaching everyone to practice. It was too insidious. The young man Yang Yu said with a smile. Yang Yurao next to him glared at him and said, how can you say Uncle Qin is insidious? Okay, I won't say it anymore. I know Uncle Qin is your idol. Are you excited to see your idol now? Yang Yu said mischievously. Who was fighting with An Linglong in the restaurant at that time? Uncle Qin hadn't revealed his identity at that time. Yang Yurao smiled lightly. Yang Xiaolu looked at them and shook her head and smiled bitterly. Then she saw Qin Wentian start to seal the cultivation of the immortals. She sighed in her heart. She didn't expect that the elder brother Qin she knew back then would achieve an achievement that she could not imagine after 100 years. At that time, Qin Wentian suffered a lot in his Ouyang family, and was even humiliated by Ouyang Ting. Fortunately, her brother Ouyang Kuangsheng had a very good relationship with Qin Wentian. All this really seemed like a dream. The people in the particle world breathed a sigh of relief, and many people also felt a faint excitement. Soon, there were many immortals whose cultivation was sealed, and they had to be taught to practice. In the future, this world would become stronger. The sealing power Qin Wentian used on everyone was naturally different. Those vicious people were completely sealed and made slaves. People with ordinary cultivation could be ordered to teach them to practice. As for those immortals who did not cause trouble, Qin Wentian left them with a lot of power, so that they could still have their own dignity and could choose to accept disciples. As for the seal of this world, he was still very confident in the ability of the old guy. Every time he became stronger, he would always find that the old guy was more powerful, and he was simply bottomless and always so unfathomable. In the fairyland, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor left with great frustration. After the particle world was sealed, he had no idea what happened inside. In fact, he didn't even know who the old guy was. He just felt that the other party was very terrifying. However, he had never heard of this person. One day, he sneaked back and didn't find the old man. He tried to break the seal, but found that he couldn't break it. This seal formation was simply terrifying. Dongsheng looked at the senior sister. In the endless particle world, could there really be some super terrifying and supreme existence hidden? Dongsheng, Immortal Emperor, couldn't help but think about where those people who had practiced to the extreme had gone, and where the ancient emperors had gone. The ancient emperors who were famous all over the world were all powerful people who unified the world. However, some people were not keen on power. Are their strengths weak? The boundless world, the endless particle world, may also hide super figures. Of course, more powerful people may have left Qingxuan Immortal Domain. When I have avenged this, I will leave this Qingxuan Immortal Domain, cross the endless void, and go to see the excitement of other immortal domains. Dongsheng, Immortal Emperor, stared at the endless starry sky and took another look at the dazzling immortal world. He was unwilling to leave without killing Qin Wentian, Bai Wuya, and Thousand Changes Immortal Sect. Even if he left, he would be haunted by demons and his realm would stop there. As for Qin Wentian, at this moment, he was practicing in seclusion alone in Thousand Changes Immortal Sect, not seeing anyone. During this period of time, he seemed to have completely disappeared, just like when he went to Beaming Immortal Mountain. Only in this way, even if Qin Wentian in the particle world was known by the people of the fairyland, they would not doubt the existence of two Qin Wentians for a while. This was also Qin Wentian's caution. However, with the end of everything in the particle world, the entire world was sealed, and the body of Emperor Yan, the incarnation outside his body, would continue to stay in the particle world for a period of time, so Qin Wentian was relieved. The last time he left the particle world, he thought there would be no more trouble there. However, this time he was worried because he had forced Dongsheng too hard. In fact, his worries became a reality. The powerful Immortal Emperor, the overlord of Dongsheng's 13 states, actually attacked the particle world. He hid in the dark and wanted him to show up in the particle world. I'm afraid this Dongsheng will do anything in the future. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged in the place of cultivation, thinking to himself that he must be wary of Dongsheng. A crazy Immortal Emperor is the most terrifying. At this time, Qin Wentian's body was shining with the power of rules, and various lights of rules flowed on his body. He was using the power of rules to refine his immortal body and shape his immortal bones. When he reached the realm of Immortal King, he himself was a body of rules. His flesh had been reshaped, and his bones, blood vessels, and internal organs had all been baptized. He was extremely vigorous. Therefore, if the Immortal King fell, their flesh would be treasures. Qin Wentian looked inward with his immortal thoughts, and his bones glowed with immortal light. His bones were filled with the power of various attributes, and his 5 internal organs were full. At this moment, his immortal thoughts went to his heart, where he faintly felt a breath that did not belong to him. He tried to stimulate that breath, and after many attempts, a ray of light shone, and a vague figure turned into a light spot and appeared in Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts. Hey Bo! Qin Wentian looked at the familiar figure, and endless nostalgia suddenly came over him. Hey Bo had a special meaning to him. He had brought him up since he was a child, and was even closer to him than his adoptive father Qin Chuan. You finally found me. I didn't expect it to be so soon. In this case, I am satisfied. Hey Bo smiled and felt the strength of Qin Wentian's body. His face was full of kindness. I was too strict with you when we were young. I didn't even smile at you. Wentian, it's Hey Bo who is sorry for you. Hey Bo wanted to motivate me to grow. From the time I was the weakest, he asked me to cut off my meridians for cultivation and not let me communicate with the star soul too early, so that I would have a better starting point for cultivation. Everything starts from the beginning, so I naturally understand Hey Bo's intentions. Qin Wentian sighed. Hey Bo, when you left, you said that you would come to find me after I became an immortal, but you didn't come. Instead, you have been in my body, waiting for me. Well, I thought I would have to wait a long time. Hey Bo smiled and said, the immortal realm is so big, and the people of Xiante are just a drop in the ocean. Where can I find you? What's more, I don't plan to see you in the immortal realm, and maybe I won't in the future. I was strict with you because you had a mission. Although your father once told you that if you were mediocre, he would keep you ordinary for your entire life and never tell you your life experience, I certainly don't want you to be ordinary. Although I watched you grow up, I have followed your father for too many years, and my feelings for him are deeper than for you. Qin Wentian did not feel any dissatisfaction when he heard Hey Bo's calm voice. On the contrary, he felt Hey Bo's feelings for his father, and he was only grateful in his heart. My father, is he dead? Qin Wentian asked. This was the question he had always wanted to know. In the memory fragments hidden in the Star Man, he saw his father's extremely miserable end. His bones and flesh were taken away, and he was almost certain to die. However, what happened later seemed to make his father still alive. He wanted to know the truth. Chapter 1404, Raging Fury. When Qin Wentian asked this question, he was even extremely nervous. He stared at Heibo, eager to know a certain answer, and at the same time afraid to know another answer. I don't know. Heibo uttered a voice, which made Qin Wentian's eyes fixed. Don't know? But he did die once, but your father was a genius, and that time, he couldn't take his life. He survived and rebuilt his life. As for now, I don't know where he is or whether he is still alive. Heibo said, and Qin Wentian trembled in his heart. Died once, rebuilt his life? I saw in my memory that my father was besieged and killed by a powerful family and deprived of everything in his body. Heibo, when you said you died once, do you mean that time? Qin Wentian asked. Yes, it seems you have seen it too. Heibo nodded. If your father gave you memories, these memories may contain the memories of his two lives. In his first life, he was extremely frivolous and unruly. He could give up everything and fight for the world. But later, he got tired of everything and wanted to leave, but someone would not allow him and insisted on killing him. So, he had his second life. In your father's second life, he was calm and plain, without his previous peerless edge. He concealed his whereabouts and practiced and grew up in the particle world until later, he gave birth to you. Later, in order to protect you, they left. It's not that he didn't want to watch you grow up, but he wanted to cut off all contact with you. In this way, no one would know who you are. You are his son and he wants to protect you. Heibo spoke slowly, and Qin Wentian was deeply shocked. He believed what Heibo said. He had witnessed the power of Qin Yuanfeng's family. The palace where his father lived alone was comparable to the palace of the entire Changqing immortal kingdom. It was majestic and majestic. The strong people of that family were simply unimaginable. Even if he rebuilt his life, his father would still be in danger. Therefore, he chose to cut off the connection with him. If he was mediocre, he would not know all this in his life and spend his life in peace. But Heibo was unwilling. Heibo hoped that he would be outstanding. He hoped that he would be like his father Qin Yuanfeng, born extraordinary, born unruly, and dare to fight the world. Even if he was the king of the family, I could let you not fight with you, but if you want to fight, even if you are the king of the family, I can still defeat you. It's just that his father Qin Yuanfeng was too unruly, and he had no father or mother, no one to discipline him, and he didn't obey the family. In the end, the powerful family chose the king of the family, deprived Qin Yuanfeng of everything, and gave it to the other party. Not only you, even we old guys were actually your father's servants back then. Moreover, we have all changed our appearances and suffered serious injuries. We are half disabled. Our existence will not arouse people's vigilance, but even so, we still act in a low profile, just quietly waiting for you in every corner of the particle world, watching you grow up step by step. Now that we have arrived in the fairyland, we will not appear again, because we also have to cut off all ties with you. Before you have enough strength, remember not to let others know that you are the son of Qin Yuanfeng. Heibo's words made Qin Wentian speechless. As a son, he had to conceal it from the world, trembling with fear. All this was because of his enemies. They should not be in this fairyland world, right? Qin Wentian asked. Of course not. Your father left his homeland a long time ago, and he didn't even dare to stay in this fairyland. Your father's deeds happened in this world, and someone might know of his existence. And your father's family was able to cross the endless world and find this place. They also sent people here. So, even if the enemy is not on this fairyland, it still can't be known to others. Now, even if the world investigates you, all they know is that you grew up in the particle world and have come all the way to where you are now. You are an orphan, raised by the Qin mansion in Xianyang city of Chu state, so your last name is Qin. Heibo said slowly, it's just that your bloodline power may be seen as extraordinary by others, but if the two tribesmen didn't see you using it with their own eyes, no one would know. In the Qingxuan fairyland, no one can recognize it. But after you go out, try to use the abilities given to you by your bloodline in a more secretive way, or use them less, especially when your cultivation becomes stronger. The bloodline power will be thoroughly stimulated, and the characteristics will become more obvious. There is nothing now, but you have to remember it. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. Knowing that his father had reborn, he felt relatively relieved. Although he still couldn't determine whether he was dead or alive, at least he had a great hope of survival. Which of the 33 heavens is the enemy in? What family is he from? Qin Wentian asked. In the strongest heaven, the most powerful family. You don't need to know too much now. When you get to a certain point, you will know it yourself without me telling you. Heibo said. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. The strongest heaven? How strong is it? The most powerful family. He had seen the horror of that family in his memory fragments. Now, he himself has also reached the realm of Immortal King, and he can see the strength more clearly. In the battle in the memory fragments, even if there was an immortal emperor in it, he would be wiped out in an instant. Why did that clan want to deal with my father? In that battle, my father defeated the king of the clan. Why didn't they choose my father? I don't understand. Qin Wentian was filled with hatred. Although he had not experienced that battle, he witnessed his father being drained of blood, his bones, and his body by someone using an extremely powerful treasure. On the other side of the magic weapon was the king of the clan who grew up with his father. Everything my father had was taken away and inherited by the other party. Such a cruel punishment was 100 times more cruel than direct killing. If he could one day step on the world, he would pay with blood. He wanted that clan to pay for everything his father had been deprived of. This is your father's biggest secret. Your father is a direct descendant of the family. His parents were also big figures in that clan, but they died in a battle. Your father became an orphan since he was young. He is withdrawn and doesn't like to talk. He was raised by the elders of the family and they regarded him as the future of that clan. Heibo looked at Qin Wentian and continued, your father did not disappoint everyone's expectations. He was sent to a place to train the direct descendants of the family. He was gifted and had extraordinary sons. At the same time, there were two extremely outstanding people in the clan. One was the young king, and the other was the girl your father had a crush on. The three of them were good friends when they were young, but later the two of them got together with you. Your father was heartbroken, gave his blessings, left the family to venture out, alone, experienced many hardships, and survived many deaths. He developed a proud and unrestrained character. He also met your mother outside and pursued her fiercely. At the same time, the king of the tribe was extremely brilliant and at his peak. No one of his generation could compare to him. He was regarded as one of the future successors to the family leader and was trained with emphasis. He was born to be a king and was dazzling and unparalleled, but he knew that there was only one person who could compete with him, and that was your father. However, your father had no interest in family power at all. He grew up completely away from the family and rarely returned to the tribe. The two did not interfere with each other. The king of the tribe continued to grow and gradually became the undisputed leader of the same generation. It seemed that the two would never have any intersection again. Until it was rumored that your father had obtained a treasure that countless people in the world wanted to get. Your father was being hunted down from all sides. The family called him back, but he refused. He and your mother lived together and roamed the world, walking in different worlds. They were free and unrestrained. No one could control them, not even the family. They even hid their whereabouts. Until one day, the king of the tribe found your father and came to visit him. Your father greeted him warmly, but the other party came prepared and actually went to war with your father. He was defeated and left. I don't know what he said when he returned to the family. Later, your father was wanted by the family. In anger, your father rebelled against the extremely powerful family. This angered the elders even more. They had never seen such a Bohemian clan member, so they sent out many strong men to hunt him down, but all failed. Many people were even injured by your father, until later your mother's family came and took your mother away. All this is still not over. The family's pursuit never stopped until one day, your father went back and rejoined the family. Many people in this lineage were willing to follow him and clear your father's name. They invited the king of the clan to have a fair fight. Your father wanted to take back what he lost. In this battle, the king of the clan was defeated again. But unexpectedly, they were so despicable that they said that your father used the treasure he got. If the treasure is presented to the family, it will create a stronger king. If it is given to the king of the clan will be 10 or 100 times more powerful than your father. How could your father be willing to hand it over? Naturally, there was another earth-shattering battle. Seeing the old people who followed him injured or even killed, your father was completely enraged and started killing. This completely enraged the old guys in power in the family. They came out and joined forces to deal with your father, taking your father's life, and gave everything your father had to the king of the clan. Although I haven't seen him for many years, I can imagine that the king of the clan must be incredibly powerful now. No one can affect his status, and no one can compete with him. He will hold tremendous power and be worshipped by countless people. There was endless anger in Heibo's voice, and Qin Wentian's eyes also spewed out flames of hatred. All this was taken from my father. All this, they must pay with blood. The so-called king of the clan, is he now so glorious that he can look down upon the world? Qin Wentian clenched his fists, his veins exposed, and the aura of rules on his body rolled wildly and crazily. Although he had witnessed the intermittent memories with his own eyes and could guess some of it, he was still extremely angry and full of hatred when he really heard Heibo tell this history. Chapter 1405 The Signal of the Little Bastard. 33 Heavens, the strongest one. Qin Wentian was filled with anger. In one of his memories, his father and mother gave him everything. He could feel the affection of a close relative. From that time, he knew that his biological parents did not give up on him. It was just that, because they loved him too much, they would rather separate from him and cut off the connection with him than let anyone know of his existence. Even if one day, his father's second life was hunted down by someone, no one would know about him. Qin Wentian. What about my mother? Is she okay? Qin Wentian asked. I don't know either. Your father returned to the family to fight after your mother was captured. In that battle, I believe he had predicted the outcome. Although he died once, he did not die in the end and rebuilt his life. You should be able to guess where your father practiced in his second life. Heibo said. The particle world I am in. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Yes, that is the starting point of your father's second life of cultivation. He grew up there just like you, and some of us half-useless old guys were also there. It has been a long time since then. Heibo said with a smile. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and then he smiled. It turns out that the particle world not only has my growth trajectory, but also my father's footprints. I have seen the Qinchen divine sect, which must have been founded by your father when he was practicing in the particle world. Well, as your father became stronger in his practice, it was naturally impossible for him to stay in the particle world all the time. He went out to explore the world, and he should have come to this Qingxun immortal realm like you and left his footprints. Later, your mother found your father. Many years had passed since then, but their feelings had not changed at all. They gave birth to you and gave you everything. Heibo said with a smile. There were actually tears in the corners of his eyes. Qin Wentian remembered the first memory of his life. At that time, his parents seemed to give him the most precious things in their bodies, and then brought themselves to the particle world. After you were born, your parents asked me to take you away. He also went to see you, but he still cut off contact with you and never let anyone know your existence, even if one day he was hunted down by someone, and you, like your father, went to the place where your father grew up in his second life. There are your father's footprints there. Some of us useless old guys also hope that you can rise from there, walk into glory, and fight the gods and demons in the sky. There was expectation in Heibo's eyes, strong expectation. Heibo, I will. Qin Wentian said softly, but his eyes were extremely firm. Well, I also believe you will. Once, in the particle world, no matter what crisis you encountered, we pretended not to know and didn't see it. We didn't want you to have external help, because if you want to achieve your father's achievements, you can only rely on yourself. But Heibo, you still can't watch me die. Back then in the Dangwon Palace, I was at a dead end, didn't you show up? Qin Wentian smiled, and Heibo smiled without saying anything. You have reached your current state. We, the crippled old men, will not be able to help you anymore. Walk your way carefully. Remember, you are going to the strongest heaven. It is so strong that you can hardly imagine. This Qingxun immortal realm is the most marginal realm among the 33 heavens. That is why your father chose this place, because it is the farthest from your enemies. Heibo, you should also take good care of yourself. Qin Wentian said with a smile. 33 heavens, the strongest day, he will go there. Heibo said that when he reaches that step, he will naturally understand who his enemies are. It is conceivable that those enemies, that is, his father's family, stand at what height? Don't worry, we old guys will still stand in a corner of the world, watching you stand at the top, walk to the supreme heaven, and tell those people that they were wrong back then, and they will pay the price for their mistakes. Heibo said seriously. He has watched Qin Wentian grow up since he was a child. No matter who you are, cultivation starts from the most basic level. No one can skip this rule. He helped Qin Wentian lay a solid foundation. As for everything in the future, Qin Wentian needs to go by himself. He had too high expectations of Qin Wentian. If his expectations were not high, it would not be enough to avenge his shame. I will definitely go and collect this debt, Qin Wentian said coldly. I will go. Take good care of the future. If your parents are still alive, they must be waiting for you in a corner of the world, waiting for you to reach the top and fight against the immortals, demons and gods in the heavens. Heibo smiled at Qin Wentian, and then his figure gradually became illusory and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, and the sharpness flashed past. He still clenched his fists tightly and looked up at the sky. 33 heavens, the highest heaven in the heavens. The extremely powerful ancient family, the ancient clan, he will eventually reach that step and stand in front of them. Qin Wentian then closed his eyes again, and his consciousness began to erode a little star man. Even more enormous star power poured into it. He wanted to peek into all those scattered memories. He opened countless broken fragments, and scenes of residual memories kept entering his mind. Qin Wentian rarely looked at these memories after he opened the core memory and knew that his father was killed by the ancient family, because he felt that it was enough, but now, he wanted to see more. When these fragmented memories appeared in his mind, Qin Wentian experienced more of his father's growth memories, and he was gradually able to distinguish his father's first and second lives. In the first life, he was unruly and frivolous, and in the second life, he was mature, introverted, low-key and hidden. Although the only memory after he was born was the one he saw a long time ago, Qin Wentian could vaguely feel his parents' feelings for him. He also knew that after he arrived in the particle world with Heibo, his father must have secretly visited him. Boom! Qin Wentian clenched his fists suddenly. Now, there were only some core star crystals left in the star man that could not be opened. His aura surged, and then gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath, stepped out, and stepped into the bedroom. Wentian, what's wrong? Qin Chang saw that Qin Wentian's eyes seemed to be a little sad, and she couldn't help but walk forward. His gentle and beautiful eyes seemed to be able to melt people. Qin Chang. Qin Wentian took a step forward and hugged Mo Qing Chang in his arms. Mo Qing Chang's body trembled, and a violent wave was set off in her heart. Although this was just an insignificant action, she had been with Qin Wentian since she was a child. They had experienced too much, and he had also watched Qin Wentian go through too much. Even when he was desperate when he slashed the Dan King Palace with a sword, his eyes were still so strong. She knew very well what kind of person Qin Wentian was, and at this moment, he was actually sad. Thinking of this, Mo Qing Chang's heart seemed to melt, and she quietly hugged Qin Wentian's body, allowing him to feel her warmth. Everything will be fine. I will always be with you, Mo Qing Chang said softly. She rested her head on Qin Wentian's shoulder with a bright smile on her face. In this smile, there was a trace of sadness. She knew that Wentian was under too much pressure. Everything of everyone was on him. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He protected everyone around him. He faced powerful opponents and fought through thorns like an Iron Man. However, as a human, he would eventually get tired. She felt a little distressed and hated herself for being incompetent and unable to share his worries. Qin Cheng, thank you. Qin Wentian felt a warmth transmitted to him by the delicate body in his arms, and his heart was only moved. Qin Cheng had no regrets. She followed him, and they were together for a long time, but she never complained. She often missed him. Idiot. Mo Qing Chang smiled playfully. Qin Wentian trembled in his heart, and then smiled. After knowing more clearly about his parents, he was furious, but he also felt the pressure of responsibility. Even if he was at the level of the ancient emperor, he might not be able to stand up to the huge monster. At this moment, Qin Wentian's expression changed slightly, and a very sharp light flashed in his eyes. Qin Cheng, the little bastard seems to be in trouble. The two separated, and Qin Wentian said to Mo Qing Cheng, "What happened again?" Mo Qing Cheng asked. "I don't know the details, but it seems very urgent, impatient, and excited." "I don't know what happened," Qin Wentian whispered. As his realm became stronger, the mutual perception between him and the little bastard became stronger. At this moment, the little bastard who was far away in the wild 10,000 mountains actually sent him a signal. "What should I do? Do you want to go?" Mo Qing Cheng asked. "I'm going to take a look. I'm worried that the little guy will be in danger," Qin Wentian said. Although the little bastard and Purgatory were taken to the wild 10,000 mountains for training, if there was really danger, how could Qin Wentian bear to do it? Yes. Mo King Chang nodded gently and smiled. You go, I'll wait for you. Okay, I'll go ask the Emperor first. Qin Wentian said, and walked away, heading towards the direction of the Emperor's palace. Wentian, come to me. Qin Wentian had not yet reached the Emperor Qianbian, and a voice came directly into his ears. He changed direction and soon arrived at Bai Wuai's palace. Brother. Qin Wentian walked in and shouted. A beast tide broke out in the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness. Something big is happening. Bai Wuai said. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Many of the monsters in the fairyland are practicing monsters. They can transform into human forms and have thoughts. How can there be a beast tide? The news from the Xianfu realm is that there is a big beast tide in the border area between the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness and the north of the fairyland. It is very terrifying. There may be super powerful monsters in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Bai Wuai said, the major forces in the north of the fairyland are already on high alert. Soon the whole fairyland will get the news. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The little guy sent him a signal. Could it be because of this big beast tide? Chapter 1406, Jiutian City. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Wuai and asked, Brother, do you want to go? Well, the 100,000 mountains of the savage land have always been mysterious and unpredictable. Like the 10,000 Demons Island, although there is no ban on human martial artists, few people who dare to step into the depths of the 100,000 mountains of the savage land can come out alive. This great beast tide is extremely rare, so of course we have to go and see it. I asked you to come because I wanted to ask if you are interested. Bai Wuai said. I want to go and see it too. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Even if Bai Wuai didn't say it, he would go. The little bastard wouldn't send him a signal unless it was a big deal. There must be something amazing happening in the 100,000 mountains of the savage land. If you want to go, of course there is no problem, but now Dongsheng is in the dark, and his killing intention towards you and me must be extremely strong, and he may attack at any time. Not to mention Dongsheng, outside the 13 states and the sphere of influence of the Changqing Immortal Kingdom, there are many big figures who want your life, such as the Purple Emperor. Although he is a little concerned about the existence of the Feather Emperor and may not directly attack you with a thick skin, if they catch the opportunity, they will definitely be merciless. Bai Wuai said, therefore, if you walk in the immortal realm now, you must be extra cautious. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. Dongsheng is indeed a big trouble if he is not dead, but if you want to kill Dongsheng, unless you are a top-level immortal emperor or a mid-level immortal emperor with super combat power, otherwise, even if you can defeat Dongsheng immortal emperor, you can't kill him. As long as Dongsheng is alive, they are a threat. Senior Yudi is a top-level immortal emperor, but I can't ask him to do anything, and I don't know Yudi's attitude. Qin Wentian said in his heart, because he is the Saint Lord of this generation of the Fighting Saint clan, so Yudi protects him, he can't ask Yudi to kill Dongsheng for him. If there's anything else, he needs a very powerful senior brother from the Xianfu realm, but there are not many people of that level in the immortal realm, even in the Xianfu realm, there are not many, and he has no intersection with these senior brothers. Why should he let others kill Dongsheng? You go to Changqing Immortal Kingdom. If Dongsheng Immortal Emperor will go to the wild 10,000 mountains, I believe there will be many big figures going there, including your future father-in-law. In that case, he will not be able to deal with you. Bai Wuai smiled, Qin Wentian nodded, and then Qin Wentian said goodbye and left. He brought several strong men from the Fighting Saint clan and directly descended to Changqing Immortal Kingdom through the teleportation formation. In the palace of the Immortal Kingdom, Changqing Longhao led many princes and figures to greet him. Qin Wentian, I heard that you performed exceptionally well in the immortal battle, crippled Dongsheng, and actually had the combat power of a mid-level immortal king. Your achievements are impressive. Changqing Longhao said when he saw Qin Wentian. In the past, Qin Wentian and Kinger were in love. As the prince of the immortal king, although he knew that Qin Wentian had extraordinary talent, he did not treat him as an equal. However, this battle attracted the attention of Changqing Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian's performance was too dazzling. Such a young immortal king came from behind and was simply shocking. Brother, don't embarrass me. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Changqing Longhao was Kinger's brother, so it was natural for him to call him the same. Don't be modest. Such a talent is unprecedented. Chanking Longhao said with a smile, "Did you come here this time to see Kinger? Is Kinger back?" Qin Wentian asked. "No, Senior GD is urging her to practice. If you want to see her, you can use the teleportation formation to the practice mountain to see Kinger." Chanking Longhao said. "That's fine. I heard that there was a riot of monsters in the 100,000 mountains in the extreme north of the Immortal Realm. I wonder if you have received the news, brother?" Qin Wentian said. "Well, the beast tide is rare and has now shaken the Immortal Realm. All the top forces should have received the news one after another. Many strong men have already rushed to Jiutian City. Are you going there, brother? What does the Emperor think?" Qin Wentian said. "Well, it is said that this beast tide has a great response. The big forces in the north of the Immortal Realm have even sent messages to other regions to warn against the beast tide invading the entire Immortal Realm. Father will also go there. Since you are here, let's go together." "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded. The 100,000 mountains in the wilderness are endless. It is unknown how deep they are, and it is unknown how many monsters there are. I am afraid that they are as endless as the human beings in the Immortal Realm. If a big riot really happens, the entire northern part of the Immortal Realm will be devastated. No wonder the big forces in the north of the Immortal Realm sent out news to alert all the other forces. Although such things are extremely rare, they have happened in the countless years of history of the Immortal Realm. According to historical records, the savage 100,000 mountains once fought a great war with the Immortal Realm. The Immortal Realm gave birth to ancient emperors who unified the world. The savage 100,000 mountains also gave birth to peerless monsters, comparable to ancient emperors, and even wanted to rule mankind. "Your Highness, are the forces in the north too sensitive?" someone said. "The forces in the north are very powerful. Although the beast tide is terrible, it can be suppressed if there are top figures. We have not experienced it, so we naturally don't know how terrible it is. However, you should know that the savage 100,000 mountains are a paradise for monsters, just like the 10,000 demons island where demons gather. People in the Immortal Realm don't know it at all. Do you know how strong the savage 100,000 mountains are now? How many super monster forces have been born in it?" Chanking Longhao said, and the person who spoke suddenly looked condensed and felt a little ashamed. Indeed, no one knows how strong the savage 100,000 mountains are now. Although they have not invaded the Immortal Realm for countless years, they must have sent monsters to infiltrate the Immortal Realm to see it and know the foundation of the Immortal Realm. They know more about the Immortal Realm than humans know about the savage 100,000 mountains. "This time, there will be a storm in the North Territory," Chanking Longhao murmured. They came to the Imperial Palace and paid homage to the Chanking Emperor. Then they set off together, using the teleportation formation to head north. Qin Wentian could have crossed the territory directly through the Xianfu realm, but he had to bring the people of the Fighting Saint clan, and Bai Wuya took care of his safety and asked him to come to the Chanking Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian then passed through the Chanking Immortal Kingdom and came to the north of the Immortal Realm again. However, this time, it was no longer the beaming Immortal Dynasty, but Jiutian City in the northern extreme of the Immortal Domain. This majestic city, which stood here, separated the heaven and earth. Beyond it was the savage 100,000 mountains. In this majestic city, people from the major top forces in the northern part of the Immortal Domain were stationed here to observe the movements of the savage 100,000 mountains. Some people also entered it for trials. Jiutian City, the first majestic city in the northern part of the Immortal Domain, was even larger than the imperial city of the beaming Immortal Dynasty. It surpassed the core city of the top forces in the north and was jointly governed by the major top forces. In this Jiutian City, the martial arts style was extremely prosperous, and there were many strong people. In addition, it bordered the savage 100,000 mountains. The people in the city were accustomed to life and death, and the fighting style was extremely fierce. In the past few days, Jiutian City has become even more lively. The vast and endless Immortal Domain strongmen have rushed here, and those who come are very powerful figures. Immortal kings can be seen everywhere. After all, crossing the endless territory to the junction of the savage 100,000 mountains, the Immortal Terrace has no effect at all. At this time, at the border of this broken sky city, the cocky earth was like a long dragon that stretched across the sky and earth, hundreds of feet high. On this cocky dragon, there were countless figures. They looked at the endless mountains in the distance, the wild mountains, and their hearts were filled with turbulent waves. In front of them, the mountains were full of monsters, endless and dense. Although they were very far apart, the people here still felt a strong demonic aura. It was too terrible. Even the people of Broken Sky City had never seen so many monsters gathered together in their lives. On one of the peaks, there were all terrible moonlit demon wolves. Their cold eyes were as cold as the moonlight at night, shooting towards this side, making the crowd feel a little cold and couldn't help trembling. Some of those demon wolves were huge, hundreds of feet tall, and there was even a wolf king, like a giant mountain. This is just one of the mountains. There, every mountain range has different monsters. It's not that they can't transform into human form, but at this moment they all appear there in the form of monsters, staring at Jiutian City with cold eyes, as if they can launch the most violent attack at any time. People from the beaming immortal dynasty are here. At this time, everyone looked up at the void, and saw a group of figures from the beaming immortal dynasty coming from the sky. There were many strong men carrying a sedan chair. In the void, a peerless beauty could be seen faintly in the sedan chair. She looks so beautiful from the side, I wonder who she is. Many people secretly said, "Can the beauty come out for a walk?" At this time, a bold person spoke up. The group of people had a domineering aura and a faint sense of tyranny. It was said that they came from the Thunder God Temple in the middle of the immortal realm, a top force. The woman in the sedan chair seemed to move and looked over here. Then, a pair of extremely beautiful eyes seemed to shoot out a cold light. Ah! The person who spoke screamed. The strong men of the Thunder God Temple were shocked, and someone looked up and said, "Friends from the beaming immortal dynasty are too much? Whoever talks too much and is frivolous will be killed." An extremely cold voice came from the sedan chair. "You." The people from the Thunder God Temple said angrily. "You guys in the Thunder God Palace should behave yourself. Bei Ming Yuang, the first genius in the history of Bei Ming Xian dynasty, is not someone you can mess with." A faint voice came out, and everyone's heart trembled. It turned out to be the first beauty of Bei Ming Xian dynasty, Princess Bei Ming Yuang. Has she arrived? No wonder she is so powerful. Yuang, long time no see. A group of figures walked over, also from the north of the fairyland. It's Pei Qing, who was once the first genius in the history of Bei Ming Xian dynasty, but was later surpassed by Princess Yuang. Seeing the person who spoke, everyone's eyes flashed. The two stood together, dazzling, and they were really a couple of gods. Bei Ming Yuang responded lightly, without saying anything, and seemed very indifferent, making people feel that Bei Ming Yuang didn't seem to have any feelings for Pei Qing. Chapter 1407 Enemies all over the world. Broken Sky City is a barrier in the extreme north of the immortal domain, connected to the 100,000 great mountains of the wilderness. There are the figures of the top forces in the northern part of the immortal domain. Bei Ming Yuang and Pei Qing are the top geniuses of the Bei Ming immortal dynasty. They are naturally famous here, and many people have heard of them. After all, their own realm is also the Emperor realm, standing at the top of the immortal domain. Even in the entire vast and endless northern part of the immortal domain, many people have heard of them. The Xiandao Holy Academy has opened, and the Bei Ming immortal dynasty has successively produced other figures who have broken the dusty historical records. Many heroes have emerged in the north of the immortal domain. It is rumored that there has been turmoil in the eastern part of the immortal domain. Now, the 100,000 great mountains of the wilderness are shaking again. What is going on? Is the immortal domain really going to change? It seems that the arrival of the ancient emperor is definitely not a lie. Someone said with emotion that there have indeed been many major events in the immortal domain recently, all of which are major events that have broken through the constraints of the region. If the demons in the 100,000 great mountains of the wilderness really riot and erode the immortal domain, coupled with the ancient emperor symbolized by the Xiandao Holy Academy, then the immortal domain will probably be in chaos. In troubled times, the geniuses compete with each other, and the strong are everywhere. It is easier for outstanding people to appear, and even the peerless strong who can unify the world will appear. Another powerful force is coming. At this time, everyone turned around and saw that strong people were coming one after another. One of them was riding a big monster, which was very extraordinary. So many beauties, the fairy from Yaote has arrived. Another group of people came with fluttering clothes. They were the fairy from Yaote, the top force in the northern part of the fairyland. Seeing those beautiful faces, everyone felt pleasing to the eye. So many beauties walking together are really a feast for the eyes. Especially that woman, she is so beautiful. This is the fairy king saint daughter of Yaote Fairy Palace. There are many rumors about her. Well, Some people say that there are 8 beauties in the north of the fairyland, and this fairy king saint daughter is on par with the princess of beaming Yaohuang. The arrival of so many beauties made it more attractive. More strong men rushed here, and they all stood on the Kaki barrier, quietly watching the strange scene in the distance, as if they wanted to see clearly what those monsters wanted to do. Once these monsters ran wild and rushed into Jiutian city and stepped into the territory of the fairyland, it would be a massacre. They came here and had to prevent this. These strong men were also very patient and waited all the time, wanting to find out the truth. They were here for several days in a row. At the same time, more and more strong men gathered in this vast space. First, many major forces in the north of the fairyland, and then the forces in the east, south, middle, and west of the fairyland came here one after another. Qin Wentian and Chanking Longhao also arrived. When Qin Wentian stood on the Kaki barrier and stared into the distance, a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. He had long heard that the 100,000 great mountains of the wilderness were the real territory of monsters and beasts, and that they gathered countless monsters from the immortal realm. The immortal realm that people usually referred to was mainly the immortal realm where humans gathered, and did not take into account the world of monsters from the 100,000 great mountains of the wilderness. But now, after witnessing the shocking scene in front of him, he realized that the monsters from the 100,000 great mountains of the wilderness were probably not weaker than the human beings in the immortal realm. The endless mountains towered into the sky at a glance, and there were monsters circling in the void, including the powerful Pang bird, the violent thunder eagle, the super strong bull monster that stood there like a mountain, and the giant monster ape that shook the world when it stepped. The endless monsters gathered together, but they were not ordinary monsters. They were all intelligent. The weakest monsters were equivalent to the human celestial realm. Many of them were monster fairies, and there were even monster kings who existed there, as if waiting for something. Little Bastard and Purgatory are in such an environment. Qin Wentian's expression condensed, but thinking that they were also monsters, there shouldn't be anything wrong. Little Bastard is very smart. Roar. At this time, there was a thunderous roar in the distance. It was not from the other side of the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness, but from the sky above Jiutian city. A group of terrifying auras descended. Many big monsters descended on the backs of human martial artists. Those human martial artists turned into giants and were trampled under the feet of monsters. They became human servants and carried monster auras on their bodies, as if they were monsterized. The monsters that trampled on them were many powerful monster tribes in the western part of the fairyland, such as the White Tiger tribe. The strong men of the White Tiger tribe were majestic and terrifying. They looked at the riot of the 100,000 mountains and were even very excited. There was a world of monsters there. I wonder if some powerful monsters were born and whether they could sweep across the fairyland and rule the humans in the fairyland. However, the eyes of the people looking at the White Tiger tribe seemed a little unfriendly. These guys were actually excited. Young Master Qin. At this time, a group of people walked towards Qin Wentian. Looking at the many beautiful figures in front of him, Qin Wentian smiled and said, "The fairies of the Nanhuang clan have arrived. Is Yangxi not here?" "No, Yangxi is practicing in seclusion." A fairy king saint said to Qin Wentian, "My name is Nanhuang Mengayu. I am the inheritance saint of the Nanhuang clan." Someone next to him introduced that most of the people in this group were fairy kings. Qin Wentian didn't know them very well. He only knew that they were from the Nanhuang clan, so the woman deliberately introduced them. The inheritance saint means that she has the qualification to inherit the empress, just like Nanhuang Yangxi, but Nanhuang Mengayu is a fairy king level inheritance saint. Saint Mengayu. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, introducing the person next to him. "This is my brother, Chanking Longhao. I have always heard that the inheritance saint of the Nanhuang clan is extraordinary and rarely seen. Now that I meet her, she is even more famous and extraordinary." Chanking Longhao smiled. "Prince Longhao is too kind." Nanhuang Mengayu smiled lightly. She naturally knew that Chanking Longhao was the descendant of the Chanking Emperor. So it's brother Qin Wentian. At this time, a fairy king riding a giant elephant looked over here and said with a smile, "Back then, in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, young Master Qin and the saintess of the Nanhuang family were famous in the Holy Academy. They roasted white tiger meat for food and invited everyone to share it. Now I see young Master Qin and the saintess of the Nanhuang family. They are really extraordinary." Qin Wentian frowned and looked at the person who spoke with an indifferent expression. The strong man riding the giant elephant was a powerful figure in the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom. Their purpose of saying this was very obvious, to provoke the White Tiger clan. This matter was a great shame for the White Tiger clan. For this reason, the White Tiger clan even had a White Tiger demon emperor descend on the eastern part of the Immortal Realm and participated in the Immortal War in the Changqing Immortal Kingdom Palace, but returned without success. Later, they launched the Immortal Realm Judgment and failed again. It was very shameful. Sure enough, at this time, the White Tiger clan's strongmen looked towards Qin Wentian, revealing a terrible murderous aura. "Are you Qin Wentian?" A White Tiger clan demon king said coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Qin Wentian glanced at the other person indifferently, ignored him, looked at the strong man of Xianlan Xianguo, and said indifferently, "In addition to the White Tiger clan, I have also killed many people from Xianlan Xianguo. The Immortal Realm Judgment initiated by you is completely defeated. Now that you see me, you still dare to speak nonsense. I really admire you. Your thick skin is simply shameless. Haha, it's really different after entering the realm of Immortal King. It's even more rampant." The strong man of Xianlan Xianguo said indifferently. "Wang Shaishan, it turns out that the man is Qin Wentian, your mortal enemy who has been steadily restrained." At this time, someone from another direction looked over here and spoke. Qin Wentian looked in the distance and saw that the strong man of Jiuhuang Xianguo had arrived. Among the crowd of Jiuhuang Xianguo, there was a person who was particularly conspicuous, the Xianjia Wang Shaishan of Jiuhuang Xianguo. The aura on his body was much more restrained than before, not so sharp, but seemed more dangerous, and his realm was actually the Immortal King. He was actually quite talented in such a short period of time. It was rare, and he was worthy of being a person with great talent in the Nine Emperors' Immortal Kingdom. When Qin Wentian looked at him, their eyes met in the void. He saw the will to fight in Wang Shaishan's eyes, and saw extremely complicated emotions. Wang Shaishan's emotions towards Qin Wentian were too complicated. From being escaped by Qin Wentian, to a draw, and then to defeat, he thought that he could still wash away the shame by stepping into the Immortal King first, but Qin Wentian was also an Immortal King. "Wang Shaishan, you are also well known in the central part of the Immortal Domain. You are known as the first genius of the younger generation of the Nine Emperors' Immortal Kingdom. Now that you have entered the realm of the Immortal King, your mortal enemy is in front of you. Why don't you step forward and fight?" The voice sounded again. The person who spoke was the Immortal King of another powerful force in the central part of the Immortal Domain, the Senluo Immortal Kingdom. This person was domineering and unparalleled, with an amazing momentum. "Yan Luotian, if you are so conceited and think that I am just a name, you can step forward and fight him yourself," Wang Shaishan said calmly. Of course, he would fight with Qin Wentian. However, there was a hint of arrogance in Yan Luotian's voice, but he was disdainful because he knew who he was and he knew who Qin Wentian was even better. "The Immortal Realm Judgment, you are still in the Immortal Stage realm, right? He has only been an Immortal King for a few years, how can you fight me?" Yan Luotian smiled. "Wang Shaishan, you really think highly of him, and you think highly of yourself too much? You think highly of yourself too much?" Wang Shaishan said indifferently. Compared with the sharpness at the beginning, Wang Shaishan seemed to have changed a little after experiencing several battles with Qin Wentian. Buzz! At this time, a soft sedan was seen flying towards this side, and Bei Ming Yaohuang was inside. She looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "How dare you appear in front of me? Yaohuang, I missed you very much after we parted at the Bei Ming Immortal Dynasty Palace." Qin Wentian smiled softly at Bei Ming Yaohuang, and a strong chill immediately emanated from Bei Ming Yaohuang. "You are so presumptuous." As he said that, the sedan was directly broken, and Bei Ming Yaohuang walked out of it, revealing a stunning and beautiful face, jade bones and ice skin, cold and unparalleled. "Emperor Yu, I am telling the truth. I can still remember what happened back then." Qin Wentian seemed to be nostalgic. "Shut up." Bei Ming Yuang was emitting cold air all over her body, and she did not allow Qin Wentian to talk about that beautiful thing. She looked at the bastard smile and wanted to attack him directly, but this guy said that he had an incarnation. If she killed him, he would spread rumors and slander herself. "Emperor Yu, such a shameless person should be killed directly." Pei Qing walked over and looked at Qin Wentian coldly. "Who is this guy? Why does it seem like he knows everyone, and he has offended so many enemies?" Someone looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. The eastern part of the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, the western part of the White Tiger Clan Immortal Kingdom, the central part of the Jiuhuang Immortal Kingdom, and the northern part of the Beiming Yaohuang Immortal Kingdom. Has he offended everyone from the top forces in the immortal realm? This man is Qin Wentian. He was very dazzling when the Xiandao Holy Academy was opened. He rose in just 100 years and has now become an immortal king. He is the son-in-law of the Changqing Emperor and a disciple of the Qianbian immortal sect, someone whispered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1408 The King of the Wilderness? 800 Years of Rise? But this guy is too bold. He even dared to tease the Princess Yaohuang of the beaming immortal dynasty. Now the Princess Yaohuang is the immortal emperor. Some people couldn't help but sigh. As people from the northern part of the immortal realm, they naturally heard more about the beaming Yaohuang. They didn't have a strong feeling about the Xianjiao in other regions, but they were familiar with the outstandingness of the beaming Yaohuang. That's the truth. Both of this guy's words were misleading, as if he and the Princess Yaohuang had a story. The Princess Yaohuang seemed very angry and stopped him from saying it. What's more interesting is that it was still in the palace of the beaming immortal dynasty. Many people couldn't figure it out. Although Qin Wentian was an immortal king, no matter how outstanding he was, how could he subdue the Princess Yaohuang in the palace of the beaming immortal dynasty? Qin Wentian ignored what they said. His eyes fell on Pei Qing, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Didn't you think it was embarrassing enough in the palace? You are talking nonsense here again. Now you must know who I am and my cultivation history. You know whether what I said was false. You show off your cultivation talent in front of me. Isn't it a slap in the face? You are fighting with Pei Qing again. This guy is simply a demon. Anyone dares to provoke him, including the immortal emperor." Many people were dumbfounded. Qin Wentian was too arrogant. It seemed that he had enemies in all parts of the immortal realm. Wasn't he afraid? What does it mean to be outstanding in cultivation for a while? There are countless Xianjiao in the immortal realm who cultivate very fast and rise like comets, but they are just a flash in the pan and fall like meteors. They are just a moment of glory. When you can stand at my level, you are qualified to stand in front of me. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? Pei Qing said proudly. Last time your junior challenged me, you vowed to apologize to me if you lost, but after the defeat, you walked away with this attitude. Now you put on this face again, which is disgusting. Do you think I want to see your face? Qin Wentian looked at Pei Qing coldly and said, "Why do you interfere in the affairs between me and Yaohuang? Yaohuang has never paid attention to you. You are so shameless. You." Pei Qing pointed at Qin Wentian with murderous intent in his eyes. "Don't point at me. You are at the level of immortal emperor, so I can't beat you. However, if you attack me, it is natural for me, the elder who is watching in the dark, to kill you," Qin Wentian said fearlessly, making everyone's eyes flash. Many of the people from the major forces who appeared here are at the level of immortal king. There are only a few immortal emperors, but so many powerful people have arrived. I guess there are many emperors in the dark watching all this. There are also people from Xianlan Xiangguo, people from the White Tiger clan, those who want to kill me and instigate me. Do whatever you want. If you are in the same realm, I will accept all the challenges. If you don't dare, just shut up." Qin Wentian swept his eyes over everyone, cold and strong, and glanced coldly at the strong men instigated by Xianlan Xiangguo and Sanluo Xiangguo, with unkind eyes. Anyway, they have already been offended, so he doesn't care about offending more severely. Anyone who wants to be his enemy, he will accept it. Whoever wants to fight, as long as they are in the same realm, come. As for the high realm, there are many people with higher realms than him, even as high as Pei Qing. Qin Wentian is not stupid enough to accept all the challenges. If so, he would be courting death. Arrogant. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian. This guy is really arrogant. It is said that he has not been a fairy king for a long time, but he dares to provoke all those who have prejudices against him. As long as they are in the same realm, he will accept the challenge. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the place became much quieter. All the people here were from the top forces. Qin Wentian had spoken, so they either had to come up and fight or shut up. If they didn't dare to fight but still kept their mouths shut, they would be asking for trouble. "Brother Qin, you are so elegant." A man walked out with a smile. Qin Wentian looked over there and saw a familiar figure. It was Zhang Ziyu, the opponent he met when he helped Nanhuang Yangxi win the position of the inheritance saint in the southern part of the fairyland. This person was mysterious, but very powerful. He was good at Buddhist techniques. His cultivation was higher than Qin Wentian's at the beginning. Later, he also entered the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy to practice and went to the island of 10,000 demons. Now, he has actually reached the realm of the Immortal King, which surprised Qin Wentian. It is very difficult to cross from the immortal platform to the Immortal King. Although Zhang Ziyu's realm was higher than his at the beginning, his cultivation speed was not slow. Zhang Ziyu was able to keep up, which can only be said to be extremely talented. The Zhang family in the south has many mysterious magical skills and even secret methods. Among the three ancient clans in the south, the Zhang family has always been the most mysterious and low-key. The Ying family is the most high-profile and has expanded the largest territory, but the Zhang family has never shown any signs of decline, because although there are not many geniuses in this family, each one is very powerful. Nanhuang Mingyu, who was standing next to him, sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, saying, Zhang Ziyu is from the same generation as you. The person next to him is named Zhang Ziyi, who is from the same generation as me and is very scary. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Zhang Ziyi next to Zhang Ziyu. This person was handsome and extraordinary, his body was extremely clean and spotless, his cultivation was very strong, and his realm was much higher than his. I haven't seen you for many days, Brother Zhang is still as radiant as ever. Qin Wentian smiled and pretended to be polite. When I first met Brother Qin, I knew that he would be outstanding and have a promising future. Now, as expected, he has risen in just a few decades and stepped into the realm of Immortal King. What I said to Brother Qin back then is still valid. If Brother Qin is willing to visit my Zhang family, I will definitely treat him as a distinguished guest. Zhang Ziyu said with a smile. If there's a chance, I will definitely go. He thought Zhang Ziyu had bad intentions at first, but since Zhang Ziyu didn't turn against him, he naturally wouldn't deliberately make an enemy. I am looking forward to it. Zhang Ziyu smiled. Zhang family children, when did you like to flatter others? A proud voice came out, and the person who spoke was wearing an emperor's robe and had a great reputation. It was the Ying family, one of the three ancient clans of the Nanhuang family. The Ying family had the largest territory and was the most powerful on the surface. The younger generation had some conflicts with Qin Wentian in the past, but at the level of Immortal King, it was unknown whether the Immortal King of the Ying family cared about that matter. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Zhang Ziyi glanced at the person who was speaking, and the person's expression suddenly turned cold. He stepped forward domineeringly and said to Zhang Ziyi, many people say that you are the best person of this generation of Zhuang's Immortal Kings. I have always wanted to learn from you. Anytime. Zhang Ziyi responded with only 2 words, and the aura of the Ying family's strong men was immediately filled, and they confronted each other. The judgment of the Immortal Realm. Many forces in the eastern part of the Immortal Realm joined forces, including you, Wang Shaishan, who were defeated by Qin Wentian, and lost a battle of the judgment of the Immortal Realm. There are also countless people in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy who were killed, and even the White Tiger clan was roasted alive and eaten white tiger meat. Under such circumstances, Qin Wentian came here, and you can still stand and watch the excitement. Even when the other party provoked you, no one dared to fight. It's really a big joke. A vague voice came out, and no one knew who said it. The other party was good at secret techniques and seemed to intend to provoke friction and fighting. Hide your head and show your tail. If you have something to say, just stand up and say it. A sharp voice came out. It was a powerful sword king from the Supreme Sword sect. He stood there, and seemed to have infinite sword power. Haha, the Supreme Sword sect should have lost a lot of people. Why, if you can't take revenge, why are you looking for me? Why should I come out? The voice came again, as if it came from all over the place. From the direction of the Supreme Sword sect, there was a young immortal king sitting on a sword. A strong sword intent emerged from his body and spread out. The sword energy could pounce fiercely at any time. It's easy to defeat him when you just entered the realm of Immortal King. What's the point? There are people in the Emperor realm watching secretly. Killing him will be stopped. Why do we have to fight? The young man sat on the sword and spoke indifferently. His cultivation was equivalent to Qin Wentian, a primary Immortal King, but he was already at the peak of this realm and could break through to the middle Immortal King at any time. This person had the Supreme Sword intent, which was extremely extraordinary, and his words were extremely confident. That's right. We came here to fight against the riots in the 10,000 mountains. Could it be possible that we would start a civil war among the emperors? A transcendent figure from the Tahoe immortal dynasty spoke up, wearing ancient costumes and looking like a king. This time, many outstanding immortal kings from all the major forces have come. Seeing the gathering of top figures from all over the immortal realm, many people were shocked. Killing him is too easy. I will eat him alive. A more domineering voice came out. Everyone looked over and saw a fairy king figure condensing wings and crossing in the air. Above him, stood a king figure, stepping on the fairy king and riding the fairy king. It can be seen that this white tiger tribe strongman is unparalleled and domineering. Mr. Qin, there are so many people who want to deal with you. A faint laugh came out. This time, the one who spoke was a beautiful woman, and it turned out to be the fairy of Jiutian. I heard a junior sister mention Mr. Qin before. I didn't expect that Mr. Qin would step into the realm of Fairy King. Congratulations. The fairy of Jiutian in the realm of Fairy King said with a smile. Thank you, fairy. Qin Wentian glanced at her, smiled and nodded, and inadvertently glanced at the person next to the fairy, a peerless beauty. Qin Wentian knew that too many forces came to the fairyland this time, and there were many top geniuses. Look at those monsters, they are rioting. At this time, there was a cry of surprise, and the monsters rioted together. Then, countless monsters actually prostrated themselves on the ground and knelt down, as if they were worshipping and welcoming their king. In the distance, waves of terrifying demonic power swept over, so powerful that it was unbelievable. That demonic aura was fatally about to overwhelm everything. The endless monsters on the mountains ahead, including the demon king among monsters, knelt on the ground. So what kind of existence would the person who is about to come be? Are the monsters from the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness really going to attack the fairyland? Many people put aside their grievances temporarily and looked over there. Waves of terrifying momentum rushed over, and the immortal thoughts of everyone spread out, but they were actually directly attacked and defeated by the extremely domineering immortal thoughts. Then, all the monsters whimpered in unison, prostrating themselves there, making whimpering sounds, welcoming their king. Chapter 1409, Savage Royal Family. All the strong men in the immortal realm looked over there. Their immortal thoughts vaguely saw a group of terrifying monsters approaching this side. Finally, the violent demonic energy swept over, revealing the aura of the king. The endless monsters in the mountains crawled down, extremely pious, to welcome their king. The king of the wilderness that came out was not on the form of a monster, but in the form of a human, and there was not just one camp. The royal family of the wilderness. A strong man whispered. In the void, a group of strong men stepped out. Without exception, they were all immortal emperors, especially the most immortal emperors in the north of the immortal realm. They had already arrived here and looked at the situation here. At this moment, they saw the royal family of the wilderness coming out, and they also appeared here. The royal family of the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness. Everyone was shocked. Like their immortal realm, the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness are ruled by some of the strongest races? Just like the top forces in their immortal realm. Those strong men who walked out of the wilderness, without exception, the weakest ones were all in the realm of Immortal King, called Demon King. They exuded an astonishing and terrifying aura, and each of them was an extraordinary person, just like the royal family of the White Tiger clan and the royal family of the Sky Pen clan in the western part of the immortal realm. The 100,000 mountains of the wilderness truly belonged to the world of demons. The demon beast races there were even inherited from ancient times. For countless years, no one knew how terrifying they were. The demon beasts of the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness once ravaged the immortal realm, causing great suffering to the people, and almost unified the immortal realm. Only when a shocking ancient emperor was born could the world be reversed. Now, there has been no major movement in the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness for too long. This riot shook the immortal realm and gathered here. Many people from the fairyland have come. One of the monsters spoke indifferently. His tone was extremely calm and he seemed extremely arrogant. Although this monster was filled with the terrifying aura of a demon king, it was also in human form. He was dark all over and wore a thick black and white robe. His body seemed empty, and only the robe was shaking. On his head, the horns of the elder were not hidden. The netherworld beast tribe. A northern emperor stared at the figure in front of him, who was hidden in a wide straw raincoat robe, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. The top forces in the north of the fairyland are more knowledgeable about the monsters in the wild 100,000 mountains. They have also read many ancient books about the 100,000 mountains and know a little about some of the ancient races. Monsters are different from humans. Humans may have a super powerful family because of the appearance of a brilliant person, but they may decline and perish because of the lack of powerful people. Some monsters are born to be kings. They are born with talents and are destined to be kings. They rely more on their innate talents. The Nether Beast, also known as the Beast of the Nether, is a very terrible ancient monster. They are extremely cruel and even like to eat people. Ancient books record that when wild monsters were wreaking havoc on the world, the Nether Beast was one of the most cruel monster races. You have some knowledge. The demonic warrior of the Netherworld Beast tribe smiled lightly and said, "You have occupied this area for a long time, and even entered the 100,000 mountains to hunt monsters as a test for you humans. We are too lazy to care, but now, you should get out and withdraw from Jiutian city. The humans who have not left should be regarded as tribute. You have hunted many monsters over the years, and the people of this city are a small price. The 100,000 mountains and the place where humans in the fairyland practice are governed by separate territories. They have not interfered with each other for countless years. Now that you have come out of the mountains, you want the people of my city." An immortal emperor of the 100 refining saint religion spoke indifferently. This person has a terrifying aura and a terrifying refining intention. You dare to refuse just the land of a city. Another demon clan warrior spoke. This person has a burly figure, and his eyes are glowing with a terrifying green light that makes people dare not look directly at him. His whole body is red, and between his breaths, two completely different auras of ice and fire permeate, making the world cold and hot, which is very scary. It is said that there is a Jiutian clan in the wild mountains. They control day and night, water and fire. You are the great demons of this Jiutian clan, right? Someone looked at the demon who was speaking and said, "Yes." The eyes of the strong men were shining with a terrible light. In the blink of an eye, the world changed. The whole world turned into night, but in just a moment, it turned into day. This kind of innate magical power is heart-shaking. This is the talent given to them by God, born with it. No need to talk so much nonsense, just get out of here. A female voice came out. The demon who was speaking was a very charming woman. It seemed that one would be bewitched and fallen if he looked at her. Nine-tailed demon fox. An immortal emperor spoke. They were all wild demons recorded in ancient books, and they all appeared here. That's the strong one from Kyoki, Teowu, and Teoti tribes. Someone turned his eyes. These notorious monster tribes actually gathered together, holding a young woman in white like the moon held by stars. The woman's skin was also white. She looked extremely weak, but such a weak person had a dazzling halo and was respected by the major evil monster tribes. Next to her stood a young man with unparalleled divine power, wearing armor, who was a member of the Qin monster tribe. Is this woman the holy beast in the legend of the wilderness, the mount of the monster god, Baize Great Monster? Baize Great Monster was the mount of the ancient monster god, a holy beast. Only when the demon god, the co-lord of the monster world, was born, would Baize Great Monster be born, willing to be his servant's mount, with thousands of changes, and even when it changed, no one could spy it. The immortal emperors of the immortal realms looked solemn, and the legendary wild royal families appeared one by one. They looked at those races, as if they wanted to recognize all these monster tribes. The evil god clan is said to be the descendant of the evil god of the demon world, and has the most evil power in the world. The sky-lifting clan is very similar to humans, with a thin and small body, but has the power of a demon god, can lift the sky, has infinite strength, and is good at using a divine bow and spear, which is super scary. The Demon Ape clan has infinite power and unparalleled defense. The Penguin clan has appeared. An immortal emperor saw a group of strong men behind him. They were covered with blood-red bright wings and had an unparalleled kingly aura. This is the Penguin clan, the descendants of the Dappan bird and the phoenix. It is said that the Xiangpeng clan and the Phoenix clan were irreconcilable and the battle was extremely tragic. However, by chance, a great demon of the Xiangpeng clan and a great Phoenix demon combined to give birth to the first Penghurong. This Penghurong was not tolerated by the two demon clans and fled to the wilderness, escaping death. However, later, he combined the talents of the two races, defeated the two races, and became the unique king. Later, the Penghurong unified the two demon tribes, allowing them to live together and combine for generations, thus giving birth to the later Penghorn tribe. A Xiangpeng tribe was left outside and disobeyed orders, which is now the Xiangpeng tribe of the fairyland. It is conceivable how terrifying the race that combines the Depin and the Phoenixes, the peerless royal family of the wild 100,000 mountains. Seeing the power of the great demon royal family that came out of the wild 100,000 mountains, the fairy emperors of the fairyland were shocked. What big thing is going to happen in the 100,000 mountains? Are they really going to invade the fairyland? There are also some demon tribes that have transformed into humans without obvious characteristics, but they are all super scary. The wild 100,000 mountains have endless demon tribes, and even gave birth to many fusion and mutant demon tribes like the Penghorn tribe, which are all very scary. The fairy kings and Xianjiao of the fairyland also showed a solemn meaning at this moment. The guys in front of them are all super scary, and they really make them feel the threat. Once, when the Heavenly Dao Holy Court was opened, there was a secret realm for cultivation in the demon world in one of the holy courts. There were all kinds of great demons hidden in it, and it was difficult to defeat them. In front of them were the real great demons of the peerless demon clan, who were notorious for their evil deeds. What do you want to do by destroying Xiancheng? An immortal emperor asked. You are talking too much nonsense. If you don't get out of here, the great demons of the wilderness will appear and invade the immortal realm. A young man in golden armor said coldly. Although he was in human form, his whole body was made of gold, emitting 1,000-foot golden light. On his golden body, there was a faint and terrifying sunlight that could sting people's eyes. He also had the golden wings of the sun behind him, which was simply terrifying. This person looked a bit like a golden ancient beast, and a bit like a sunbird golden crow beast, but in fact he was also a mutated demon beast. Although you all come from the wild mountains, it is ridiculous to think that you can enter the fairyland relying solely on yourselves. Pei Qing spoke coldly. As an immortal emperor, he was naturally qualified to speak. Although the royal families of these wild monsters were extremely powerful, there were only a few demon emperors, who were far inferior to them. Do you want the kings of my tribes to come in person? Another great demon smiled cruelly. If so, it will not be as simple as taking over Broken Sky City. The demon beasts in the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness are rioting and want to drive us out of Broken Sky City. What is the reason? A human martial artist sneered and said, could it be that something big happened in the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness that cannot be seen by the people of my fairyland? Humans are really difficult to deal with. The demons thought to themselves, revealing a strong demonic aura. The Baiza demon girl said, the demon god has descended to the world, and the 100,000 mountains are welcoming our lord. This has nothing to do with your fairyland. If you want to intervene, I can give you two choices. One is to start a war directly. My 100,000 mountains will attack the fairyland. The other is that you can select a group of fairy kings to fight us one-on-one. If you win, we will withdraw immediately. If you lose, you can withdraw from Broken Sky City. The great demons watched silently, their expressions were indifferent. Demonic energy swept the world. No matter which way they took, the human race in the fairyland would definitely lose, there was no doubt about that. Their demon race had developed in the wild 100,000 mountains for so many years, and now it had reached a peak time, ushering in a wild and prosperous era. The major wild royal families were powerful and boundless. How could these humans contend with them? The demon beasts they sent into the fairyland had already investigated the situation of the human race. Although it was also a great era, many geniuses emerged, but compared with their demon royal family in the wild 100,000 mountains, it was still far behind. P.S. It was the last day of this year, time passed so quickly, and I continued to work hard on typing. There was still a pillow-grabbing event today, and everyone could search for the WeChat public account to follow. Chapter 1410, The Horrifying Demon Tribe. The demons of the demon race are warlike and chaotic, which is actually not much different from humans. It is also a battle between the demon kings. These powerful demons who came out of the 100,000 wild mountains are able to unite so much this time to fight against their fairyland. It can be seen that a big event is really going to happen in the 100,000 wild mountains this time, and this is the temporary unification. Attacking the fairyland. Everyone looked unhappy. They didn't know much about the power of the 100,000 wild mountains, but no matter who is strong or weak, once the 100,000 mountains attack the fairyland will be in a miserable state, with all the lives lost and ravaged by monsters, especially the north of the fairyland, which will be the first to be hit by the strongest force. The ending will be terrible. Even if they win in the end, it will be a tragic victory. How to fight the Fairy King War. An immortal emperor figure in the fairyland said. This Bize female demon is extremely powerful and cannot be refused. If they have to choose, then they can only choose the Fairy King War. Many of the people from the immortal realm who came this time were peerless figures, the super powerful geniuses of the major top forces, and they were extraordinary. Even when facing the tyrannical barbarian royal family, they were still able to fight. It's up to you. You send out your people first, or we send out our people. We will fight until you don't want to fight anymore. Of course, it needs to be a battle of the same realm, and no magic weapons can be used during the battle. The voice of the Bize Banshee was ethereal. She was mysterious and powerful. She was a great demon in the realm of the immortal king. Her pure white body was full of demonic beauty and a bit of sacred aura. Bize was the mount of the demon god. Okay. The immortal emperors of the immortal realm could only agree. They took a look at the strong men from the major top forces of the immortal realm present. Nearly half of the top forces in the immortal realm gathered here. Many of them were top-level immortal king geniuses. They hoped to defeat these demons from the barbarian 10,000 mountains. Seeing that the immortal realm immortal emperor agreed, many of the great demons in the wilderness sneered in contempt. These humans in the immortal realm wanted to compete with these great demons in the wilderness who were born extraordinary. A great demon figure stepped out. It was the young demon king who was covered in gold, as if he was made of gold. He was burly, and golden light was sprinkled all over his body. There was a sun pattern on his body, and he had sun gold wings behind him, which were dazzling and arrogant. As for his cultivation, he was an intermediate demon king, which was equivalent to the realm of an intermediate immortal king. Is there a magic weapon battle platform? You humans like to study these little ways the most. The young man said contemptuously, and then a human immortal emperor in the immortal realm waved his hand, and suddenly a huge empty battle platform appeared between the wild demons and humans, and it instantly enlarged, as if it had become a space of its own. The space inside is very large, enough to support all battles below the emperor realm. The immortal emperor said, and the sun golden demon king stepped out and walked directly through the light curtain into it. He was not worried about the human cheating. His demon world royal family appeared here. If the people of the immortal realm dared to cheat, then he would flatten the immortal realm. Who'll come? A golden spear appeared in his hand, and the sun flame spewed out, which could melt everything. The spear pointed at the strong man of the immortal realm and spoke coldly. The eyes of the immortal kings in the immortal realm were sharp. They were all extraordinary people. Naturally, there was no need for the immortal emperor to name them. They would judge for themselves whether to fight. Soon, a powerful immortal king of the immortal realm stepped out. This immortal king also practiced the power of fire, and his whole body was bathed in fire. He had reached the peak of the middle-level immortal king. He stepped into the battle stage with terrifying power and flames all over his body. In an instant, he enveloped the opponent. A terrifying giant figure of fire appeared and blasted a big palm print towards the opponent. The rule domain of the human beings in the fairyland. The sun golden clan demon sneered, and suddenly he spewed out a terrifying golden flame. The golden flame seemed to be the fire of the sun, rushing out fiercely, melting everything, and melting the extremely powerful flame giant into golden fire, which then turned into his power. The expression of the human fairy king changed slightly, and then he saw the other party stepping out of the battle platform, with golden wings flashing and moving, and appeared directly in front of the human fairy king like a ray of sunlight, and the sun golden spear in his hand burst out, faster than lightning. The other party wanted to retreat, but the sun golden clan demon king's spear still stabbed out, and the strongest golden light bloomed, and then the whole space turned into golden power, and it was actually solidified, and the retreating figure of the human fairy king was blocked there. Puff. When the human fairy king's expression changed drastically, the sun gold spear flew out of his hand, carrying the monstrous sun flame and shooting out directly. With a loud bang, it broke through the defense and penetrated the opponent's heart, and then ignited the terrible sun fire, burning everything with the gold. The human fairy king showed a look of despair, and then his body turned into golden fire and melted away bit by bit. He screamed, but it was still too late. In just a moment, the body melted by the golden sun fire seemed to turn into liquid, constantly flowing down, and finally, it completely turned into flowing golden flames, and then condensed there. Unable to withstand a single blow, is this the power of the human fairy king? The strongman of the Sun Gold clan glanced in the direction of the human, then turned and left the battle stage, as if he didn't even bother to continue fighting. The expressions of the human martial artists in the immortal realm changed continuously. Although the immortal king who had gone to challenge him before was not the most outstanding immortal king, he was also an unusually powerful existence. A peak intermediate immortal king was actually destroyed in one blow. The strength of this Sun Gold clan strongman was too terrifying. The fire of the sun and the power of gold complement each other. He has the blood of the sunbird golden crow and the blood of the golden ancient demon. The sunbird is said to be able to melt everything in the world. The ultimate sunfire and the golden demon clan's super strong attack and defense, the combination of the two has created this extraordinary demon. Someone whispered. This fighting power was too violent and terrifying. The immortal king with the top fighting power in the immortal realm could not compete. Buzz! Another big monster from the monster tribe jumped into the battle arena. This monster was also in human form, thin and weak, with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, as ugly as an old monkey. However, a terrible light shot out from his eyes. He looked at the crowd and said, "Who wants to fight? Be careful, this monster is from the Jiutian tribe. Although he is ugly and thin like a monkey, he has infinite power. He can lift the sky and change his body. He is a descendant of the ancient times, and has been passed down for countless years. He is gifted. His magical power is to throw stones and shoot arrows. It is very powerful. Be careful." A northern region immortal emperor spoke. He was defeated in the first battle and was killed. This time, he must warn everyone not to be careless. Only those with strong fighting power can have the chance to win. Zizi. The Jiutian tribe monster showed its ugly teeth to the immortal emperor who was speaking, and his smile was extremely evil. Insulting him to be ugly? There will be a price to pay. I'll go. A self-important immortal king stepped out. He carried a big sword on his back, walked like a dragon and a tiger, and exuded an unparalleled edge. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, the sword intent swept across the world. From the feeling, if such a strong man took action, he could tear the ugly monster that was as thin as a monkey into pieces. It's a sword maniac. Many onlookers in Jiutian city had a flash of their eyes, revealing the color of their state of mind. The sword maniac entered the Dao with sword skills. He was an immortal king and was very famous in Jiutian city. His sword was very powerful. Swish, swish. In just a moment, the power of the tearing void sword swept out and enveloped the battlefield. The sword maniac's sword was unsheathed. It was an extremely simple and plain sword, but in the hands of the sword maniac, no matter how ordinary the sword was, it was the most powerful divine weapon. When this sword fell, the void seemed to be cut in two and shattered. The speed of this knife was like thunder and lightning, and it instantly landed in front of the thin figure of the Jiutian clan, and it seemed that it was about to cut the opponent in half. Bang! The battle stage seemed to tremble, and everyone saw that the thin monkey-like figure raised his hands and grabbed the knife directly. His skinny hands grabbed the sharp knife that the knife maniac chopped down. Infinite strength can lift the sky. The strong men thought of the previous introduction of the immortal emperor and trembled in their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. The knife was broken directly, and was directly broken by the thin arm. However, the knife maniac's face did not change. He swiped his palm, and suddenly thousands of knife intentions turned into shining big knives. He swiped his palm, and suddenly a stronger knife skill came out to kill. A terrible storm rolled up in that space. Even if the sky-lifting monster had fast hands, he could not catch such a knife. With a sound of hissing, the knife slashed down one after another. The body of the sky-lifting monster flickered continuously, and it was extremely agile. His hands blasted out like a phantom, shattering the knife, but there was still a knife light slashing on him, and blood streaked across the void. Good. Everyone looked at the knife maniac's control of the knife skill and praised it, but at this moment, only a dull roar was heard, and the thin figure suddenly became huge, like an ancient monster. His enlarged form became uglier, but at this moment, the fierce aura on his body was trembling. You're looking for death? The ugly Jiutian monster stretched out his hand and smashed a broken knife out. The speed was so fast that it was amazing. The expression of the knife maniac changed and he used the knife skills to protect his body. Bang! A terrifying shock sound came out, and the knife maniac's knife skills were directly interrupted. His knife broke and his body was violently knocked back. Bang! 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 The Jiutian monster stepped out continuously. The battle stage seemed to sound like thunder and made a dull sound. Every time he took a step, he would throw out the monster energy into a huge rock. When it fell, it was like a star hitting his body. The knife maniac was hit continuously and spit out blood. He no longer had any knife skills. His body also grew larger and turned into a giant, but the target became more obvious. He was hit directly on the head and his head was directly shattered and exploded. This, too brutal. The martial artists in the immortal realm showed grief and indignation upon seeing such brutal killings, with cold light in their eyes. However, the great demon Jiutian glanced at them without fear. There was a terrible murderous light in his ugly eyes. He said angrily, "Who else is coming up to die? P.S. The second update is here. There is a voting for the most popular author of the year on QQ Reading. Wuhan just saw it today, and the number of votes is so terrible. Brothers who have seen it, please support Wuhan. Thank you very much." Chapter 1411, Strong Killing. Although the Jiutian clan monster was brutal and made the immortal domain masters extremely angry, its strength was indeed extremely strong. Its power was simply shocking. It seemed that the rumors were true. If the Jiutian clan monster cultivated to the extreme, it could really lift the sky. This monster clan was born with supernatural power. It was the descendant of the ancient wild monster. It was ugly and ferocious. The infinite power gave them terrible throwing attacks. Throwing a stone was like smashing down a star. The powerful knife maniac's head was smashed by him. First there was the Sun Golden clan monster, and then there was the Jiutian monster. No wonder these monsters that came out of the wild 100,000 mountains were so confident. They firmly believed that the immortal domain would be defeated no matter what. Looking at the monsters of the ancient wild tribes, the immortal domain masters showed sharp eyes. Facing the continued challenge of the Jiutian clan monster, they were a little hesitant. Although it is a challenge, why do you have to be so brutal and kill directly? If so, if my fairyland wins, I will not show mercy either. An immortal emperor said coldly. The death of two immortal kings in a row, even if they knew the opponent was powerful, they could not help but feel angry. We in the wild demon world have always been so murderous, and we are also the same when we face challenges. People from your fairyland are so vulnerable. Sooner or later you will get out of the fairyland world and let my demon clan rule. A big demon said arrogantly. Since you say so, then we will not be polite. The immortal emperor looked indifferent, looking at the Xianjiao of the immortal realm, and said, "Everyone, you have seen the situation. Many of you are extraordinary immortal kings from various top forces. Now that the demon clan has spoken, you must stand up and fight because you are so despised. I suggest that all the major forces that have come here should send people to fight." That's right, there are many people from the top forces of the immortal realm here. It's time to take action. The immortal emperors of the northern territory spoke one after another, and everyone nodded. They were all watching before, even those top figures were observing the demon clan, which was really powerful. Not to mention those who didn't come out. Just say that the two great demons who had already fought were indeed the top Xianjiao combat power level. If the strong men of their super forces didn't step out, they would have no chance of winning. Fight or not, if you don't want to fight, get out of Duanshan City. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. We will deal with the people in the city ourselves. The great demon of the Jiutian clan said coldly, extremely presumptuous. Shut up. Bei Mingyu Wang shouted coldly, and the chill on his body emanated. These monsters from the wilderness were too violent, and they actually wanted to kill Duanshan City. Duanshan City was the barrier of their fairyland in the north, so how could they abandon it? Even if it was absolutely necessary, they had to protect the people of Duanshan City. The Jiutian clan monster looked up at Bei Mingyu Wang, grinned with his ugly face, and said, "What I like most about humans is that there are many beautiful women among them. Although this woman is very cold, she has delicate skin and smooth flesh. If she is my maid, it must be very happy and I can play with her to my heart's content." As he said that, he laughed very wantonly. "How dare you?" The immortal emperor of the beaming immortal dynasty scolded coldly, "The ugly monster is causing trouble. Who will kill this monster?" He. The great demon of the Jiutian clan laughed wantonly, and glanced at everyone again. "There are many beauties here, some with pure auras, and some with phoenix blood. After we enter the fairyland, they will all be my maids and I will play with them at will." The faces of many powerful people changed. The cold and unrestrained beaming Yaohong, many Yaote fairies, and the women of the Nanhurong clan, who have phoenix blood, naturally refer to them. The women of the Nanhurong clan do have extraordinary temperaments. They have phoenix blood and their faces are also very beautiful. Together with the women of the two major forces of the Yaote Immortal Palace, they form a very beautiful scenery. Saint Mingayu, I'll go kill him. A saint lady said. Nanhuang Mingayu frowned and said, these big monsters are very powerful. It's hard for you to deal with them. She felt that to deal with these big monsters, she needed to mobilize the top immortal kings of all the major forces. Otherwise, they would probably die. The power of the Jiutian demon clan was simply invincible divine power. This was a talent, born with him. A beast of the first level immortal king dared to be so presumptuous. Did someone clamor to allow people from all the major forces to challenge them before? Now that the Nanhuang clan has been humiliated, why don't you stand up and fight? A strong man from the Xianlan immortal country said sarcastically, with a hint of meaning. The big monster of the Jiutian clan was at the peak of the first level immortal king. In terms of realm, it was equivalent to Qin Wentian, so he could fight. Qin Wentian glanced over there and heard a sword cultivator from the Supreme Sword sect say coldly, that's right, you were so arrogant before, and now the demon clan is so provocative, are you still hiding and not taking action? I wanted to leave the opportunity to you geniuses, since no one is willing to fight, then I will take action. Qin Wentian walked out and said indifferently, as for those trash who only dare to instigate others and dare not fight, don't embarrass yourself by speaking. If you want to fight, fight by yourself. If you don't step forward to fight at this time and are still provoking others, the Xianlan Fairyland and the Supreme Sword sect will lose face for the Fairyland. While speaking, he walked towards the battle stage in front. There was a strong sense of sarcasm in his words, which made the people of the two major forces look extremely indifferent, but when they thought that they could kill Qin Wentian with the help of the savage demon clan, they were relieved. In short, they hoped that Qin Wentian would die. This great demon of the Jiutian clan was extremely tyrannical and would kill anyone he attacked. If he killed Qin Wentian, it would be the best thing. They would not have to bear any risk of revenge, and they could also provoke conflicts between the demon world and the forces behind Qin Wentian. Emperor Yu, this demon is rude and humiliating you. How can I tolerate it? I will kill it for you. Qin Wentian did not forget to speak to the beaming Yaohuang in the void. This woman was a famous immortal emperor, very powerful, and had some connection with him. The old pervert was considered their common half-master. He did not want to be remembered by the beaming Yaohuang, so he joked and teased her, which was also considered to bring him closer to the beaming Yaohuang. This bastard. The beaming Yaohuang looked at Qin Wentian with a cold face. He actually said such words in public, which made them seem to have an extraordinary relationship. Sure enough, at this moment, many people's eyes fell on the beaming Yaohuang, which made her grit her teeth secretly. How could this guy be so shameless? You Wang, you don't need to get excited. What kind of relationship do we have? I will do my best for you. Qin Wentian said as he stepped into the battle arena, staring at the Jiutian clan monster and said coldly, ugly monster, you humiliated Yu Wang, you should be killed. The Jiutian clan monster grinned, stared at Qin Wentian coldly, and said coldly, another one came to die. He hated people saying that he was ugly, so he was very angry at the moment. The Jiutian clan monster grabbed with his palm, and suddenly the terrible demonic energy raged and condensed into a huge rock. He raised his hand and smashed it towards Qin Wentian. The sky and the earth roared, and the huge rock made a terrible rumbling sound when it flew out, crushing everything. It gave people the feeling that even a mid-level immortal king would be smashed to death if hit. Before, the knife maniac had his head smashed directly. The terrible divine aura flowed on Qin Wentian's body. He raised his hand and punched forward fiercely. With a loud bang, the huge rock exploded and shattered. However, the Jiutian clan's strongman did not stop. He smashed out huge rocks continuously. Each rock fell from the sky like a star. His body became huge, so Qin Wentian looked particularly small. Covered by the star-like rocks, the entire space was about to shatter. Qin Wentian seemed powerless and would definitely be smashed to death. What a great power! Qin Wentian's heart trembled. The Jiutian clan was a remnant of the ancient times. It was a race that had been passed down. The innate talent was too strong. He released the domain of rules, and thousands of palm prints were blasted out crazily. The world changed, and those palm prints collided with those stars and boulders, as if to shatter the void and break everything. Boom! Seeing this scene, the strong man of the Jiutian clan stepped forward, and a terrible bow and arrow appeared in his hand, and he threw them directly forward. His bow and arrow did not shoot, but threw directly, but it was faster and more fierce than the shot arrows, and wanted to nail Qin Wentian to the ground alive. "The ugly monster is making trouble," Qin Wentian shouted, and the power of the hand of God surged out from his body, with infinite power, and the terrible demonic power rolled endlessly, turning into a series of judgment lightning, blasting everything. Those thrown arrows were hit and shattered before they got close. Boom! Qin Wentian's body also became huge, equal to the opponent. He stepped out with overwhelming power. So what if they are the descendants of the ancient times? Suppress them as well. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He agreed to take action because he was indeed angered by this wild monster. Although he did not know the two immortal kings, their brutal killing aroused his anger. In addition, the other party humiliated the women of the immortal realm and threatened to massacre them. He originally planned to teach these monsters a severe lesson. The hand of God urged the terrifying palm print of the great demon of destruction to blast out and crush all existence. The rule field transformed into endless palm prints and struck out in front. The strong men of the Jiutian demon clan roared and shattered everything. All the palm prints that approached were shattered under his attack, but at this time, a huge and boundless palm print of the demon of destruction came with endless rune light, crushing everything. The power it urged was earth-shattering. He roared and blasted towards the palm print with both hands at the same time. With his divine power, there was nothing he dared not take. Bang! The palm print fell down, and the violent power was raging. The body of the Jiutian clan's strongman trembled violently, and his body stopped in place. Then he groaned, spit out blood, his legs became weak, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. The destructive demon power rushed into his body and raged wildly. Qin Wentian couldn't let go of this opportunity. Another big palm print came down, domineering and unparalleled, crushing everything. The Jiutian big demon showed despair and roared unwillingly. Then there was a loud bang, and his huge body was directly crushed and shattered, exploding in the void. The domineering Jiutian clan big demon was actually killed by a human martial artist with extremely domineering means, which was shocking. P.S. The third update, the last extra update in 2016, haha. Thank you brothers for accompanying Wuhan through 2016. This year, the God-King has achieved brilliant results. All of this is given by brothers and sisters. In the new year, keep working hard. Chapter 1412, Great Movement in the Wilderness. Qin Wentian's body returned to normal, his aura dissipated, and the violent airflow gradually faded. Good kill. The immortal realm martial artist praised. Previously, 2 immortal kings in a row were brutally killed in the immortal realm. Now Qin Wentian's strength finally vented his anger, saved a defeat, and suppressed the arrogance of the wild monster. On the other side, those wild monsters looked cold and stared at Qin Wentian coldly, especially the big monsters of the Jiutian clan, whose ugly eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. There are many powerful people coming from the fairyland. Don't think you can suppress them. If you kill them with brutal means, we will retaliate against them. Qin Wentian glanced at the big monsters, causing one of the big monsters to sneer and said, "Interesting, a mere human dares to be so arrogant in front of us, the wild monsters. Who'll kill him?" A big monster said indifferently, but Qin Wentian just snorted coldly and continued, "If you are stubborn, I will come up again." As he said that, he walked towards the bottom of the battle stage. This battle was not a fight between him alone, but a battle between the top forces in the fairyland and the wild monsters. He could sweep through the realm of the initial stage of the Fairy King, but if he was the only one who could withstand the pressure and kill these big monsters, then he would be looking for death. These big monsters dared to claim to sweep the fairyland, so you can imagine how terrible they are. The people of Xianlan Fairyland and Supreme Sword Sect encouraged him to fight, naturally hoping that he would die in the battle. Even if he didn't die in the battle and killed the opponent, he would still offend those big monsters. If he continued to fight alone, and the people of other fairyland forces did not take action, all the big monsters would be offended by him alone. That would be purely in line with the wishes of the enemies such as Xianlan Fairyland and Supreme Sword Sect, which is no different from seeking death. Qin Wentian fully believed that when many big monsters wanted to kill him, those people would not only stand by and watch, but might even stab him in the back. Only by letting everyone deal with the wild monsters together is the right way. Brother Qin is so powerful. Why don't you fight a few more battles to kill the prestige of those wild monsters and fight for the glory of my fairyland? Sure enough, as soon as Qin Wentian stepped out of the battle stage, he heard the Fairy King of Xianlan Fairyland speak. "Yes, Brother Qin, Don't you want to contribute more to the fairyland? A strong man from the Supreme Sword Sect echoed. Qin Wentian glanced at the person who spoke and looked coldly at him, and said, "It would have been fine if you hadn't instigated me to take action before, but now that I have won a battle, you are still talking to me like this. Do you want me to deal with the wild monsters by myself? What use is there for you in the fairyland? Otherwise, how about you, Xianlin Fairyland and the Supreme Sword Sect, get out and announce their dissolution, and join the Qianbian Fairy Sect? It's fine if you don't want to fight, but why do you have to speak so harshly, Brother Qin?" Someone said sarcastically. "Doesn't this seem to be someone else's business?" Just then someone couldn't bear to listen anymore. The person who spoke was the stunning beauty from Yaote Fairy Palace. She glanced at the Xianlin Fairy Kingdom and the Supreme Sword Sect and said, "The savage demon tribe is threatening here, but you don't want to fight back but keep instigating others to fight. Has the top power in the eastern part of the fairyland fallen to such a miserable state? The people of the Xianlin Fairy Kingdom and the Supreme Sword Sect are really cowardly." Someone else made a sarcastic remark, disliking the people of these two major forces. Qin Wentian had vented his anger for the fairyland, but the people of these two major forces were thinking about infighting, and they wished that Qin Wentian would die in battle. They had wolfish ambitions. "All right." An immortal emperor from the Balian holy religion said, "Don't let the wild monster clan laugh at you. It's agreed that all the top forces will send people to fight. Since Qin Wentian has already gone to fight, let's set an example from the major forces in the eastern part of the immortal realm. Who will go to fight next?" Many people stared at the Supreme Sword Sect and the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom. The people from these two major forces stared at each other, and some snorted coldly. But at this time, a figure walked out from the crowd of the Supreme Sword Sect. This person's cultivation is terrible, at the peak of the middle-level Immortal King. He was wearing a simple sword-shaped robe, and his eyebrows were like swords. People's cultivation will change their temperament. His whole temperament is like a sword, and it is an indestructible sword. When he stepped out, although there was no breath, it still made people feel a strong sharpness. Many people from the Supreme Sword Sect who looked at him showed a touch of respect, which made this person extraordinary. This time, people from all regions of the fairyland have gathered together, and they are facing the powerful wild monster tribe. Perhaps, some of the top figures from the major forces will appear in front of the world. Nan Huang Mingayu said in a low voice. Qin Wentian had already walked back here. He nodded when he heard Nan Huang Mingayu's words. Only the most famous fairy emperors can be famous all over the world. Even the fame of fairy kings is limited to a corner. After all, the fairyland is too big, and all the major forces must have very outstanding people. This time, they may all be seen. This person is a peerless figure at the fairy king level of the Supreme Sword Sect. His name is Shangwen Jianai. He once practiced in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Nan Huang Mingayu said again. Qin Wentian nodded. Nan Huang Mingayu may have practiced in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy at that time, so he knew some of the top geniuses at the Fairy King level. Shangwen Jianai of the Supreme Sword Sect walked onto the battle stage, his eyes slightly closed, and he was extremely quiet. At this moment, the world seemed to be silent. This scene made people feel the horror of this person. The eyes of the Monster Clan strongmen flickered. This time they waited for the people from the fairyland to come out first, just to observe and select Monster Clan strongmen to kill. This Shangwen Jianai made them feel threatened. Bang! A Teodi stepped out. He was extremely ferocious and exuded a terrible temperament. He was a very famous beast in the wilderness. Although he turned into a human form, his eyes were very low. If he turned into a monster, his eyes would be under his armpits. The Teodi let out a low roar, and his eyes were filled with a terrible cold light. However, Shangwen Jianai still closed his eyes, as if he had always been like this, standing there, as if he was the only one in the world. Bang! Teodi stepped on the ground with both feet. Feeling the threat, he turned into his original form. Suddenly, a huge and boundless wild beast appeared in front of the crowd. It was extremely terrifying, and the eyes behind his armpits were even more terrifying. Bang! There was another loud noise. The Teodi trampled on the battlefield and moved forward, as if observing Shangwen Jianai. At this moment, endless sword power suddenly enveloped the entire space. There was only sword power and sword intent, ethereal and invisible. It was unknown when this sword was born and how powerful it would be. Shangwen Jianai was not his original name, but was named later. Jianai Jianai, he killed people with just one sword. Swish, swish, swish. The sword intent swept over, and Shangwen Jianai still did not have a very strong aura, but the Teodi roared, feeling a very strong threat. He began to become irritable, rushing forward and killing Shangwen Jianai. Roar. A sharp and terrifying roar could pierce a person's eardrums and shatter a person's internal organs, but Shangwen Jianai seemed not to feel it, and still stood there. His body was shaken by the Teodi trampling on the battlefield and the terrifying sharp roar. Swish. A sharp whistling sound was heard more powerfully, and the myriad sword intentions suddenly took shape, transforming into endless soft swords, whistling and galloping around Teodi, but still did not launch an attack, but gathered more and more terrifyingly, almost gathering into a terrifying sword-shaped world, trying to draw Teodi in. Teodi roared and attacked, but those sword intentions seemed to be nothingness, and his attacks could not reach them. The endless sword intentions just moved with him, gathering stronger and stronger, and finally reached a peak, turning into a sword prison, completely covering and submerging Teodi's body. Roar. Teodi let out a terrifying roar. He did not continue to attack Shangwen Jianai, but turned and fled. But at this time, Shangwen Jianai moved, and a dazzling sword light burst out from his body. He slashed with a sword, commanding thousands of sword intentions. In an instant, the sword prison with the supreme sword power rolled towards the body of Teodi. In just an instant, blood splashed out. Screaming, the huge body of Teodi was gradually eaten away by the sword prison, and soon, it completely disappeared. On the battlefield, the sword intention was still making a sharp whistling sound, and then slowly disappeared. The eyes of the strong men in the fairyland flashed, such a strong fighting power. It seems that the top forces in the fairyland have begun to get serious and dispatched the most outstanding geniuses. The demon clan masters looked ugly, and were suppressed by humans. Now, it was 2 wins and 2 losses, and they did not gain an advantage. Who'll go to fight? The demon emperor said calmly, and a figure from the evil god clan walked out. He looked like the strongest evil king, stepped into the battle stage, and waited for the strong men from the fairyland to die. This time, Xianlan fairyland had a fairy king of the same realm to fight. The strong man of the evil god clan was good at the most evil power, destruction, poisoning, corrosion, confusion, and control. He was from the evil god clan, and the more evil the power, the more they practiced. Although the fairy king of Xianlan fairyland was powerful, he still died tragically at the hands of the opponent and was swallowed and digested by the strong man of the evil god clan. On the human side, the top forces and peerless figures went to fight one after another. The wild monsters sent out terrifying monsters, and they all won and lost. Those wild monsters were extremely terrifying. Any monster that walked out had amazing talents unique to the demon clan. They were the wild sacred beasts and the kings of the wilderness. However, some amazing and extraordinary figures emerged on the human side. Shangwen Jianai of the Supreme Sword Sect was extremely powerful. The Shooting Sun Fairyland had a super powerful fairy king whose arrows killed people and killed their souls. The Senluo Fairyland had a terrifying fairy king who created the rule field Senluo Hell, which was extremely powerful. However, even so, the demon clan still had the advantage in the battle, but it was not easy to completely crush these top forces in the fairyland together. That's enough. You have more defeats than wins. Should you withdraw from Duanshan City? The female demon emperor said coldly. The fairyland North Fairy Emperor responded, the battle is far from over. The most outstanding figures in my fairyland before can continue to fight. Do you think they can compete with the strongest figures of our demon clan? The super strong man of the Yipping Phoenix clan said coldly. How can you know if you don't try? The fairyland emperor responded. He felt that these demon clan people were eager to expel them from Duanshan City, and there must be something big going on. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body trembled slightly. He felt the call of the little bastard again. Almost at the same time, the expression of the Baiza demon queen also changed. She said, if you don't withdraw from Duanshan City, I, the great wilderness demon, will attack. As soon as she finished speaking, the endless monsters behind her roared in unison, and the world trembled. At this moment, somewhere in the wilderness 100,000 mountains, the world suddenly changed, the earth cracked, and a strong demonic energy rushed into the sky and spread towards the distance. Around this world, there were more demons than outside, including those powerful demon beast races, and even stronger wild demon races gathered here. If the people of the immortal realm saw it, they would be shocked. P.S. On the first day of the new year, I ask for next month's votes to make a good start. I wish my brothers and sisters a happy new year. Chapter 1413 Demon God Mountain. Somewhere deep in the wilderness of the 10,000 mountains, the sky and the earth cracked, and there seemed to be a wild breath from ancient times, which was so powerful that it was unbelievable. The eyes of the endless great monsters around were sharp and boundless, and their bodies were trembling. There were endless low-level monsters even crawling on the ground, their bodies trembling constantly, with deep awe and a hint of fear in their eyes, as if a great horror scene was about to appear. The cracks torn apart the sky and the earth became more and more terrifying. The sky cracked, and the earth was also torn apart. Cracks extended out and continued to open up. In front, in the depths of the void cracks, a light appeared faintly, a light from ancient times. This light gradually became brighter, and as the light became brighter, the great horror power between the world became more and more terrifying. At this time, many big monsters of the ancient clan gathered together, all in their original form. One of the big monsters had 9 heads, each with a pair of terrifying eyes, staring forward. Those heads looked like divine mastiffs, extremely ferocious, and exuding an extremely domineering aura. His body was faintly glowing with a terrifying golden light, and the terrifying aura was released. No monsters around dared to show emotion, except for a snow-white little monster on his shoulder, who seemed very contented, opening his curious eyes, looking at everything happening in front of him, and calling someone at the same time. Next to this little guy, there was also a fiery red vermilion bird. Because the big monster that wrapped the little guy was too huge, like an ancient mountain, the little guy and the vermilion bird looked even smaller, like a tiny thing, inconspicuous, and there was a chance that they would be directly ignored. Such a combination was really a bit strange. Senior, is there really a demon god mountain? The little guy's slightly childish voice sounded, asking this huge existence. Of course there are. The Baizek clan is good at prophecy. They are infinitely changeable and can know the secrets of heaven. The chief of the Baizek clan has predicted that there will be great changes in the wilderness. The demon god mountain will appear, and the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness will riot. Many super terrifying peerless monsters will be born, and the strength of the entire 100,000 mountains in the wilderness will be raised to a higher level. The big monster said. The little bastard blinked his eyes and said, "This is the demon god mountain. It's so shocking. Is there any big treasure? If humans come, can they get it? Who are you thinking about? The demon god mountain is my sacred mountain in the wilderness. It rarely appears in countless years. Once it appears, it means that the world will change greatly and something big will happen. The wilderness is going to be turbulent. What's the use of humans coming to my sacred mountain of the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness? It's just a hindrance and destroys our sacred mountain. Therefore, I hope those guys outside can temporarily drive humans out of Jiutian city. Those humans are cunning, and there are many powerful strong men. It's not easy to drive them away." The little guy said with a twinkle in his eyes. "HMPH, you are right. Humans are indeed cunning and greedy. They will definitely covet my savage holy mountain. It is not easy to drive them away, but it is just to try. Even if they really come, what's the harm? Let them all be buried in my savage land, never come back, and then sweep the fairyland and invade the human world. The demon world and humans will coexist, and the entire fairyland will become my savage land." The big demon's voice was extremely domineering, and his strength was also extremely strong. "Really? If there are humans with very powerful demon beast bloodlines, will this demon god mountain be useful?" The little guy muttered, and he didn't seem to care about how powerful the savage demon clan was. His mind was completely not there. Whether the savage clan was strong or not, it didn't matter to him. He was thinking about what he could get at the moment, but following the senior here should be right. Who made the senior say that he and he were of the same race, and they were a race that was about to become extinct in the fairyland? There was no way. The ancient races were rare. What are you thinking about, little guy? You don't need to care about human affairs. Just find a way to get more benefits this time. The monster god mountain is rare. Every time it appears, a monster godlike figure may be born. This will be an opportunity for the wilderness to rise. You have the highest bloodline. If you become a monster god in the future, you must go to other worlds to find my people and revive my people. The voice of the big monster sounded a little old, which showed that the big monster should be very old. Oh. The little bastard responded, but still seemed a little absent-minded. In front of him, a stronger and stronger light appeared. In the space of the creation of the world, it seemed that a mountain appeared from nothingness. Is that the monster god mountain? The little guy murmured. Well, the Baiza clan's prophecy is correct. The sacred mountain has appeared. The sacred mountain has descended from the sky. Our savage sacred mountain has appeared. The demon clan's great era is coming. From now on, the savage will dominate. Roar, roar, roar. Endless demon beasts came towards this side, roaring. Looking at the sacred mountain that was created, they knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves. This is the legend of their savage demon god. It is a sacred mountain and a holy place. It will only appear once in countless years. Now, it has appeared. However, this sacred mountain seems to have not yet completed its formation. It is still changing, mysterious and unpredictable, revealing an ancient mysterious atmosphere. This sacred mountain extends into the void space. It is unknown how far away it is. It seems to be deep and boundless. It seems to be close at hand, but they all understand that the sacred mountain is unfathomable. When the big commotion happened here, the demon god mountain appeared, and the whole savage land was shaken. The cracks that were open up stretched out crazily and spread to the whole savage land, like a spider web, spreading endlessly. At the border of the wilderness 100,000 mountains and the immortal realm, outside the broken sky city, the demons and humans fighting here were also shaken. They all felt the terrible shock from the depths of the wilderness mountains. Although there were endless demons blocking the sky and the sun, they still felt the trembling of the wilderness and felt the terrible changes happening inside. The faces of many immortal realm strongmen changed, especially those immortal emperors. They all looked very solemn, and those demons could not hold back. They cursed those tribesmen in their hearts. In fact, those who came here were not the absolute core of each tribe, but were sent here to complete the mission. The real strongest royal family of each demon tribe stretched out in the mountains, waiting for the holy land of Demon God Mountain to appear. Now, the wilderness is shaking, even this marginal land can feel it. They know what is going to happen, so they have no intention of staying here, and their hearts have already flown to the depths of the wilderness. What happened in the savage mountains? Some immortal emperors looked extremely sharp, finally realizing that things might be bigger than they thought. The demons' eyes flickered, and they seemed a little uneasy, and they had no intention of fighting. They vaguely realized that these extremely powerful demons they saw might just be sent to hold back their forces. If they could scare them and drive them out of Jiutian city, it would be great. What does this have to do with your immortal domain? What happened in my savage mountains is not your turn to ask about it. The battle is not over yet. If you really don't withdraw from Jiutian city, my savage demon clan army will really march into the immortal domain human world. Baiza female demon emperor spoke indifferently. She seemed to be the only person who could still remain calm. The other demons seemed a little excited and wanted to leave. Legend has it that the demon god mountain has appeared in the world, and the savage mountains have ushered in a new era. The various tribes in the demon world have ushered in an opportunity, and there may even be a demon god born to rule the savage mountains. Boom. I saw several rays of light shooting out, and they actually ignored the powerful demons and rushed into the wild mountains. Those figures were so fast that it was unbelievable. They were all immortal emperors who had been hiding in the dark. They could not remain calm and had to go to see what was going on. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, flashing with the light of his true self. He looked at the big demons opposite him and felt that they had no intention of fighting and wanted to leave. In addition, the little bastard was still calling him, so he certainly knew that something amazing was happening in the wild. The wild is about to change drastically. What's the point of you still stopping us here? The truly powerful immortal emperors have already rushed into the wild world, and you can't stop them. It doesn't matter to us human martial artists, but if you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you will never have a chance to rise again, and will be trampled under the feet of other demons. Qin Wentian felt the emotions of these demons and started to provoke them. Although they knew Qin Wentian's intentions, these big demons still had violent mood swings. Are you willing to be suppressed all the time, sent here to suppress the humans in my fairyland, while the monsters who ordered you to come here just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor? Qin Wentian said tentatively. Sure enough, the monsters' expressions changed again, and they seemed a little unwilling. How proud these monsters were. Although they could go back after completing their mission, these humans were difficult to deal with now, and they couldn't wait to see the legendary place. Biza, female monster queen, glanced at the monsters and sighed secretly in her heart. It seemed that everything was heading in the direction of prophecy. She sighed and said, "Retreat." As soon as she finished speaking, many monsters went back frantically, like lightning, as if they were escaping from life and death. It was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. The wings of the Penguin clan spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and disappeared without a trace in a flash of wings. "These monsters are so anxious, what happened?" someone exclaimed. "Let's go and have a look." The figures of the strong men flashed and stepped into the wilderness. As they walked forward, they saw a very far place. There was a sacred mountain standing on the sky. The light of this sacred mountain was covering the entire wilderness and spreading its brilliance. "Those demon gods stopped us, but they just wanted to delay us, the strong men of the fairyland, and prevent us from coming to the wilderness to destroy everything that is happening." Everyone trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. As they walked forward, they disliked Jingtao in their hearts. Demon God Mountain, the #1 legend of the Demon God Mountain in the wilderness. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, the wilderness is about to usher in a new era. My fairyland is miserable. P.S. I was delayed for an hour to get a pillow to answer the questions today, so the update will be late. Sorry brothers." Thank you Brother Mufang for the generous reward, and thank you all the brothers for your reward support. Chapter 1414, Wilderness Changes. Ordinary people in the fairyland may not know about the Monster God Mountain, but the fairy emperors in the fairyland, especially the emperors in the north of the fairyland, know some of the legends of the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness, especially the legend of the Monster God Mountain, which ranks first among them. According to ancient books, in the endless history of Qin fairyland, the humans and monsters in the fairyland have collided many times. There are extremely powerful figures who have unified Qin fairyland and even ruled the wilderness. Of course, there are also people who have no interest in the wilderness world. In those times, there were fairyland figures and martial artists who rushed into the wilderness to find various monster pets as mounts, and they were very majestic. In other times, there were amazing monsters in the wilderness, who killed humans and rushed into humans to wreak havoc. In the end, the two sides formed a kind of balance. With the territory as the boundary, the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness seemed to be separated from the world of humans in the fairyland. This history is even earlier than the 10,000 Demons Island. But if we trace back the history from ancient books, we can see many legends about the wilderness, and among these legends, the legend of the Demon God Mountain is ranked first and the most mythical legend of the wilderness monsters. According to history, every time the Demon God Mountain appears, the wilderness monsters in the 100,000 mountains will usher in a new era. The wilderness monsters will transform, various powerful tribes will appear, more wilderness royal families will be born, and even extremely powerful demon gods may appear, unifying the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness. If the wilderness covets the fairyland, then it will be a disaster for the fairyland. Once the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness usher in a great era, it is unquestionable that the territory of the human beings in the fairyland will enter, but it is unknown to what extent it will be ruined. My fairyland Xiandao Holy Academy has only appeared for 100 years, and the wilderness Demon God Mountain has appeared. The fairyland will really have a big event in the future. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a disaster, and in which direction it will eventually develop. An immortal emperor said with emotion. That's right, the great era is coming, and the future of the fairyland is destined to be turbulent. Let's go and take a look at the Demon God Mountain. These wild monsters are now rushing towards the Demon God Mountain frantically, and no one is trying to stop us. They came here before because they probably knew that the Demon God Mountain would come, and they were afraid that it would be destroyed by people from our fairyland. Well, the wild monsters respect the Demon God Mountain as they respect gods, and they are extremely pious. The appearance of the Demon God Mountain is a sacred ritual for them, and no one is allowed to interrupt it. Naturally, we people from the fairyland will not set foot there. If we had rushed into the wilderness before, I'm afraid those top monsters of the demon clan would really start a war directly. No wonder there were only a few demon emperors among these people before. It turns out that they were all waiting for the Demon God Mountain to appear. Many voices were heard, and then one figure after another stepped out and walked towards the 10,000 mountains in the wilderness. Brother Qin, let's go in and take a look. Monster God Mountain is the most legendary of the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness. It is the mountain of 10,000 monsters. Nan Hoang Mengai whispered to Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian nodded. No wonder the little bastard summoned him before. The little guy was very smart. He was fed with his own blood since he was a child. Naturally, he knew that he had a strong monster blood in his body. Therefore, he was summoned, hoping that he could also benefit. Those endless monsters that spanned the mountains disappeared. When Monster God Mountain appeared, they all had to go on a pilgrimage. The monsters with spiritual intelligence naturally knew the significance of Monster God Mountain. Although they were only monsters of low-level bloodlines now, Monster God Mountain could transform monsters. This was a rare opportunity. Although the chance was slim, they still had a chance to achieve a counterattack. The light became brighter and brighter, spreading all over the world. The God Mountain that stood out from the 100,000 mountains in the wilderness was so sacred, like a God Mountain from outer space, so deep and profound. Countless powerful demons followed the ancient road of the God Mountain that shone with a golden light, and walked into the God Mountain step by step, pious and excited. The God Mountain was worthy of being a legend. It actually opened up a space in the wilderness, and many ancient roads led to it. Many human martial artists flash all the way, as fast as lightning. One by one, the powerful immortal emperors came first, saw the shining light, and saw endless monsters rushing towards this side like a tide, and then rushed into the Demon God Mountain, stepped into it, and then headed towards all directions of the Demon God Mountain. This God Mountain seemed to be able to accommodate endless wild monsters. Human, are you trying to enter my savage God Mountain and go in to die? A demon emperor glanced at the human immortal emperor who descended from the void and spoke coldly, but he did not intend to stop anything. He stepped directly into the sacred mountain. Many immortal emperors hesitated. Although this Demon God Mountain was the first legend of the wilderness, it was a holy place in the wilderness world after all. They didn't know what they would encounter if they stepped into it. Is there any record in ancient books that human martial artists have entered the Demon God Mountain? Someone looked at an immortal emperor of the beaming immortal dynasty. The immortal emperor stood in the void, his robe fluttering, and whispered, "Yes, but there are very few records." From those records, it can be seen that if there is a chance, humans can also get opportunities in the sacred mountain, but it is impossible to compare with the benefits that the demons in the wilderness can get. No wonder they also stopped us and let us go in. An immortal emperor said. However, since we are here, we must go in and see the secrets of the savage divine mountain anyway. Someone sighed. They have reached the realm of the immortal emperor. Now, every step forward is as difficult as ascending to heaven. They often go to some secret places in the immortal domain to explore. Now, the first legendary place in the savage divine mountain appears in front of them. How could they miss it? Haha, it should be so. I saw the immortal emperors step out one by one and step into the divine mountain without hesitation. Qin Wentian and his companions also came to this space. Many martial artists from the immortal domain were powerful immortal kings from various powerful forces. They looked at the divine mountain in front of them with sharp eyes. The connection between the little bastard and me has disappeared. He should have stepped into the divine mountain. Qin Wentian thought to himself. Then, I saw a group of figures rushing directly into the divine mountain. They were the most outstanding immortal kings. The more powerful the characters were, the more they hoped to gain experience and see a wider world. Of course, there were also those big monsters in the western part of the immortal domain, the people of the Xianpeng clan and the White Tiger clan. They were also extremely eager for the monster divine mountain. Let's go, Qin Wentian said. He, Chanking Longhao and the people of the Fighting Saint clan took steps at the same time and walked towards the sacred mountain. Looking at their backs, people from many forces such as Xianlin Immortal Kingdom and Supreme Sword Sect had cold eyes. Someone transmitted a message. In this sacred mountain, there is an opportunity to kill him. Well, if we can find an opportunity, kill him and Chanking Longhao together, and weaken the power of Chanking Immortal Kingdom. They communicated secretly, and all of them had the idea of killing Qin Wentian. The news that the Demon God Mountain had descended in the wild 100,000 mountains spread to Jiutian city, and then began to spread to all parts of the immortal realm at a terrifying speed. The major powers began to use the teleportation formation to rush to the wild 100,000 mountains area, especially the several major demon clans in the western part of the immortal realm, which could be said to be moving in full force, with endless yearning. Qin Wentian and his companions stepped into the sacred mountain, and their immortal thoughts were immediately blocked. He found that the immortal thoughts were blocked in the sacred mountain, and he could only observe everything with his sight. This is a self-contained space that blocks out immortal thoughts. Nowadays, No matter what level of cultivation people have, there is not much difference in this regard. They can only see with their eyes. Chen Qinglonghao obviously also discovered that his immortal thoughts were blocked. This sacred mountain stands in front of us, bordering the sky, as if it came from the sky. In fact, it has opened up an independent space in it, located in the wilderness, and it seems not to belong to the fairyland at all. So where does the sacred mountain come from? If it were in the past, Qin Wentian might not be so sensitive, but after knowing his father's experience, he often thought of the 32 pieces of sky outside the Qingxing fairyland. It is indeed very big. At a glance, it is boundless. They said as they stepped forward, flying in the air, many mysterious ancient mountains, and thousands of monsters were running. In front of them, a monster swooped down. It was a firebird. He rushed down and swallowed a fiery red plant, and couldn't help but make a long cry. His body was bathed in endless flames, and in the blink of an eye, it became extremely terrifying. This flame was raging, beyond his original breath, and the power was extremely strong. The firebird showed excitement on his face, soaring into the sky, and the flames became stronger and stronger. At this time, the firebird's expression suddenly changed drastically, and his breath was still becoming stronger and uncontrollable. Finally, his body burned up, which was a power that could burn him to death. With a scream, the firebird turned into a blazing fire and then turned into ashes. What a terrible plant! It can make this firebird transform and evolve. Even this demon fairy firebird can't bear the power of the plant. It's beyond its own endurance and it burns itself. Nan Huang Mingyu's face changed slightly. A random plant can have such amazing power. Isn't this against the will of heaven? Just at this time, screams continued to be heard in this space. Qin Wentian and his friends saw many monsters that were good at the power of fire burning up and heading towards the abyss of destruction. They all swallowed the same plant. Terrible. Qin Wentian and his friends continued to move forward. Below, there was a strong demonic energy released. It was a powerful demon king. He ate a demon tree growing on the ground. Then, his already huge body began to swell and became even bigger. He grew terrifying wings that covered the sky. He roared to the sky, took off with the wind, and flew away, revealing an extremely excited look. Look there! A saint of the Southern Phoenix clan pointed in a certain direction. In the distance, a python was hovering in the void, going crazy. Then it shed its python skin, and the scales on its body changed, becoming more majestic and huge. It grew horns and claws, and let out a terrifying roar. That's a dragon python, and it's transforming into a dragon. The saint of the Southern Phoenix clan exclaimed, with a storm in her heart. It was too incredible. The monsters here took the things that grew on the ground of the sacred mountain. As long as they were suitable for them and could be controlled, they would evolve and transform. How powerful a wild world would this create? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1415 Phoenix Bone. Qin Wentian was also trembling. Human cultivation cannot be achieved overnight. In this respect, monsters have an advantage over humans. The talents of monsters are determined from birth. What kind of race can achieve what kind of achievements? Therefore, when monsters get opportunities, they can often make more progress than humans. Monster God Mountain is known as the first legend of the wilderness, and it is well deserved. Just after entering it, many natural treasures here can make monsters transform and evolve. Although the realm cannot be directly jumped, compared with a realm, monsters pay more attention to the evolution of essence. Python is a kind of python after all. It can only transform into a dragon after practicing to a very strong level. But the treasures here can make dragon pythons transform and evolve into dragons. This is not just as simple as improving strength, but a transformation of essence. This effect is similar to the effect of Shanxi, and it is even more direct and domineering than Shanxi. Monster God Mountain is full of Shanxi. What a terrible holy place it is. No wonder the wild monsters worship it as a god, a sacred place. Of course, since it is a heaven-defying treasure, there must be risks. Many monsters died tragically. The road of wild evolution will inevitably lead to the death of endless wild monsters, eliminating the weak ones, and those who remain are all monsters that have undergone evolution and transformation. There is no doubt that the power of the wilderness will surge. This is just an ordinary wild monster. If the monsters of the wild royal family have undergone transformation and evolution, how terrible will it be? Nan Huang Mingayu said in a low voice, a little worried about the fairyland. The big monsters of the wild royal family are of noble blood, pure and powerful blood. The conditions for them to transform and evolve are naturally more stringent. Ordinary treasures may not be able to do it. Changqing Longhao responded, and everyone nodded in agreement. The same treasure will naturally have a worse effect on monsters with higher realms and stronger blood talents, and a stronger effect on weaker monsters, so that those ordinary monsters are directly killed by the backlash of treasures, and they are too weak to bear it. The divine mountain is unfathomable. We have just walked in. There must be some amazing secrets inside. Qin Wentian said, let's keep going. Everyone nodded and walked forward. Endless wild monsters stepped into the Monster God Mountain, all thinking about getting opportunities. No one cared about dealing with these humans. There was no need. Therefore, the human martial artists who entered the Monster God Mountain were at ease. They scattered forward and thought about the plants and plants growing here. They were very useful to the monsters. What would happen if they took them? Qin Wentian and his immortal thoughts were blocked. They could only fly quickly in the air and keep moving forward. They did not compete with the monsters for the fruits of the ancient trees and plants below. If they tried to take them, they would inevitably cause the monsters to be angry and besiege them. Moreover, these things did not make them excited. Their goal was to go deep into the Monster God Mountain and peek into the secrets of the Divine Mountain. What shocked Qin Wentian and his companions was that even at this moment, the God Mountain was still changing. The Demon God Mountain, which was adjacent to the sky and released endless divine brilliance, was filled with a brilliance that was more dazzling than the sun. It was scattered in the boundless space, constantly changing the landform and creating the world. Sometimes, a crack would suddenly appear in front of Qin Wentian and his companions, and a high mountain would appear directly. I feel a strong breath, which is faintly similar to the breath on my body. Nan Huang Mingayu suddenly said, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash. The people of the Nan Huang clan have the blood of the phoenix. If their breath is close to theirs, it is very likely that there are demons with the blood of the phoenix here. Which direction? Qin Wentian asked. This way. Nan Huang Mingayu pointed to a certain direction and then walked forward. The immortal thoughts of the people were blocked and they could only rely on their eyes. After walking forward for a while, their eyes were fixed and looked at a skeleton in the distance. It was an extremely huge skeleton, with its head held high. It was destroyed at that time, but it was still the same. It was proud until death and refused to bow its head. The blood had been drained out, the flesh was gone, and only a skeleton remained. However, even though it was a skeleton, it still had an extremely strong aura. On the skeleton, there was a trace of powerful aura emanating from it, and a faint blood-colored rune light was visible. That was the rune bone. It's a real phoenix, the skeleton left behind by a pure-blooded phoenix. The people of the Nan Huang clan were trembling. In this secret realm, there was actually a real phoenix skeleton with pure blood. Shenzhen was simply incredible. What kind of place was this? There were quite a few people in front, including strong men from the wild monster clan and strong men from humans. Both sides seemed to be on the verge of a fight, staring at the phoenix skeleton, as if they wanted to grab it. Qin Wentian looked at the blood-colored runebone on the phoenix skeleton, which was branded with powerful power. This skeleton was priceless and could be called a treasure. It was definitely not comparable to the fruits of plants and trees that allowed monsters to evolve. The phoenix must have been preceded by a demon emperor, a demon that can reach the sky. She has already established her own rules. The bones in her body are all imprinted with strange rules. The runes on this skeleton may even be able to comprehend the inheritance methods of the real phoenix. Nan Huang Mingayu's eyes were fiery. Her Nan Huang clan used the phoenix as a totem and practiced many phoenix techniques, but they could not be compared with a real phoenix that truly possessed the power of blood inheritance, unless they reached the level of the Empress, and could rely on themselves to comprehend many powerful and heavenly methods. The people gathered around the skeleton looked over here, and saw one of the great demons coldly said, "Get out, this is not a place for you to stay." The eyes of this great demon were unparalleled. Although it was in human form, it had blood-colored wings behind it. Peng Huang clan. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. "Get out of the way." A sharp voice came, scolding Qin Wentian and the others. The person who spoke was a human martial artist. Qin Wentian had seen him in action before. Qin Wentian of the Supreme Sword Sect was extremely powerful and had killed a great demon Teodi. He was a top-level genius who had practiced in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy and was at the peak of the middle-level Immortal King. The surrounding atmosphere was chaotic. It seemed that the people and the great demons here had already clashed before, and now they were confronting each other in the void. What a joke! You can stay here in the Demon God Mountain, but we can't. Qin Wentian's eyes turned cold and he said coldly. Supreme Sword Sect, what a great prestige. Nanhuang Mingayu spoke coldly. Did she, the Nanhuang clan, even have the qualifications to compete? Qin Wentian dared to humiliate them. Another group of humans who don't know how to live or die. The strongman of the Penghuang clan spoke proudly. Indeed, they don't know how to live or die. The body of the golden bird with the sun was bathed in the light of flames, shining in all directions, and the temperature was extremely hot. You Nanhuang clan want this true phoenix skeleton, but I'm afraid you are not qualified enough. Another human martial artist from the Ying clan spoke coldly. They and the Nanhuang clan are both southern forces, so they will naturally not watch this skeleton fall into the hands of the Nanhuang clan. To fight for the treasure, each one depends on his ability. Qin Wentian said indifferently. What a joke. Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, and his pupils seemed to be pierced by a sharp sword, shooting directly at Qin Wentian. Although this true phoenix skeleton has no direct use for his Supreme Sword Sect, it can be used to refine super powerful immortal weapons and magic weapons. Such a large skeleton is priceless and comparable to an imperial weapon. Even if it is in the hands of someone who needs it, its value will be even more terrifying. Although you have extraordinary combat power and rapid progress, you are arrogant and conceited. To fight for the treasure, you, Changqing Longhao and Nanhuang Mingayu? Ask them if they are as good as me in the Xiandao Holy Academy, not to mention you, a low-level immortal King Qin Wentian. If no one protects you, one sword is enough to kill you. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, penetrating the void, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. There were already major forces competing for this place, and Qin Wentian and his group came to disturb it, which was even more troublesome. He was treated as a distinguished guest by the Nanhuang clan, thinking that he could have a brilliant future, so his mentality naturally swelled. Little did he know that the fairyland was so big that it could not be contained by the mob of the Dongsheng Immortal Sect. Nanhuang Mingayu, you Nanhuang clan are so protective of a junior, really hoping that he can grow up in the future, it's pathetic. The strongman of the Ying clan said coldly, if you don't get out, I will deal with you first. They temporarily joined forces with the Supreme Sword Sect to deal with the two major demon clan forces. It was absolutely impossible for Qin Wentian and his group to come in and reap the benefits. Seeing that the human martial artists had a dispute, the Penghuang clan and the Sun Golden Bird stood proudly in the void, looking at Qin Wentian and his group with contempt. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. These guys didn't want to deal with the people of the demon clan, but wanted to suppress them first. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, in the past, I fought with Ying Tang, a younger generation of the Ying clan, the so-called Supreme Sword of the Supreme Sword Sect. They were so proud and arrogant, just like what you see in front of you. However, they were either humiliated by me or directly killed. If they didn't die, I would have left them behind. I really don't know what qualifications you have to speak so arrogantly here, making a fool of yourself. You are simply shameless. Don't know how to live or die. A royal fairy king of the Ying clan was arrogant and incomparable, looking down at Qin Wentian, with a faint dragon roar coming from his body. He took a step forward, extremely domineering, staring at Qin Wentian and said, although you rely on many forces, if my Ying clan wants to kill you, you will not survive tomorrow. I am at the same level as you, so I will give you a chance to fight with me, so as not to say that my Ying clan bullies you. When this person stepped out, he was like a real dragon, and like a prehistoric beast, with unparalleled dominance. He was a powerful royal from the Ying clan, a proud member of the Ying clan, with unparalleled combat power. He was one of the three ancient clans in the south of the Ying clan. Even if Qin Wentian was so powerful, he dared to kill him directly. You want to kill me? I won't live past tomorrow. Qin Wentian said coldly, and walked out. Looking at the eyes of the people from the Supreme Sword Sect, he knew that many people wanted his life after seeing him enter the Demon God Mountain. Then I want to see how you kill me. Qin Wentian walked out, and the rule domain was released. In an instant, the demonic power of destruction swept across the sky and the earth. Block anyone's interference for me. I want him to die. Qin Wentian said indifferently, and saw several powerful people from the Fighting Saint clan nodded, took a step forward, and were ready to take action at any time. Chapter 1416, A Gathering of Storms. You want me to die? The man from the Ying family laughed loudly, and the dragon roared loudly. The demonic energy in the void swept across the world. A huge real dragon appeared, covering the sky and the sun, turning into a rule field, swallowing everything. The whole void seemed to be under the dragon's belly. Kill! The strong man from the Ying family roared, and the real dragon swooped down, tearing its huge body towards Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's rule field erupted. The rule field, condensed based on the hand of God, had thousands of changes and stimulated all magical means. A huge and boundless palm print appeared in the void, covering the world. On this palm print, infinite runes appeared, which could derive thousands of great magical skills. A palm print swept directly towards the demon dragon that pounced on it, and the palm print triggered a peerless magic knife, breaking and destroying everything. This knife split the sky and earth, cut through the void, and collided with a demon dragon that rushed down. There was a crashing sound, and the demon dragon was cut directly in the middle. The face of the powerful man of the Ying family changed slightly, but as a powerful man of the royal family, how could he just rely on the power of the rule domain? He shouted loudly, and his whole body was extremely domineering, like a god or demon. He punched out, and the dragon roar shattered the world. 9 demon dragons swallowed Qin Wentian with their mouths wide open, with amazing power. Qin Wentian stepped forward, extremely domineering. He stood with his hands behind his back, stepped into the air, and the palm print urged the magic knife again. The magic knife of destruction penetrated 100 miles, stretched across the sky, and fell down. With a crash, all the demon dragons were chopped into pieces. No matter how domineering and overbearing you are, I will kill you with one knife. The knife continued to move forward and slashed at the opponent. The powerful man of the Ying family royal family stimulated his blood, like a real dragon, with a strong breath, and the whole person turned into a golden, indestructible golden body. A terrifying golden dragon appeared between heaven and earth. Even if the knife light slashed down, it still could not break his body. As a powerful man of the royal family, a top figure of the initial stage of the immortal king, his strength should not be underestimated, and his offense and defense were extremely powerful. How can you kill me? The powerful man of the royal family shouted loudly. His golden body was like an unparalleled overlord, his eyes were shining with bright light, and he was extremely confident and arrogant. Although Qin Wentian's swordsmanship was strong, he practiced a powerful body refining golden body method, and had a strong bloodline, the art of the real dragon, and a noble royal bloodline. Even if Qin Wentian had extraordinary combat power, he would still die. Just playing with you. Qin Wentian saw the scene and just smiled contemptuously, making the other party feel that he had suffered a great humiliation. Just playing? Shameless, don't know how to live or die. The powerful man of the Ying family said coldly, but he saw that Qin Wentian's body was emitting endless brilliance, which penetrated into the field of rules. He still stood with his hands behind his back, but the infinite palm prints in the void seemed to merge into one. The light of the supreme rune flowed in the huge and boundless palm prints. Gradually, on the palm prints, a number of extremely powerful destructive magic knives appeared, wanting to suppress everything and destroy everything. Qin Wentian stepped forward again, and the magic power rose, so powerful that it was incomparable. The breath of the magic knife seemed to suddenly surge to a higher level. One after another, the destructive magic knife slashed down, and each knife contained peerless power, especially the magic knife in the middle, which seemed to be born from the convergence of many magic knives. Die? Qin Wentian spat out the word, and the magic knife fell. The strong men of the Ying family roared, but the magic knife kept falling. The magic knife in the middle fell and directly split his body in half. With a light sound of whooshing, the strong men of the Ying family had not yet made a move, but he was still directly killed. You dare! A cold voice came out, and the strong men of the Ying family rushed towards Qin Wentian, but saw the people of the Fighting Saint clan releasing terrifying power, and the sky was filled with supreme Fighting Saint power, and they were invincible, protecting Qin Wentian behind them. I've already killed them, what else do you dare to do? Do you really think you can only talk like you? Qin Wentian swept his eyes over the strong men of the Ying family. The people of the Ying royal family are equally vulnerable in the same realm, and the same is true for the Supreme Sword sect. I really don't know what qualifications you have to act wildly in front of me. This true phoenix skeleton is taken by the strong. If you want to start a war, I'll accompany you. Qin Wentian is now a strong immortal king, and he should have the spirit of an immortal king. He has enemies all over the world, especially in the eastern part of the immortal domain. There are countless people who want to kill him. He doesn't care about having more enemies. If someone humiliates him, he will return the favor fiercely. If he can kill, he will kill. If he can't, he will kill when he becomes stronger. On the road to becoming a strong man, giving in and forbearing will only make the opponent go further and bully at will. Only by suppressing and killing with force can it be daunting. Top Immortal King. The strong men of the Supreme Sword Sect and the Ying family felt the power of the strong men of the Daozian Saint clan. The peak Immortal Kings, the power of fighting swept the world, which was very terrible. Your rule domain seems to be a magical power. What kind of magical power is that? At this time, the powerful Penguin clan of the Demon clan asked indifferently, looking at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party and ignored him. Seeing Qin Wentian ignoring him, the Penguin clan strongmen sneered, "If I am not mistaken, it should be the divine hand of the Emperor Yi in the past. I didn't expect that the demons of the wilderness would also know the divine hand of the fairyland." Qin Wentian said. "How can the humans of the fairyland know the ability of my wild royal family? It's just a unique skill. Not to mention knowing which clan of the royal family of my wild demon world has the inherited talent and unique skill that is weaker than your so-called ancient emperor's unique skill." The Penguin clan strongman spoke proudly, ignoring the human martial arts of the fairyland, and his tone was very arrogant. "They are going to compete with us in my wild demon god mountain." The Penguin clan strongman looked at the sun golden bird, sneered contemptuously, and looked down on him. "Maybe they don't know who you are," the sun golden bird said alone, with an arrogant and domineering voice. "They think we are afraid of them, but they don't know that we are just wondering whether the skeleton belongs to my clan or yours," the strongman of the Penguin clan said again. The two of them talked back and forth, ignoring Qin Wentian and other strong men. "Don't waste time. Whoever kills more people will get the phoenix skeleton," a young man in the sun golden bird said. "Okay." The strong man of the Penguin clan nodded, and then his body began to change. A huge body with the characteristics of the two major races of the Peng bird and the phoenix appeared in the void, spreading his wings, covering the sky and the sun, blood-colored claws, blood-colored wings, shining runes, sharp and unparalleled. On the other side, the sun golden bird was covered in the fire of the sun, and its claws held the sun golden spear, melting everything in the world. "Holy Lord, be careful, these two demons are very strong." The strong men of the Daozian Saint clan guarded in front of Qin Wentian and felt threatened. These two great demons were both top-level immortal kings, and judging from their tone, they seemed to be extremely extraordinary figures in the two clans, and they might be the leaders of the royal clan. Buzz! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Before everyone could react, the blood-colored penguin disappeared on the spot and turned into blood-colored lightning. Now that the immortal thoughts were blocked, the sight could not even catch up with the opponent's speed, which was the speed of Xian Peng, the strongest speed. Boom! With a loud noise, a powerful immortal king from the Ying family was hit by a blow and turned into Blood Man. The whole person was like blood-colored magma, and his body was completely burning. With a scream, his body exploded and was killed instantly. I haven't seen this great Penguin demon before. His status is higher than that of the Penguin sent to intercept us. Changqing Longhao saw this scene with a slightly condensed expression, feeling a strong and extreme threat. On the other side, the golden sun bird also took action. The sun's golden spear in his claws stabbed out. The sun appeared and penetrated the sky and the earth. An immortal king was directly pierced and screamed as he was burned by the fire of the sun. Boom, boom. A strong breath came out one after another, and the strong men of the Penguin clan and the Sun Gold clan all released violent momentum, covering the sky and the sun for a moment, and the world was about to be destroyed. The low-level immortal king strongmen were not good enough in front of such a super duel. The blood-colored light rushed towards Qin Wentian. The Xian Peng was so fast that it was unbelievable. The strong men of the Daozian Saint clan guarded Qin Wentian. With a loud roar, the might of the Daozian swept out. They blasted out a big palm print, covering the sky and the earth, blocking the front. Bang! The sound of violent trembling exploded in the void. The body of the Penguin clan strongman was suspended in the air. Looking at the strong man below, he smiled contemptuously, not by its strength. As he said, his blood-colored body ignited the terrible phoenix fire, burning everything. He turned into blood-colored lightning again, and it was impossible to catch his figure. Holy Lord, he is too fast. We'd better evacuate. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Is the top figure of the Penghuang clan so powerful? Okay. Qin Wentian immediately ordered, and then the group retreated. Many of them could not withstand the attack of that guy and had to give up the Phoenix skeleton. Not only Qin Wentian and his people, but also the people of the Supreme Sword Sect and the Ying family were retreating. Those two guys were too powerful, and they were invincible under the Immortal Emperor. The other party did not pursue them. The monster god mountain descended on the wilderness, and there were countless opportunities waiting for them. They had no time to hunt down these immortal realm humans. What a pity. The runes on the Phoenix skeleton may contain magical skills, or even the skills inherited by the real Phoenix. Nanhuang Mingayu sighed. That monster has the talents of the Deping and Phoenix tribes. The Sun Golden Bird also has the talents of the Golden Monster Clan and the Sun Golden Crow. If they awaken the inherited skills, they will be super terrifying. No wonder they don't care about us immortal realm people setting foot on the Monster God Mountain. This is the wilderness, their territory. Even if there is a great opportunity, we can't grab it. Changqing Longhao has an extraordinary status, but he has to admit that the wilderness monster is now powerful. I'm afraid that all parties in the immortal realm have already received the news. Before, the number of people from our tribes who came here varied, but their strength was not very strong. Once the news spread throughout the immortal realm, people from all the top forces will descend on the Divine Mountain one after another, including the most powerful people in the Immortal King realm of the Immortal Realm. By then, the wild monsters may not be able to take advantage. Nanhuang Mingayu said. Well, no matter what, this Divine Mountain will definitely be a gathering place. Even the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy is not so lively. Qin Wentian looked at the Divine Mountain in the distance with a hint of expectation. He certainly understood the intention of the little bastard to summon him. He has the extremely powerful bloodline of the ancient great demon. Perhaps he will get an opportunity in this Divine Mountain. Chapter 1417 Turning into Peng and Entering the Sacred Mountain. The God Mountain is vast and endless, too big to be imagined. All the wild monsters come to the God Mountain and rush into it. The strong men of the fairyland arrive one after another and step into the God Mountain. But even so, in front of the endless wild monsters, the martial artists of the fairyland still seem few. Qin Wentian walked all the way in the Monster God Mountain, heading towards the golden ancient mountain standing in the sky, to explore the secrets of the God Mountain. On the way, they witnessed countless shocking things. The evolution and transformation of monsters are happening in every corner of the God Mountain. Of course, compared with the evolution and transformation of monsters, the number of fallen wild monsters is no less than that of monsters. The God Mountain is full of corpses. Even Qin Wentian and his group killed many monsters that came to fend. We are too slow. A few months later, Qin Wentian looked ahead and whispered. Every place they passed through had been swept. There were too many wild monsters that came. When they were still blocked in Jiutian City, the wild monsters were ready. Moreover, there were demon emperors and immortal emperors in front to lead the way. Even if there were treasures, they would have been swept away. The wild monster tribe is endless, and there are many royal monsters. How powerful they are. Just look at the Penghuang tribe to know how terrible their speed is. Comparing speed with them, there is no chance of winning. Changqing Longhao shook his head and said, besides, we didn't expect the sacred mountain to be so big that we couldn't reach the end. There seems to be a building ahead. At this time, a top immortal king of the Dao Zhunseng clan spoke. Qin Wentian and others' eyes flashed and looked into the distance. They sped up, their hearts beating slightly. That was not a building, but a demon city standing in the endless mountains, endless, extending to the endless distance, at the foot of the sacred mountain. Demon City, there is a vast and endless demon city in the God Mountain. Qin Wentian and others walked to the front of the demon city and stared at the front. This demon city is extremely old, exuding the breath of antiquity, and demonic energy is rampant in it. That is the breath left by the wild monsters. We are getting closer and closer to the secret of the God Mountain. Those demon emperors and immortal emperors, with their strength, are probably already at the foot of the God Mountain. Nanhuang Mingayu said. The immortal thoughts are blocked, and we can't peek too far. We can only step forward and explore the secrets with our eyes. But this also saves some trouble. Qin Wentian said. If the immortal thoughts were not blocked, I am afraid that many people would directly lock on to kill him, but without the immortal thoughts, it would be difficult to encounter the vast God Mountain. Let's go. After entering the demon city, they found that the demon city had been occupied by wild monsters. There were powerful demon kings everywhere. These demon kings were immortal kings in the fairyland. Like the immortal king, the demon king is very difficult to become. However, the number of demon kings in the wilderness is so large that when the demon god mountain appears, all the demon kings in the wilderness rush over. The number will definitely be extremely terrifying, equivalent to the immortal kings of the entire immortal realm. It is simply unimaginable how many there are. They step into the demon city and continue to move forward. When they stepped into the depths of the demon city, their goal remained unchanged. The God Mountain, only that God Mountain, had the strongest attraction for them. What's going on? At this moment, several top immortal kings looked ahead with their eyes fixed. There was a magnificent palace in the demon realm, from which a terrible storm of demonic energy rolled over. The next moment, they saw that in the demon realm palace, the storm turned into an army of demon kings composed of various demon beasts. Qin Wentian and the others were trembling in their hearts. The army of demon kings, with hundreds of demon kings, was mighty, and the demonic energy swept across the world. At this moment, the disadvantage of the blocked immortal thoughts was revealed. When they approached, they realized the danger. They are dead spirits. Nanhuang Mingayu suddenly said. Qin Wentian and the others also discovered that although the aura of this demon army was terrifying, they were not real demons, but dead spirits. However, the aura was really strong and could not be explained at all. Could it be that the unique environment of the demon god mountain created them? It seemed that this was the only explanation. Saint Lord, let's go. Qin Wentian said, and everyone instantly left in a side direction. The demon king army chased them directly. They seemed not to see any demon beasts on the road, and their only target was them. It seems that they are only tracking humans. Let's try separately. Qin Wentian said, and the people from the three parties nodded. Qin Wentian and the people from the Fighting Saint clan went in one direction, and Changqing Longhao and Nanhuang Mingayu left in different directions. The Demon King army also dispersed and chased in three different directions, confirming Qin Wentian's guess that these Demon King dead spirits would chase humans. Keep dispersing, Qi, you just follow me. Qin Wentian said again, and the people of the Fighting Saint clan also dispersed. At this moment, the Demon Kings seemed to pause for a moment, and then chased in different directions again. There were not many people chasing Qin Wentian and Qiyu. After running for a while, Qin Wentian stopped and said to Qiyu, "Can it be solved?" "No problem." Qiyu nodded, turned around and stepped forward, roaring, shaking the earth, the gods and the immortals. He shouted, blasted out the battle palm print, covering the sky, and the terrible rumbling sound came out, and those undead were instantly wiped out. Qiyu stepped over there without hesitation, and the fighting rules field on his body was released, covering all the monsters, and launched the most violent attack. In less than a moment, all the monsters were wiped out. "Young master, be careful." Qiyu called Qin Wentian. It is not convenient to call the Holy Lord outside, so for convenience, they called Qin Wentian the young master. Well, this demon city actually has a demon king spirit. Qin Wentian was a little shocked. The two changed direction and continued to walk towards the direction of the sacred mountain. On the way, they saw many demon beast palaces. This demon city seemed to be the territory of a large demon. The most glorious demon beast palace was the king of a group of large demons. What is over there? Qiyu looked in a certain direction and saw several wild demon wolf kings gathered together. They were staring at a terrifying blood-colored giant statue, urging some mysterious power. Their bodies released blood-colored brilliance, and something seemed to be awakening. Could it be that this demon palace once lived in their wild ancestors, leaving behind a legacy that can stimulate their potential? Qin Wentian whispered, and only heard a sharp wolf king howl. Then, under the stunned gaze of Qin Wentian and Qiyu, a demon wolf king's body became larger, blood-colored wings grew on his back, his forehooves became thicker, his claws became sharper, and mysterious blood-colored runes were lingering all over his body. It seems that what you said is right, Saint Lord. The demon wolf is not a demon beast of high-level bloodline, but occasionally some amazing wolf kings are born. Their inheritance cannot be passed down directly through blood like those holy beasts, so they can only rely on other methods. Qiyu said, and Qin Wentian nodded. There, many demon kings seem to be fighting for something. Qiyu pointed to another direction. And there, There are actually many talisman bones. Each talisman bone contains powerful power, releasing brilliance and condensing into a demon beast phantom. In some places, the phantom of a big demon appeared, which was born from the power of the talisman bones. Many big demons surrounded there to worship and feel this mysterious power. Opportunities are everywhere. The wild demon tribe is really going to transform. Qin Wentian sighed. Since he stepped into the sacred mountain, there have been opportunities all the way. The wild demon beasts have transformed and evolved, and mutated. Young Master also cultivates the power of demons. The various powers left in the palace of the demon kings may be helpful to the young master. Don't you want to go down and take a look? Qiyu suggested. Qin Wentian kept moving forward without any intention of stopping. You have seen it since you stepped into the divine mountain. All the way forward, opportunities are endless and never stop. Moreover, the further you go, the greater the opportunities will be. What great opportunities will the divine mountain bring? Qin Wentian looked over there, expectingly. But the further we go, the more powerful the monsters we fight for, and the greater the danger. In fact, some monsters are very smart and are satisfied with fighting for the inheritance within their ability. Qiyu was a little worried. Qin Wentian coveted the secret of the sacred mountain. Although he knew that the Saint Lord was ambitious and had high aspirations, he could feel that the danger was gradually increasing. Especially, the young master was just a human. Qiyu, I understand what you mean. You go find your own inheritance and don't have to follow me. Qin Wentian said. Young master. Qiyu's face changed slightly. Before he could speak, he saw the demonic energy sweeping out of Qin Wentian's body. Then, with a buzzing sound, a big rock's figure covered the sky and the sun, and the demonic energy was everywhere. It looked like a real monster, not a human. Have you noticed that these wild monsters will not attack other monsters unless there is a direct conflict between them? They are as smart as humans and hope that the wild will become stronger. Therefore, as long as they do not affect their direct interests, they are willing to see all monsters evolve. Qin Wentian said, therefore, the monster form is very safe. I have made up my mind. Go ahead. As he spoke, Dapin spread his wings and soared up, heading straight for the sacred mountain. Qiyu looked at Qin Wentian's figure, his brilliance flashed, and then he raised his feet and continued to move forward. The Holy Lord turned into a monster and did not let him protect him, but he could not really leave. Even if he did not go with the Holy Lord, he had to follow behind and watch secretly. If he encountered a crisis, he still had to take action. After all, even if the Holy Lord's combat power could fight against a middle-level fairy king, it still seemed a little insufficient in the sacred mountain. Qin Wentian, who turned into Dapin, walked above the void without stopping for a moment. He met many big monsters who looked up at him on the road, but he had no intention of competing with the human demons and wild monsters for treasures, so no one stopped him and he moved very fast. Galloping above the sky, his eyes swept through the many scenes below, and he was even more shocked. This demon city seemed to be a place where the super-powerful demon beasts that guarded the sacred mountain for generations lived, leaving behind endless inheritance. However, this demon beast was guarding the sacred mountain, as if it was protecting the sacred mountain. So, what was in the sacred mountain? Qin Wentian, who was moving forward all the way, finally got closer and closer to the sacred mountain and came to the end of the demon city. Although he was flying in the air, he still had to look up at the sacred mountain. The sacred mountain seemed to really border the sky, with no end, and he had to climb up from the bottom. Chapter 1418, Journey to the Divine Mountain. On the top of the sacred mountain, the glory of God shone, dazzling and boundless. There was only one road leading to the top of the sacred mountain, an ancient road sprinkled with divine glory. It seemed that only this road was the right way to set foot on the sacred mountain. This road was very wide. Qin Wentian transformed into a big rock and soared up along this ancient road. Many strong people descended on the ancient road and were all moving forward. There were monsters and humans, but the places they went to were all extraordinary. Many were top-level monster kings and immortal kings. There were fewer middle-level monster kings and immortal kings at the peak. Although there were ordinary middle-level monster kings and immortal kings, they were very few. As for the low-level monster kings, they were almost invisible. Many monsters would glance at the big rock he transformed into, revealing contempt and moving away. A low-level monster king dared to come to the sacred mountain to seek opportunities. If he just wanted to take a look, it would be fine. If he wanted to compete for something, It would be purely seeking his own death. Qin Wentian would not care about the others' thoughts. He came to the God Mountain in the form of a big rock just for convenience. As long as he was not stopped from going up the God Mountain, he would not care about the slight contemptuous look. Qin Wentian knew that his cultivation of the initial stage of the Immortal King was not enough to stand on this God Mountain. If he wanted to explore the secrets of the God Mountain, he had to be low-key intolerant. Otherwise, he would not be able to reach the top of this demon God Mountain. What a dazzling light! That is the ancient sun tree. There was an exclamation. In front of him, there was a dazzling hot and boundless light, which was more dazzling than the sun. Qin Wentian's eyes were full of the light of his true self. He ignored the dazzling light and continued to move forward. At the edge of this ancient road, there was a huge and boundless ancient tree, the ancient sun tree. Every leaf on this ancient tree was in the shape of the sun, emitting the sun's rays, with a powerful and incomparable hot breath, and also with dazzling sunlight. Above this ancient tree, there are golden sunbirds hovering. The huge mutant sunbirds seem to be comprehending the mysteries hidden in every leaf. In addition, there is a group of powerful humans next to them. They come from a top force in the central part of the fairyland, the Sun Holy Church, and practice the most rigid and yang power of the sun. A long cry was heard, and an extremely powerful golden sunbird plucked a leaf and put it in his mouth to chew. Suddenly, it released brighter sunlight all over its body, and the infinite mysteries of runes appeared faintly on its body, mysterious and unpredictable. After a moment, its wings swept, as if it contained a wonderful mystery, turning into a magical power, and the rune light was bright, burning everything. After a moment, he plucked another leaf and put it in his mouth to chew, as if he was enjoying the most wonderful delicacy in the world. Someone from the Sun Holy Church had a cold look in his eyes. These sun golden birds were the mutation of the sunbird golden crow. They possessed the talent of the golden crow and inherited the power of the sun. It was integrated into their blood and engraved in their bones. However, they could only rely on comprehension, which was much weaker. The talent of these top demon beasts was enviable. Qin Wentian looked for a moment and continued to walk upwards without stopping. Not long after, he saw an extremely beautiful silver ancient tree. This ancient tree turned into a human face. At first glance, he seemed to fall into it and was deeply attracted to it. It possessed a super strong power of charm and illusion. The big peng bird spread its wings and flew without stopping. Along the way, he encountered various mysterious scenes, which opened his eyes and made him sigh at the wonders of the sacred mountain. If the plants and grasses growing on the ground in the barren area just after entering the sacred mountain can make ordinary demon beasts transform and evolve, then the strange things growing on the sacred mountain can make the extremely powerful demon king transform and even evolve again. Qin Wentian walked forward, and finally, when he came to a place, he stopped again. Beside the ancient road, the breath of destruction raged in this space. The light of destruction and the glory of the sacred mountain complemented each other. Beside the ancient road of the sacred mountain, there was a towering ancient vine king, soaring up, covering the sky and the sun. Many thin branches and tender leaves grew in the vines, constantly opening and closing, like a pair of terrible eyes, which could make people fall into it. Under this towering ancient vine king, there are many terrible strong men, most of them are demon gods, but there are also extraordinary human martial artists. This is the totem tree of the evil god clan. What are you looking at here? I saw Peng Huang passing by, glancing at Qin Wentian, and said coldly. The wilderness is vast, and the Peng Huang clan annexed the Phoenix clan and the Dapan clan. Although he had never seen the Dapan that Qin Wentian turned into, he scolded because it was a Dapan bird. Take a look here. Qin Wentian's voice was low, and the demonic aura was permeated. HMPH. The Peng Huang clan warrior disappeared after a flash of light. Qin Wentian was under this ancient tree. Sure enough, there were many warriors from the evil gods and demons. They seemed to have opened up a third eye, the evil eye that destroyed everything, weird and terrifying. Among them, there was a strong man from the evil god and demon clan whose destructive power seemed to burn up. His evil eyes burned with a bloody glow, which was extremely terrifying. His eyes were burning in his blood. Awakened. Other strong men from the evil gods saw this scene and showed excitement. This was awakening the evil eye. Many royal families in the demon world are extraordinary monsters and have blood inheritance power. However, this power is latent and cannot be awakened at birth. Only after becoming strong can it be truly awakened. This is not only true for monsters, but also for many strong men among humans. such as the strong men of the Daozian Saint clan. Moreover, this awakening is also divided into deep awakening and shallow awakening. The history of the Daozian Saint clan is because the supreme Daozian holy bone was forcibly stripped away, resulting in the loss of the strongest inheritance. The evil god clan, they are born with evil eyes, but the evil eyes need to be awakened, which is the inherited power of their clan. Only the strong ones of the evil god clan who awaken the evil eyes can become the royal family of the evil god clan, high above and beyond ordinary clan members. However, the king of the ancient vine can actually help the strong ones of the evil god clan awaken the evil eyes. In addition to the strong ones of the evil god clan, there are also many strong demon clans such as the Scorpion King clan and the Netherworld Beast. There are also several human martial artists, strong ones of the Eclipse Holy Cult, and a royal family figure of the immortal kingdom of Senluo. They all have the power of destruction. Qin Wentian's existence seems a bit out of place. Although there are different types of the Dapan clan, except for the wind attribute that all Dapan have, there are differences in the cultivation of other attributes, but it has never been heard that Dapan cultivates the power of destruction, unless it is a mutant Dapan. No one disturbed Qin Wentian. He quietly floated beside the evil vine. The branches and leaves of the vine that opened and closed fatally transformed into evil eyes, like a terrible vortex, making Qin Wentian feel like he was about to fall into it, and his whole body was shrouded in the breath of destruction. The light of rules flowed on Qin Wentian's body. The power of the inherited holy objects on the ancient road of the sacred mountain was more overbearing than the plants on the endless earth below. Even if you don't eat it, if you don't have enough power, you will die if you stand by. If you are not at the level of an immortal king, just one look at this evil vine may result in destruction. The incarnation of Dapan was wrapped in the vortex of destruction. The destructive power flowing in Dapan's body actually absorbed the destructive power bit by bit. Qin Wentian stared at the front, and the blood in his body began to turbulent faintly. An eye also appeared between Qin Wentian's eyebrows, a demonic eye. Could this evil vine king really stimulate some kind of inherited power of blood? It even affects my blood. Qin Wentian thought to himself. Dapan moved forward and kept getting closer to the evil vine king. Then, he learned from the strong men of the evil god clan and sucked the destructive liquid flowing on the thick ancient vine of the evil vine king. A little bit of the light of destruction was sucked into Qin Wentian's body. Is this Dapan looking for death? A strong man of the evil god clan glanced at Dapan. He dared to suck the destructive juice of the evil vine king. This kind of destructive power would be difficult for even a low-level immortal king who practiced a destructive attribute to bear, just like the endless monsters that swallowed grass and burned to death before. After Qin Wentian sucked it, a terrible destructive power flowed in his body and merged into his blood. Suddenly, his blood seemed to be endowed with a destructive attribute, which was very scary. What shocked Qin Wentian even more was that there were some subtle changes in his blood, as if a magical mystery was evolving. The totem ancient tree of the evil god clan can stimulate the inherited power of the evil god clan and awaken the evil eyes. I have a powerful demon bloodline and have cultivated a destructive attribute. I can actually feel the awakening of this profound power. Could it be that the demon bloodline flowing in my body can replace the bloodline of the evil god clan's strong men? Qin Wentian said in his heart. He knew that his bloodline was extraordinary. If he could exert the effect of the evil god clan's bloodline, it meant that his bloodline could accommodate and replace the other party's bloodline. Dapan opened his breath, and his body, which was shrouded in the destructive light, was still absorbing and swallowing the destructive juice. At the same time, his three eyes stared forward. He wanted to see if he could really awaken a certain power of the evil god clan, like the evil god clan. Even if it was not awakened directly, if he could comprehend it, it would also have extraordinary significance. Qin Wentian stopped in front of the evil vine king on the ancient road of the God Mountain. Although he yearned for the top of the God Mountain, everything was for power after all. If he could get some confirmation again, he would be able to practice, and it might not only be the inherited power of the evil god clan. The ancient road of the God Mountain was constantly visited by strong men. No one would care about a Dapan bird of the initial stage demon king. There were too many holy beasts here, all of which were great demons of the wild royal family. Unless it was the royal family of the Dapan bird, the golden-winged Dapan, it would not be noticeable at all. As time passed, Qin Wentian's third eye became more and more terrifying. There was a terrifying vortex of destruction between the opening and closing, which was actually somewhat similar to the inherited power of the evil god clan. This Dapan bird seems to have mutated. Someone next to him said. At this moment, Qin Wentian stopped practicing. He glanced at the side. The strong man only felt a pair of terrifying evil eyes of destruction appear, covering him in the field of evil eyes, but the next moment, this feeling disappeared again. Chapter 1419 The Kind King Pen. Qin Wentian's incarnation of Dapan continued to set foot on the ancient road of Shenshan Mountain and walked upwards. On the way, he saw too many wild royal monsters awakening their talents, and his heart was shocked, but his eyes were as firm as ever. The appearance of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy and the advent of the Wild Monster God Mountain, whether it was the fairyland or the wild land, all indicated that an extraordinary era was about to come, or a monster god would be born, or an ancient emperor would appear. In such an era, he could not stop others from becoming powerful, so he could only strengthen himself. Even if his cultivation was weak, he still had to go to the top of Shenshan Mountain to have a look. In this way, Qin Wentian, who was moving forward all the way, finally came to the highest place of Shenshan Mountain. He could no longer see below. There was a brilliance falling from the top of Shenshan Mountain in front of him. On the wide ancient road, an extraordinary road appeared, where many people stopped and dared not move forward. Qin Wentian walked over and saw the great demons of the extraordinary wild royal family and many powerful people from the top human forces. The most powerful group of people arrived here first. The more talented people and demons are, the stronger their desire to climb the sacred mountain is. They have such capital and desire power. But even so, there are still people who hesitate to move forward. He looked ahead. On the wide ancient road, there were many powerful people moving forward, but they walked very slowly, and every step was very difficult, as if there was an overwhelming pressure on them. No demon beasts or humans could fly in the air, and they could only step on the ground, step by step forward. Moreover, Qin Wentian found that their movements were completely restricted, and they were attacked from time to time. These attacks seemed to come from the void space, without any reason, just appearing out of thin air. This space seems to recognize realms. Someone whispered. Well, didn't you see it before? The demon emperors are also limited, and the attacks they endure are also equivalent to their realm. They can only rely on their pure physical body and innate strength to resist. If they are not strong enough, they will die. If you want to climb to the top of the sacred mountain, ordinary people will not have a single hope. Only the king of the great demons of the wild royal family has the capital to resist this power. This is my wild demon sacred mountain, a legendary place, a sacred place. Humans can only set foot on it. Only the royal family can set foot on it. Humans go in and seek death. Only a cold and domineering voice was heard, and then only a loud roar was heard. An extremely huge demon ape stepped into it. In an instant, he felt a terrifying pressure, but he still trampled on the ground and walked forward step by step. Although the speed was very slow, his expression was extremely firm. Swish! A terrifying golden spear pierced through the void, appeared directly from nothingness, and killed the demon ape. No one knew where it came from. It seemed to be a super formation that evolved from this space. Roar! The demon ape roared, shattering everything. Demonic light circulated on its body, and the spear pierced through it, killing him, but it failed to break his body. Qin Wentian's body was quietly suspended there, his eyes were sharp, staring ahead. It seemed that it was not so easy to climb to the top of the sacred mountain, and he would have to go through some crises. Bang! A strong man bathed in endless thunder light stepped into it, felt the power inside, and then began to step forward. The strong man of the Thunder God Temple. Everyone's eyes flashed. He was bathed in thunder, and a moment later, an attack came. It seemed to be a super scary monster phantom, roaring and tearing. Boom! Thunder tribulation descended from the sky. 10,000 tribulations descended, protecting the body, destroying everything. The dazzling and brilliant star soul was released. The whole world turned into a world of thunder. When the monster approached his body, it was destroyed by the 10,000 tribulations, and was directly reduced to ashes. Many powerful people here stepped out one after another. Qin Wentian saw the powerful people entering one after another. His incarnation of the big rock also stepped into it. In just a moment, an overwhelming pressure descended, and his body was directly suppressed and fell down. His claws were tightly clasped on the ground to support him. This pressure seemed to be just balanced with the aura of his realm, suppressing him. This area is not a fun place. Why are you, an ordinary big rock demon king, joining in the fun? It's not too late to get out now and find your opportunity below. Not far in front of Qin Wentian, There was an unparalleled royal golden winged rock. He was cast in gold and had a supreme golden glow all over his body. When the attack bombarded him, it couldn't break his body. In such a place, the powerful royal demon beasts obviously have more advantages than humans. I want to try. Qin Wentian's voice was hoarse. Since he had transformed into a rock, it was for hiding. Since he was misunderstood as a rock, he didn't mind being looked down upon. This was the result he wanted. Only when he was looked down upon would those demon kings think they were not qualified to compete with him. This would be an opportunity. You really don't know how to live or die. A great demon named Jiutian walked by. He was huge and majestic. Even the rock wants to enter the God Mountain. Although it is like an ant trying to shake a tree and doesn't know how high the God Mountain is, it is still brave. Why should we hesitate? Great demons stepped in one after another. They were still observing and waiting, but they were provoked by Qin Wentian to act in advance, which made Qin Wentian speechless. Courage? Just ignorance. In the other direction, a human sneered. He was a strong man from the Senlo Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian ignored it. The demons and human strongmen walked forward side by side. There were even a few extraordinary great demons who thought highly of themselves and stood in front of Qin Wentian's demon beasts, very proud. Stand behind me. At this time, an old Peng King walked in front of Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian blinked his huge eyes. The old Peng King has a strong cultivation base, a peak existence of the middle-level fairy king. His strength is very powerful, but he also bears greater pressure. Seeing that Qin Wentian is a demon of the same clan, he deliberately protects him. Boom! Above the void, golden boulders fell like meteorites, making a whistling sound. Each boulder hit the crowd with amazing gravity and destructive power. This is not just a boulder, but an attack, a targeted attack, and the attack power of each boulder is different. With the speed of everyone's movement, it is impossible to avoid it, and they can only resist it. I saw a strong man from the Sun Gold clan spit out a Sun Gold spear, breaking into the void and piercing into the boulder, making a shocking explosion. The strong man of the Jiutian demon clan was even more domineering and raised his hands directly. There were strong men from the Supreme Sword sect, spitting out the Supreme Sword key, strong men from the Thunder God Temple, bursting out thunders of 10,000 feet, and going against the enemy, and there were also powerful figures from the Jiang family, with Buddha's light shining all over their bodies, protected by the Buddha's arhats, and indestructible bodies. The master of Wengxin Temple glanced over there, with a solemn appearance on his body, Buddha's light soaring into the sky, turning into an indestructible golden body. The royal families of the major demon worlds and the top Xianjiao immortal kings of the major fairy realms showed their magical powers. The old rock in front of Qin Wentian spit out a violent wind, tearing everything apart, and colliding with a boulder. He also separated a trace of his strength and directly helped Qin Wentian tear the boulder above him to pieces, which made Qin Wentian, who was ready, stunned. This old rock's talent was not too strong, but he had practiced for a long time, and his magical skills were also powerful. Although it was a bit difficult, he not only blocked his own attack, but also helped Qin Wentian. Thank you. Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Be careful on the road ahead. We are not the Golden Winged clan, so our talents are not that great. The Divine Mountain is unpredictable. There may be endless targeted attacks here. We are of the same kind, so it's okay to help you do what we can. The Big Peng whispered, and Qin Wentian was actually a little moved. The monsters fought cruelly, but sometimes there were also monsters of the same clan who had feelings for each other. The strong men continued to move forward, and then there were all kinds of attacks that fell from the sky or came from the front. The old King Peng actually shared a lot of the burden for Qin Wentian. He had been walking in front of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian felt a little sorry and told him to do it himself, but the old King Peng was indifferent, and just said lightly, I have been practicing for too long and I am already very old. This time I came to the Divine Mountain just for a last fight. There is not much hope. I may die on this ancient road. I have a high level of cultivation, which is more than enough to deal with the attacks against you. You save your strength and try to cross this road. Qin Wentian was speechless after hearing these words. As they continued to move forward, the attacks became more and more violent. However, most of the strong men were still able to resist, but Qin Wentian still saw with his own eyes a very powerful middle-level immortal king of the Eclipse Heaven Holy Sect fall. He could not withstand the attack power inside, because his body was weak, and he could not hold on when his movements were restricted and he could only resist. After resisting another wave of strong attacks, the ancient road still had no end in sight, and the old Peking looked a little tired. "Senior, don't share the attacks for me anymore. I'm fine," Qin Wentian said sincerely. "There's still a long way to go, it's still early for you," the old Peking said lightly. "Do you really expect a mere pengbird to be able to walk through? It's a fool's dream, old man, you are not dead yet, it's really surprising." A strong man from the evil god clan next to him spoke, as if there was some irony. Even he felt very tired, but this old pengbird was not dead yet. "This old immortal is quite interesting." A netherworld beast also smiled, thinking that the two big pengs were very interesting, and they all looked like they were watching the fun. "If you were my people, I might have pity on you, but it's a pity that you didn't submit to my tribe," a powerful Penghurong demon said proudly, arrogantly. "This primary demon king is still alive. We are struggling to resist, but he is hiding behind a penbird that is about to die of old age." A human strongman sneered. He was a strong man from the Sun Holy Church. He felt it was difficult to continue to hold on. The pressure was great. An old Peng was not dead yet, and the little beast had come to this point completely under his protection, which made him very unhappy. "Old Senior is extraordinary in both perseverance and strength. Why do you slander him so much?" Qin Wentian saw that the old Peng King was already very tired, and was also despised and insulted by these people. At this moment, a strong crisis suddenly came. I saw huge white tiger phantoms appearing from the void, roaring and killing the masters. The old Peng King looked very solemn and said, "It's up to you." "Okay, Senior, take care of yourself." Qin Wentian nodded. "Humph, you should have relied on yourself a long time ago. Go to hell." When the old Peng King and the white tiger phantom collided, the strong man of the Sun Holy Church actually exhaled at the old Peng King. In an instant, a destructive sun appeared and burned. The old Peng King roared angrily and was hit by the white tiger. Then the sun flames directly enveloped him and burned fiercely, which was extremely miserable. "Senior." Qin Wentian's face was shocked. He wanted to move, but found that he was pressed by the extremely strong pressure and could not move. Under his shocked and angry gaze, the old Peng King was burned to death. Chapter 1420, Road to the Summit. Qin Wentian's body was filled with terrifying demonic energy. He allowed the white tiger phantom to attack him. His body trembled violently, but he remained motionless. He shouted angrily and spit out a sword of destruction, piercing through the head of the white tiger phantom and killing it. He looked at the strong man of the Sun Holy Church with cold eyes. "What, you don't accept it?" The strong man of the Holy Sun Church saw Qin Wentian's eyes and said contemptuously, "This old pengbird should have died. I sent him away in advance. It's a shame for you to hide under the protection of the old pengbird and come here. But looking at your attack, it seems that you have some strength and your physical body is very strong. A monster is a monster. Even if it is not a royal family of the Dapan clan, the physical body is still powerful. But this attack must be painful, right?" Qin Wentian ignored him and still stared at him coldly. The strong man showed contempt. "If you want revenge, I can let you die at any time. I can spit out more breath of sun fire, which can let you and the old pengbird accompany you. Do you believe it?" "Believe it," Qin Wentian said in a low voice when he saw the sun fire in the eyes of the strong man of the Holy Sun Church, then turned his eyes away and did not look at the other party again. HMPH. The strong man of the Sun Holy Church looked at Qin Wentian with contempt, and continued to walk forward. He was even too lazy to kill Qin Wentian. A mere beginner demon rock, without the protection of the old rock, would surely die here. He was too lazy to do it, and he was disdainful. If you can survive, continue to move forward, get some benefits, and undergo transformation and evolution, you may have a chance to take revenge. Otherwise, if they crush you here, it will be no different from crushing an ant. The strong man of the Penghurong clan said lightly. The demon clan advocates fighting. If Qin Wentian has the opportunity to transform, he will take revenge. If he has no ability, he will fend for himself. That old Peng deserves to die. He can't even hold on, but he is still helping the younger generation to block the attack. He will die sooner or later. The big demon of the evil god clan said contemptuously. He couldn't hold on any longer. It was a shame for a rock to come here under the protection. Qin Wentian turned a deaf ear to all the voices from the outside world, as if he had not heard their various ridicules. This was a place where great monsters and top geniuses from the fairyland gathered. Ordinary monsters and humans could not come here at all. He transformed into Peng to keep a low profile. If he was in his original form, he might not be able to come here. The more top-level masters competed, the more cruel it was. Now these people have not had a direct conflict. Once there was, it would be a killing collision. His eyes were shining with a trace of cold light, and there was a killing thought in his heart, but he knew what he should do most at this moment, so his steps were as firm as ever. There were still attacks coming, and the strong were resisting. Qin Wentian found that those monsters with extremely high bloodlines and inherited power were the most domineering. Although their bodies were difficult to move, they could ignore all attacks with their innate power and inherited magical powers, and they stepped forward step by step to distance themselves. Of course, there were also some human martial artists. They were extremely talented and had incredible great magical powers. The rule field was simply terrible, and it was even more terrible when they released their star souls to attach to the rule field to attack. Qin Wentian was as low-key and inconspicuous as ever. Every time an attack came, he seemed to resist it with difficulty, and finally crushed it. There were extraordinary strong men following behind him. Seeing a primary demon king happen, he showed a faint contempt. On this ancient road, Qin Wentian witnessed many powerful men fall. Their movements were restricted here. They relied purely on the strength of their physical bodies and the innate ability of magical rules. Even the demon kings of the wild royal family had fallen. On the ancient road leading to the top of the sacred mountain, countless demon beasts were destined to awaken and evolve, but it was also destined that many corpses would remain in the sacred mountain. This was an evolution, a cruel evolution, for the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness. As for the humans in the fairyland, those who could walk here were all top human geniuses, but the gains were still limited. This sacred mountain was the demon god mountain. Finally, Qin Wentian, who had transformed into Big Rock, walked through this road with difficulty. It seemed that he had walked through it very hard. When he walked out, many eyes shot towards him, including some powerful monsters and humans who had walked with him before. There was a flash of surprise in their eyes. "You actually walked here alive." The strong man of the Sun Holy Church, who killed the old Rock King, showed a look of interest. The strong men of the Penguin clan were also a little surprised. Although the Big Rock was also an extraordinary monster, it was not a royal family. It was extremely difficult for it to walk here. This Big Rock is lucky. It seems that the death of the old Rock King has made it complete. A demon god of the evil god clan said lightly, and many people nodded. It seems that what the old Rock King did before was still meaningful, but so what? In the end, he still had a dead end. The road ahead was not something he could walk at all. Qin Wentian glanced ahead. There were many strong men here, very many, even including the demon emperor and the immortal emperor. They stood in the front and looked at the ancient road that continued to lead to the top of the mountain. There were many extremely powerful demon guardians. These demons were not demons from the wilderness, but demons that had been guarding there. They did not seem to have the breath of living beings, but were filled with terrible power, as if they were guardian puppet demons that were transformed from the demon god mountain. They guarded a barrier of the god mountain and blocked all the people who went there. Before, powerful demon beasts broke in, but they were all beaten back and almost died. So many powerful immortal emperors. Qin Wentian was shocked. The speed of the immortal emperors was really fast. They arrived here before the immortal king. He saw that the Chanking Emperor was also among them, as well as some extraordinary top immortal emperors in the immortal domain. Among them, an extremely beautiful and holy immortal emperor was surrounded by endless rays of light. Standing there lightly, he was extremely dazzling and beautiful. His beauty was comparable to the top beauty in the north of the immortal domain, Bei Mingyu Wang. Behind her, Qin Wentian saw a familiar figure, Nan Wanggu Hong and several other women. Empress. Qin Wentian glanced at the extremely powerful woman. Did the Empress Nanhuang of the Nanhuang clan come in person? The Empress Nanhuang has the blood of the phoenix and has some connection with demons. It is understandable that she came here. Now that the evolution of the 100,000 great mountains in the wilderness is about to rise, and the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao has appeared in the immortal realm, all the top forces have felt that the immortal realm is changing and will change drastically. They must strengthen their forces and prepare for a rainy day. Not only did the Empress Nanhuang come, but the peerless beauty beaming Yao Huang was behind a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stood there like an unparalleled existence, with unparalleled majesty. It was the emperor beaming that Qin Wentian had seen. Pei Qing, who had some grievances with Qin Wentian, was also there. He stood behind an old man. The old man had an ethereal temperament and was arrogant. He was Pei Qing's master, a top-level immortal emperor. Although he did not open up a territory, he only accepted disciples in the Immortal Gate in the mountains. However, he was strong enough and his influence was extremely terrifying. He could sit on an equal footing with the Emperor Beaming, similar to the Emperor Ji. In addition, many immortal emperors descended. Of course, there were more demon emperors, and their auras were even more amazing, like a group of wild demon gods, with a terrifying power. Everyone, when will the road to the Demon God Mountain be opened? We have been waiting for quite a while. A peerless demon emperor in front asked. There are still many people who have not arrived. When everyone is here, the Demon God Road leading to the top of the Demon God Mountain will be opened. No need to ask more. An ethereal voice came, responding to the other party's words. Everyone was a super strong man, so they were naturally very patient. It was just because they were too excited about the Demon God Mountain that they seemed anxious. Some people also speculated who made this voice. Could it be that the Demon God Mountain was spiritual? However, for the mysterious Demon God Mountain, no matter how strange it was, they would not doubt it. In such a place, even the peerless immortal king did not seem very conspicuous, let alone Qin Wentian, a low-level immortal king who transformed into rock. He stood at the back, looking at these top figures, with a sharp gleam in the depths of his eyes. His gaze moved to a place where there was a very powerful demon emperor figure with 9 heads. Each head was like a demon god that devoured the world, exuding an aura of supreme majesty. On his shoulder, there was a little snow-white guy, who looked a little funny, as if he shouldn't be here at all. Emperor Brahma. Qin Wentian glanced at the big demon, and it was similar to the Brahma Emperor he saw in the ancient Emperor City. This means that the race of the little bastard is likely related to that of the Brahma Emperor. He didn't expect that the ancient Emperor Brahma, who once dominated the world, was actually a demon emperor. Purgatory was on the other side, and they were all at the level of demon kings. It seems that this super powerful demon emperor gave them a great opportunity, and with the opportunities everywhere in the Demon God Mountain, they all transformed. Qin Wentian thought to himself. This is the God Mountain, the first legendary place in the wilderness. With a super powerful demon emperor escorting them, how could demon beasts like the little bastard and Purgatory not evolve? The little bastard secretly turned his head to look at Qin Wentian, and blinked at Qin Wentian who had transformed into Pen. Qin Wentian looked at him with his eyes and nodded slightly, but no one paid attention to his subtle movements. More people came out from behind, but they were still not allowed to step on the road ahead. They were waiting. It seemed that as long as they passed the previous checkpoint, they would be qualified to climb to the top of the sacred mountain. Therefore, the spirit of the sacred mountain was deliberately waiting for the people behind to pass through. Qin Wentian quietly walked to the side and lay down, closed his eyes, and practiced quietly. He was still inconspicuous. No one cared about the existence of an ordinary big peng bird. This practice lasted for a long time. Finally, a dazzling light shone above the sacred mountain, and the sealed ancient road ahead was finally opened up, revealing a wonderful and infinite breadth. The demon emperors and immortal emperors showed amazing momentum, and then stepped out, walking towards the ancient road of the sacred mountain without any hesitation. For the demon emperors, this was an extremely rare opportunity for them. For the immortal emperors, even if they could not get any benefits, they had to venture out and peek into the secret of the first legend in the wilderness. Many strong men stepped in one after another. Qin Wentian, who had transformed into Big Rock, stood up and followed behind them. He walked into the ancient road silently. The moment he stepped in, he saw that all the strong men in front of him were trapped in a closed space battlefield. On the ancient road, there were countless demons and spirits, which directly brought those who stepped on the ancient road into the space battlefield. Qin Wentian only felt a terrible force enveloping him. Then, he also entered a space battlefield. The power of heaven and earth here seemed to be emptied, and he could not mobilize and condense the power of rules. He could only rely on the power in his body and the power of his flesh. This road to the top of the sacred mountain is not easy to walk. Chapter 1421 Killing the Royal Family's Pengbird. Qin Wentian could clearly see that the other masters were all on this ancient road, but this ancient road opened up many transparent space battlefields, as if they did not affect each other, and he was in one of the space battlefields. Suddenly, a big demon appeared in the space battlefields that were opened up one by one. It was very scary. Even the immortal emperors and demon emperors showed a very solemn meaning. Even they might not be able to pass this ancient road. If you want to pass, the realm is not the only thing that can determine it. In front of Qin Wentian, a big peng bird appeared, staring at him with its unruly eyes. It was at the peak of the initial stage of the Demon King, and its momentum was amazing. Buzz! The huge body of the big peng swooped down in an instant, like a flash of lightning, and its claws smashed out, and the void seemed to be torn apart. The power of the heaven and earth in this space battlefield was drained, and it could not borrow the power of the stars. It could only rely on its own original power and body. There is no doubt that such a powerful monster has a greater advantage, and humans will be at a clear disadvantage. Qin Wentian transformed into a peng. Perhaps because of this, a peng bird appeared in front of him and attacked directly. The terrible rules flowed on his body. The peng bird that Qin Wentian transformed into also soared into the sky, and actually collided with the opponent, smashing it with sharp claws, which were sharp and boundless. Bang! The huge power collided with each other, and the peng bird was directly knocked out. Qin Wentian continued to rush out like a flash of lightning, and his sharp claws with terrible sharp sword power tore into the opponent's head, smashing the peng directly. A peng of the same realm obviously couldn't stop him. The space battlefield disappeared, and Qin Wentian continued to move forward. He saw many battles between strong men. The space battlefields where the big monsters were located were all big monsters of the same clan, and the ones that humans faced were also the royal big monsters. On both sides of the ancient road, the demonic aura was terrifying. One after another, great demons seemed to be watching and guarding this ancient road battlefield. Strong men broke through the space battlefield one after another. Some people glanced at the Depin that Qin Wentian had transformed into, and did not care about his existence. It was a miracle that a beginner Depin Demon King could walk here. It seemed that this Depin bird had some strength and might have undergone a transformation. Buzz! A void force descended. Qin Wentian had not moved forward for long before he was once again dragged into the space battlefield. This time, a king of peng bathed in endless thunder appeared in front of him. The dark body and the purple thunder power shone, which was extremely terrifying. This was the thunder and lightning peng bird of the Depin clan, and also belonged to the Depin clan. Boom! The powerful magic rules were released, and Qin Wentian was like a demon peng, with a rebellious look in his eyes, and he rushed directly towards the opponent, like lightning. It's actually a relatively rare demon peng. No wonder it can get here. A Penghuang clan warrior glanced at Qin Wentian. They saw Lei Peng and Qin Wentian collided directly. The domineering thunder power collided with the equally domineering demon power. The might was extremely violent and swept across the entire space battlefield, but in the end, Lei Peng was destroyed and shattered by Qin Wentian. Monsters are naturally powerful. They can absorb many martial stars of the same attribute at the same time to temper their flesh, bones, and internal organs. As long as the perception can reach it, any star power on the martial star of their attribute can be directly introduced into the body. This means that those powerful monsters with terrible talents have terrible advantages by nature. For example, this Lei Peng can absorb all the thunder-attributed martial stars within the perception ability. How can it not be domineering? Therefore, the more powerful the talent of the monster, the greater its advantage, the more terrible the flesh, and the stronger the magic technique it emits. However, Qin Wentian was able to defeat Lei Peng directly because his own body was already terrifying enough. The martial star that tempered his body came from the fifth heaven from the first star he communicated with. Moreover, the magic attribute martial star of the eighth heaven that he recently communicated with, after forging the star soul, the star attribute power that it brought down from the sky was far more domineering than the martial star of the lower level. Even the body tempering effect was many times stronger. In addition to the body refining technique that Qin Wentian practiced and the body tempered by the hand of God, just in terms of pure physical body, it was already extremely rare and tyrannical, comparable to the king of super-powerful demons. Qin Wentian continued to move forward, killing big demons all the way, and the more he went, the more he could continue to move forward. The more powerful the wild demons and human martial artists were, the more useless their realm advantage was because their opponents were at the same level as them. For example, if the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was here, could he defeat a Candle Dragon Demon Emperor? Moreover, the advantage of the monsters over human martial artists in this battlefield is gradually becoming more and more obvious, and the number of human martial artists behind is decreasing. This big peng bird is not dead yet. A surprised voice came out, thinking that those monsters have collided with many monsters of the same race, and those who can persist until now are all super powerful monsters of the royal family of the same race, and humans are strong people with extraordinary talents. This Big Peng bird is a bit extraordinary. The previous strong man of the Sun Holy Church also reached this step. He has already felt the super strong pressure, but he is surprised that a Big Peng can persist until now. The strong man of the Penghuang clan glanced at Qin Wentian, and a strange color flashed in his unruly eyes, but he had no time to pay attention to Qin Wentian at this moment. The end of the ancient road is in sight. Now, the royal family of their wild king has appeared on both sides of the ancient road. The last level must be super scary. In front of Qin Wentian, a golden-winged Peng bird appeared. It was still an independent space battlefield. This golden-winged Peng bird was made of gold all over, and it was extremely arrogant. Its eyes could tear people apart. Challenge the king of the royal family, Qin Wentian said inwardly. Before, in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, he had challenged the willpower of various great monsters. But now, it was a truly super powerful monster in front of him. It was no longer a battle of wills. On Qin Wentian's body, the light of rules shone and flowed through his body. Facing the golden-winged Peng bird, he did not dare to be careless. Buzz! The eyes of this golden-winged Peng bird bloomed with terrifying power. In just a moment, a terrible space storm enveloped Qin Wentian's body. With an extremely terrifying and sharp intention, it tore towards Qin Wentian's body and attacked directly regardless of the distance. This was one of the innate skills that the golden-winged Peng bird could awaken. The power of the god's hand was unleashed, and Qin Wentian's body was indestructible. The demon blood was released, and a huge phantom of a rock appeared around him, protecting him. However, even so, the space storm that tore everything apart tore his protective power apart. One after another, the space power like lightning directly hit Qin Wentian's body, causing his body to tremble violently. You are worthy of being the king of the royal family. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp, and countless void-killing storms penetrated and collided with his rule body. If he was an ordinary rock, he would be torn apart by this power in an instant. How could a rock of the rock family compete with their king, the golden-winged rock? This sacred mountain selects the strongest king. Although there are opportunities everywhere, those who can reach the top of the sacred mountain must be peerless monsters with the potential to be the king of all monsters. The power of my true self protects me. The body of the rock that Qin Wentian transformed into was filled with the bright light of my true self, and the phantom of the rock once again enveloped his body with dazzling luster. He soared into the sky and headed directly out of the storm of destruction. When he passed through the storm, everything was torn to pieces. The unruly eyes of the golden-winged rock flashed with a cold light, and it disappeared directly on the spot like a flash of lightning. Then, with a loud bang, Qin Wentian's body was knocked out and retreated to a very far place. Is it another innate magical power? Qin Wentian's body shook. It was too fast. It penetrated the void and descended directly, as if it was teleporting. It was even more terrifying than what he encountered in the Battle of Will in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy that year. Bang! Qin Wentian saw the other party's body flash and appear in front of him again, trying to tear his head apart. He trembled and was knocked away again. Bang! 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 Golden lightning flashed in space. Qin Wentian felt that his extremely powerful body was about to be torn apart. This extreme space teleportation was impossible to avoid or block. If it weren't for the fact that the martial stars he communicated with were all extremely high stars and he had practiced many powerful methods, he would have died under such an attack. Qin Wentian's demonic power was rolling, and the demon rock was full of incredible domineering spirit. With a loud bang, the golden-winged rock once again tore through the void. It seemed that a golden space sword that cut through the void appeared in its claws, and it was about to cut Qin Wentian in two. Qin Wentian closed his claws, and the magic palm print stimulated by the divine hand grasped the sword. An eye appeared between his eyebrows and stabbed directly at the golden-winged rock, making the rock feel that its soul was stabbed by the sword. At the same time, a vortex of destruction enveloped him, and the sword in his hand was involuntarily loosened, wanting to retreat. Qin Wentian stretched out his claws and grabbed the opponent's head. Then he flapped his wings and landed on the opponent's huge body, grabbing the neck of the golden-winged Dapan. Buzz! The golden-winged Dapan appeared in another space like lightning, but the Dapan that Qin Wentian transformed into held on tightly, and smashed the opponent's head with his claws, attacking frantically. There were constant loud noises. The golden-winged Dapan twisted its body frantically, trying to throw Qin Wentian off. However, how could Qin Wentian miss this opportunity? He attacked frantically. The defense of this Dapan was amazing. The strong men around were stunned when they saw this scene. A Dapan actually rode on their royal golden winged Dapan? What happened to this world? Has the great monster of the wilderness evolved so terribly? A Dapan actually suppressed the king of their clan. Finally, a miserable cry was heard. Qin Wentian's attack was so violent that he could kill anyone in the early stage of the intermediate fairy king. Although this golden-winged peng bird was extremely terrifying, it was ultimately unable to withstand such a violent attack and was slaughtered and disappeared. At this moment, he, a low-level peng demon king, was taken seriously. This was a transformed peng bird that could kill the royal family. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1422 Demon Temple. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp as he walked forward. There seemed to be another space ahead. This ancient road had come to an end, getting closer and closer to the top of the sacred mountain. In addition to Qin Wentian, some extremely powerful demon royals from the wilderness had already stepped over, such as the king of the Penguin clan who had awakened his talent, the royal existence of the Sun Gold clan, and other extremely powerful demons, as well as a few human martial artists. The strength of the human martial artists who could reach this point was absolutely unquestionable. Among them, there were many immortal kings, but few immortal emperors. They were all top existences in the top forces of the immortal domain. Most of them were unknown to Qin Wentian. After all, he was actually a junior in front of these people, a rising star, and was not familiar with these immortal king-level figures. Presumably, those who had entered the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy at the immortal king level should be more familiar with these people. They must be people like him and Wang Shaishan who could call the wind and rain in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. However, there were also some familiar figures of Qin Wentian, such as Bei Mingyu Wang and Pei Qing. These two people were historical figures with extraordinary talents. Although Pei Qing was extremely arrogant and looked down on others, his talent was indeed extremely terrifying. Qin Wentian occasionally glanced at the battlefield where he was before. It was very powerful. The youngest immortal emperor in the history of Bei Ming Xian dynasty before Bei Ming Yuang was certainly extraordinary. In addition, there were several immortal emperors such as the Southern Phoenix clan empress who had also gone through this step. Some of the immortal emperors in the immortal realm came, but not all of them came. There were not many immortal emperors who could reach this step. They were all immortal emperors with the top talents and combat power. After all, they just faced the top demon emperor and defeated him. Little bastard. Qin Wentian glanced at the little guy. He also passed the test. The extremely powerful demon emperor beside him was not there and was left behind. Although he himself was extremely powerful, he was unable to break through the obstacles because he faced the Beast King demon emperor of that clan and was blocked. Purgatory was still fighting hard. She was facing a super strong vermilion bird. They were colliding wildly. Purgatory was a mutated vermilion bird monster. She was born in the form of a spirit body. She had always existed in Qin Wentian's body. She was raised with Qin Wentian's blood. This battle was very difficult. Burning, what kind of talent is this? Qin Wentian glanced at the battlefield. Purgatory's body was burning. The whole world was burning. Her fighting power became stronger, as if it had increased dramatically. She turned the tables from a weak position and finally defeated her opponent and stood out. Qin Wentian was a little confused. When did Purgatory awaken the power of blood? But this was not the time to ask this. He walked forward and met a defeated Sun Saint. He was weak and severely injured, but he did not fall. His eyes flashed and saw Qin Wentian, the big bird, passing by with a very cold look. Waste. Qin Wentian's eyes were sharp. He looked at him with contempt. His sarcastic eyes were extremely scary. How dare you? The Sun Holy Church strongman didn't expect that the Dapan who had humiliated him before would dare to despise him like this and call him trash. How dare you point fingers at me, you trash-like existence. If I have the chance, I will kill you. Qin Wentian's voice was low and hoarse, revealing a strong murderous intent. Although he had no relatives or friends with a dead old Peng King, the kind old Peng King was really good to him, but he died tragically at the hands of the other party. This revenge must be avenged. Kill him for me. The Sun Holy Church strongman said to a super strong tribe member who passed the test. The eyes of the people were bathed in flames, and the murderous intent was revealed. Qin Wentian flashed and went forward like a flash of lightning. King, save me. Qin Wentian's figure flashed and he ran behind a golden winged rock. It was a super scary golden winged rock. His eyes were unruly and sharp. He glanced at the strong man of the Holy Sun Church, which made the other party look solemn. He looked at Qin Wentian coldly and said, "You humiliate the strong and useless people of my clan, and you just hide there like this. My realm is low for the time being, otherwise it would be easy to kill you. The king of my clan is here, do you dare to fight?" Qin Wentian said while hiding behind the golden winged rock. Although he had performed extraordinary just now, he still had to keep a low profile when he should. After all, he was too weak. There were too many people and monsters here who could kill him. HMPH. The Sun Holy Church strongman looked indifferent. The golden winged weapon looked at Qin Wentian coldly and said, "Your performance just now was good, but you just killed an illusory demon spirit. In front of me, even if you have mutated, you are still humble. Understood?" Qin Wentian nodded, appearing very humble and respectful to the royal family. The golden winged weapon nodded proudly, as if he was very satisfied with Qin Wentian's performance. Even if it has mutated and transformed, it is still an ordinary weapon after all, without the spirit of a king. Many big monsters glanced at Qin Wentian and said indifferently. The little bastard watched this scene with interest, blinking his eyes constantly, as if he saw something very interesting. This guy is too wretched. These people and monsters look down on him, and they will pay the price sooner or later. Let's go. The golden winged rock spoke proudly. They walked forward, and many powerful men walked out one after another. There were no great monsters on both sides. They walked forward all the way, as if they could already see the sky. The mysterious Supreme God Mountain appeared faintly in front of them. The God Mountain was within reach. Are they about to reach the top of the God Mountain? At this moment, the wild demon royal family showed excitement, and the human martial arts practitioners were more interested in exploration. The first legendary place of the wild 100,000 mountains was full of opportunities. From the moment they stepped into the God Mountain, there were plants everywhere that could transform the wild monsters. On the Holy Mountain, there were many treasures that could awaken the bloodline talents of the wild royal monsters. And now, they are about to reach the top of the God Mountain. What will be waiting for the wild monsters at the top of the legendary place? Of course, there are some human martial arts monks who have cultivated the ability of monsters. They also hope to get some benefits. If they can't get them, this is also a rare experience for them. Finally, they saw a magnificent demon god palace that reached the sky. The demon god palace stood in the sky, high above, like a place where gods lived. Could there really be a demon god there? At this moment, many wild monsters were in order. This was the end of their first legendary place in the wild, the demon god palace on the top of the God Mountain. The extremely magnificent demon god palace was engraved with lifelike patterns of great monsters of various races, as if they had life. Then, those engraved patterns came to life and walked out of the patterns, making all the strong people's eyes fixed there. They were shocked, and then, there was a radiance falling from the top of the God Mountain. The power of rules could no longer exist here. Not only that, under this supreme radiance, all the strong people felt that the power in their bodies was suppressed. My cultivation. At this time, the pupils of a demon emperor shrank and he exclaimed, "What's going on?" The eyes of a fairy emperor in the fairyland flashed, and his cultivation was suppressed. Immortal King, they were all suppressed at the Immortal King level, and at the initial stage of the Immortal King realm. Wherever the light fell, all were suppressed, without exception, whether it was the great wilderness demon or the human immortal emperor. At this moment, their cultivation was the same, the initial stage of the Demon King Immortal King level. The patterns on the palace turned into terrifying great demons, and their auras were also suppressed, all at the initial stage of the Immortal King, but the number was huge, and they walked towards them, including the royal families of various demon clans, super beings. This time, they were no longer facing a single fight, but a group of demons. The palace on the top of the sacred mountain was open, but no one dared to act rashly. So many royal families of the demon tribe were at the same level as them, and could kill the most talented people and demons in an instant. Shenshin, it seems that you want to select the most outstanding demon king. A wild demon sighed. Those who were suppressed in the realm and could step over such a lineup would be the top existence among the wild demons, inherit the mantle of the demon god, and have the opportunity to become the legendary demon god on the future. Here they come. Everyone's eyes were alert. They saw that the demon beasts in the sky were heading towards this side under the orders of the kings of various tribes. Each demon beast was a holy beast and was known as the king of the demon world. Among them, there were royal families among the holy beasts, leading the holy beast army and heading downwards. "King, lead us to kill them," Qin Wentian said, hiding behind the golden-winged Depin and the great monster of the Penguin clan. Even though their realms were suppressed, this was still not the time to show off. The suppression of their realms was already a pleasant surprise to him, but the more times like this, the more he had to keep his composure and continue to be low-key and show weakness until he entered the demon god palace on the top of the sacred mountain. The Penguin clan and the golden-winged Depin walked forward. The golden-winged Depin's eyes were extremely sharp, and he shot out a space-strangling storm, directly killing the monsters on the opposite side, killing them all. A royal member of the Penguin clan was extremely terrifying, and his space storm also had a terrifying golden fire of destruction, burning everything. The strongman of the Sun Gold clan shot out golden sunlight rays, directly strangling a large area. The wild kings of various clans began their killing journey and stepped forward. Human martial artists also released powerful and incredible magical skills. Even if their realm was suppressed, those who could reach this point were also extremely powerful. There were extraordinary figures of the Sun Holy Church whose eyes shot out the light of the sun, powerful figures of the Beast God Church whose eyes were so strange that they made the monster god crawl, and strong men of the 100 Refinements Holy Church who refined everything. Although the Southern Phoenix Empress was suppressed, she still had peerless elegance. The brilliance on her body was released, and a phoenix phantom around her was burning with flames, like an arrogant queen. The North Dark Emperor was an unparalleled beauty. She released the North Dark Key from her body. People who were close to her felt extremely cold all over. The monsters in front of them had directly frozen the North Dark ice. Qin Wentian stood behind, with a terrifying light in his eyes. Chapter 1423 Breakout. The strong men moved forward and collided with the big monsters, destroying them instantly. The big monsters and martial artists who came here were too powerful. Even ordinary holy beasts could be killed with one blow. In an instant, a group of strong men stepped forward, as if they were invincible. The golden-winged rock and the powerful Peng Huang in front of Qin Wentian opened the way and killed everything. It seemed that no monster could stop them. But at this moment, several powerful kings of the royal family walked in front of them. The bloody golden-winged rock, a golden ancient beast, and a silver giant ape, like mutated monsters, stepped in at the same time, emitting terrible inheritance techniques, and a shocking collision broke out. "It's so scary, these monsters are too powerful, baby is scared." Only a childish voice came out, and a snow-white monster hid behind the strong men and ran around everywhere. Suddenly, many strong men rolled their eyes. Where did this bastard come from? He came here to kill? Baby is scared? Although Qin Wentian was already very wretched, he almost fainted when he heard the wretched voice of the little bastard. This little bastard was really weird. Qin Wentian had seen his battle just now. Being with the demon emperor had cultivated many superpowers in him. He was no longer the little bastard he used to be. It was obviously right for him to come to the wild 10,000 mountains. He found a super strong man of the same clan. "Little Peng Bird, it seems that we are of the same kind. Let's deal with these big monsters together." The little bastard jumped onto Qin Wentian while running. "Little Peng Bird?" Qin Wentian almost slapped him, but he responded, "Okay, don't worry. The king of my Peng clan is here, and there are many powerful people. How can we have any chance? We are weak, just watch from behind." The people fighting in the front almost vomited blood. The big monsters and humans who came here to kill were all top figures. There were actually two such wretched monsters. It was simply wretched to the extreme. However, there were still monsters rushing to the back. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed coldly. The little bastard lay on Qin Wentian's back very rudely, with no intention of fighting at all, shouting, "Little Peng Bird, leave it to you." Qin Wentian slashed forward, and the Dapin magic was released. One after another, the extremely sharp Dapin phantoms roared out, killing everything. The sound of puffing continued, and several big monsters were directly killed, making everyone know that although this wretched Dapin was not the top, it was able to come here and defeat the king of the Peng clan. The combat power was still very strong. Although there might be some luck involved, he was lying on the back of the golden-winged Destined bird and held it tightly. A group of strong men went forward to kill and marched towards the demon god palace on the top of the sacred mountain. There were constant monster shadows in the sky. Many strong men had already felt that they were powerless. Those extraordinary monster kings were extremely difficult to deal with, and there were many holy beasts besieging them, making it difficult to escape. There are more and more monsters. What should we do? The little guy continued hiding on Qin Wentian. It's okay, just follow the king of our tribe, Qin Wentian said proudly, following the Penguin strongman and the golden-winged pengbird. The two super strong men opened the way. They were really powerful. At this time, the golden-winged pengbird was releasing golden light all over its body, shuttling through the void, and was about to disappear. Boom! A terrible vortex of destruction appeared, and it was about to swallow the golden-winged pengbird directly into it. The golden-winged pengbird retreated instantly, staring at the front, and a terrible demon eye that devoured the power of the void flashed, blocking there. A great demon from the Jiutian tribe raised a terrifying boulder and smashed it forward, so fast that it was unbelievable. The extremely terrible boulder smashed the monster in front with a shocking explosion force, and there were constant rumbling sounds. He kept raising the sky-covering boulder and smashing it down, clearing the way in front. Roar! A huge roar was heard, and a blood-red ape appeared. Its huge body was like an ancient mountain. It raised a huge stick and smashed it down, smashing the huge rock into pieces. Chaos! As the battlefield moved forward, many strong men and big monsters fought together, no longer so neat and uniform. Many strong men started a chaotic battle, and each was besieged by the big monsters that came out of the monster god palace, and it was difficult to escape for a while. Purgatory also came to Qin Wentian's side. The three guys were running around in a wretched manner, so they were not besieged. There were also fewer monsters staring at them, and the big monsters that came to kill them were not as powerful as the golden-winged Destined. There was a super powerful monster that killed forward alone. It was extremely talented and possessed terrifying innate magical powers. However, many powerful monsters came out of the monster god palace and trapped him. Various violent innate magical powers were used to kill him. Soon, the powerful monster was killed. The strong were terrified. They warned themselves that unless they were absolutely sure, they should not kill too deep alone, otherwise they would be surrounded and killed. Even though the monsters that surrounded and killed were extremely powerful, everyone was still slowly advancing forward, pulling the battlefield towards the top of the God Mountain. Some of the royal monsters and humans were too strong and had amazing abilities. Qin Wentian still took an evasive attitude. He and two monsters avoided those super powerful monsters. Because they walked behind, the power to surround and kill them was relatively weak. At this time, in front of them, although the North Sea Ghost Emperor's cultivation was suppressed, he seemed to have supreme power released from his body. The North Sea Key was released, and the Star Soul was released. The North Sea power that permeated could freeze the monster directly and spread madly around her body. Once covered by the North Sea Key, she would soon lose her vitality, which made Qin Wentian sigh that if this woman had not been suppressed, she would be so terrible. Pei Qing was also powerful. He could transform into an incarnation to fight. The three figures of Pei Qing had extraordinary combat power. Obviously, he had cultivated a strange ability. Zhang Zihu of the Zhang family, he was Zhang Ziyu's elder brother, possessed mysterious Buddhist magical skills, like a body of diamond, super terrible defense, and could kill opponents from a distance. The penetration of his attack was extremely terrible. One of his finger techniques was very powerful, directly penetrating the void space and killing into the body of the monster, which could directly destroy the opponent and kill him with one finger. His palm print blasted on the opponent, which could make the monster transform into a golden body, as if solidified, and then turned into liquid and died. The Sun Saint who wanted to kill Qin Wentian was also very powerful. The sun's light was released from his body, burning and destroying everything. Any ordinary holy beast that approached him would be directly burned to death. Only the king of holy beasts could resist his attack power. These big monsters walked out of the palace of the God Mountain, and a batch of them walked out every once in a while. Our killing speed cannot match the speed of the monsters walking out. We need to break through the defense line as quickly as possible, otherwise, no one will be able to enter the demon god palace later. A voice came out, and everyone also discovered this phenomenon. The batches of big monsters that appeared from the wall patterns of the demon god palace can become real killing monsters. One batch went forward, and another batch guarded and blocked them. The strong nodded and killed more violently. They rushed forward crazily. The strong men released the strongest brilliance, which was extremely dazzling and powerful. The big monsters madly released their innate magical skills. The human martial artists released the star soul to increase the attack power and sent out the strongest magical skills. At one time, countless big monsters fell down. Should we share some of the burden? The little bastard said in a baby voice. Well, but we are relatively weak, so we will share some of the burden in the back and deal with some small monsters. Qin Wentian nodded and said. He also felt that it was time to take action against some monsters. Otherwise, he didn't know if he would have a chance to rush in later. At this moment, he had been keeping a low profile and showing weakness for only one purpose, to enter the demon god palace. But if while the strong men couldn't get in later, it would be meaningless for him to show weakness. Thinking of this, the two monsters killed and began to deal with the monsters on the periphery. Qin Wentian's divine hand urged the body of the big rock to continuously cut out the big rock magic. How could ordinary monsters of the same level bear it? The killing speed was extremely fast, which reduced the pressure of the strong men, causing the number of monsters to decrease sharply. They continued to advance upwards and kept approaching the demon god palace. If it weren't for some extremely difficult super monsters, they would have broken through. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the demon god palace, the strong men became particularly cautious and solemn. At this time, they understood that only some of the strong men could break through. Once some of the strong men succeeded in breaking through, the other strong men would share more monster attacks, and there would be no hope. There is not much time left before the next monster appears in the palace. The opportunity has come. Qin Wentian sent a message to the little bastard in purgatory. Not only them, but all the strong men knew that the opportunity had come. Now, they all had their own plans and began to leave room for attack. A few evil beasts are in the way here, get out. When the strong man of the Sun Holy Church saw Qin Wentian and his men start to move forward, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the sun flames burned and shot directly at Qin Wentian and his men. It was very scary. Qin Wentian's eyes turned cold. Will it affect his breakout? Then go to hell. Kill him. Qin Wentian transmitted a message to the little bastard in purgatory. Purgatory flashed forward and blocked all the fire of the sun. Qin Wentian and the little bastard rushed out like lightning. Destruction. Dapen's eyebrows seemed to have a third eye, turning into a vortex of destruction that enveloped the Sun Saint Church strong man. The strong man's body ignited the sun and burned all attacks. Qin Wentian's claws stretched forward, and suddenly a super powerful magic was activated by the hand of God, and madly attacked and killed. The pupils of the Sun Saint Church strongman shrank, and he shouted angrily. Rounds of suns flew out of his body, burning everything and covering Qin Wentian's body. Roar. The little bastard's body turned golden, and his whole body was like a golden body, huge and incomparable. With a roar, he swallowed the sky and the earth. The rounds of suns were directly swallowed into his mouth, and the body of the Sun Saint Church strongman seemed to be swallowed up. In an instant, all kinds of tyrannical attacks came, and the face of the Sun Holy Church strongman changed drastically. Then the force that tore everything fell on him. He looked horrified. At this moment, he saw Qin Wentian's cold and terrifying pupils. There was no trace of wretchedness or cowardice. He had been showing weakness just for this moment. Boom. The powerful force destroyed him directly, and his eyes showed a very strong unwillingness. Breakthrough. Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and the man and the two monsters rushed straight in the same direction without any hesitation. The three wretched monsters did not retreat this time and went straight to the palace at the top of the sacred mountain. Chapter 1424, The Summit of the Divine Mountain. The three figures were extremely fast. Qin Wentian was in the middle, the little bastard was on the left, and Purgatory was on the right. At this moment, the three wretched, timid and cowardly monsters suddenly became so tacit and coordinated in a very methodical way, which made many powerful figures behind them stare at each other. The Queen of Southern Phoenix saw the little bastard in Purgatory, and then looked at the big peng bird in the middle. A faint smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. So that's it. The people present were either wild monsters or top geniuses in the fairyland. The weakest were all fairy kings, and there were also fairy emperors. Qin Wentian was not at the same level as them before. Even if they had heard of Qin Wentian, they definitely didn't know the two monsters around Qin Wentian. If it weren't these people, But the top geniuses of the immortal platforms of the major forces who entered the Heavenly Deo Holy Academy back then, they might be able to guess something. In front, many powerful monsters blocked them, their eyes were extremely cold, and there were even super strong holy beast royal families. Burn. The blood of the demon beast in Qin Wentian's body seemed to be stimulated. At this moment, his body seemed to be ignited. A supreme demonic aura swept out and enveloped Dappen's body, like the arrogant kingpin. Not only him, but also the bodies of the little bastard in purgatory who turned into golden giant demon seemed to be burning, which was somewhat similar to Qin Wentian's characteristics. This scene made everyone stunned. These three demon beasts seemed a little strange. How could they have such close abilities? These were three demon beasts of completely different races. Of course, everyone didn't have time to think too much at this moment. They started to break out at the same time. Time was running out. Soon, a group of big demons would be born. They had to take advantage of this gap to break out and rush into the demon god palace, otherwise it would be difficult to find such an opportunity again. For a while, a violent aura swept across the world, roars came one after another, and powerful forces collided crazily. Kill! Qin Wentian took the lead, roared, raised his claws and tore everything apart. The monstrous demonic power flowed in his body. The 8 sacred beasts roared and rushed out, turning into a terrifying huge vortex, swallowing up everything. The monsters retreated and were all involved in it. The purgatory body burned, and the whole body was like the real purgatory, spitting out the fire of purgatory. Roar, roar, roar. The childish little monster with a baby voice before was now like a golden monster king, invincible. He roared to swallow the sky, and all the monsters crawled on their knees. When the Golden King's claws smashed forward, the space was madly seized, and everything in it rolled towards him, ready to be swallowed by him. The monsters there trembled constantly. Swallowing beast. A big demon's eyes shot out a terrifying sharpness. The swallowing beast is a super holy beast, extremely rare, even in the 100,000 mountains of the wilderness. Their blood is very small, and they cannot become a strong tribe because of the number. There was a swallowing beast demon emperor before, who brought this little guy with him, but no one had ever thought that the little demon with a snow-white body would actually be a swallowing beast. Moreover, is this a mutated swallowing beast? Why is there only one head? They didn't recognize it. However, from the momentum and the shocking effect caused, this is clearly the innate magical power of the swallowing beast, swallowing the world, and can swallow a side of the sky. Those huge monsters seemed to be getting smaller, and then they were sucked into the vortex and swallowed into his mouth. In the legend of the wilderness, an adult swallowing beast can successfully grow into a demon emperor, and has the ability to swallow the world, the sun, the moon, and the stars. In the legend, the limit of the swallowing beast is to be able to swallow a side of the sky, swallow the sun, the moon, and the stars. It is the most terrifying super holy beast. The three inconspicuous monsters suddenly attacked, sweeping across the area in an instant. Seeing this scene, how could the masters miss the opportunity? They also rushed over frantically, ready to break out together. In addition to Qin Wentian and his group, there were several very powerful monsters at the same level as them, crushing all the monster defenses blocking the way in front. Buzz! A terrible attack light fell on the monsters, including Qin Wentian and his group. In just a moment, Qin Wentian and other masters were all petrified. Even, this petrification went to every part of their bodies. Guarding in front of the monster god palace, a sexy female demon appeared in human form. Her beautiful eyes were unparalleled. With just one glance, she petrified everything. Eyes of Medusa. The masters trembled in their hearts. Here, there was actually a legendary monster guarding Medusa. The innate magical power of this clan was to petrify everything. However, the masters were so powerful that even if they were hit by the petrified innate magical power, they could still break free. The sound of bangs continued to be heard, but the defeated monsters surrounded them again. The road that had just been opened was once again surrounded by monsters, and all kinds of attacks came towards the masters. Get out of the way! Qin Wentian let out a sharp roar, and his demonic power was overwhelming. He wanted to make the monsters surrender. His terrifying willpower was like the king of all living things. At this moment, he didn't look like an ordinary rock, but like an uncrowned king. He was the real king of the Rock Clan, even the king of heaven and earth. All monsters had to surrender. Medusa's body was trembling. Roar! The little bastard swallowed Medusa in an instant. A terrible vortex appeared, Medusa looked at him again, and the mouth of the petrified little bastard was deadlocked. The two were in a stalemate, and their innate magical powers were extremely terrible. Not much time left. Qin Wentian cursed in his heart. Medusa was too difficult to deal with. This sacred mountain stood here, but the demon god palace at the end was so difficult to enter. The cultivation realm was suppressed, and all the strong people had the same conditions. How difficult it was to break through the defense and enter the top of the sacred mountain. If you want to break through, you must deal with Medusa. Night. At this time, a candle dragon demon rushed forward, and the sky and the earth suddenly darkened. Everyone's heart trembled. When the sky and the earth were dark, the eyes of Medusa would lose their effect. Roar. How could the little bastard miss this opportunity? The devouring power surged. When the opponent's candle dragon demon lit up the night, Medusa had been devoured, solving the big problem. Charge. A thought came to the minds of the strong people. There was no time. On the wall of the demon god palace, the shadow of the demon god was looming again, and it might come out at any time. Let's go. Qin Wentian's body was like a real rock, streaking a brilliant light in the void. The hand of God once again activated the 8 great demonic arts to sweep the road ahead. The little bastard and purgatory attacked at the same time. The 3 demons opened the way and were invincible. Even the great demons of the Holy Beast King family had to give way. The rumbling sound of violent collisions continued. The 3 great demons joined forces to break through all defenses and rushed directly into the demon god palace in front. The strong men in the back released their power without any reservation at this moment. Their bloodline talents and magical powers were shocking, and they killed forward. All the strong men knew that time was running out. The figures of the great demons that were looming from the demon god palace had solidified. Bang! Bang! A brilliant Buddha light lit up, and Zhang Zihu's Buddha light spread all over his body. He stepped on the ground and crossed the distance directly. He did not change direction even after being attacked violently on the way, and rushed directly into the demon god palace. How could a Peng Huang and a golden-winged weapon miss such an opportunity? Xianpeng was extremely fast, crossing the void, cutting off everything, and there rushed in. A golden dragon, huge and incomparable, ignored any attack, tore the monsters in front of it, and rushed in with its huge body. The powerful men displayed their strongest skills, and one after another stepped into the demon god temple. In just a moment, many figures entered in a line. Because a path had been opened up, it seemed easier. How could they miss this great opportunity? In the blink of an eye, many powerful beings, all of them were the top monsters and humans, and then the monsters that walked out of the wall condensed and directly blocked the powerful men, killing them. For a while, the sun and the moon were dark, and the sky and the earth were dim. Some powerful men were directly knocked out, and then, the powerful men retreated one after another, and their way was blocked. The opportunity was fleeting, and it seemed that it had been missed. Many big monsters stared at the blocked road ahead. Surprisingly, it was the big peng bird that led the way. The 3 wretched and cowardly monsters suddenly burst out with super strength, opened up the road, and were the first to step into the demon god temple. This was incredible. That was the magical power of humans. I felt the power of different attributes. Even the mutated Big Peng did not have such attribute power. Pei Qing said. He was blocked at the last moment and was blocked outside. He was only 1 step away. Although he didn't care much about the sacred mountain in this wild land, he still wanted to prove himself, but just at that moment, Bei Ming Yaohuang went in, and he didn't, and was blocked outside. I also feel that he is not a monster. A big monster said. How did a low-level immortal king get all the way to where he is now? He has been hiding himself. If he had revealed his human identity before and was not so low-key, his low-level immortal king cultivation would not have been able to reach this step. Pei Qing said indifferently, "What a sinister guy." The masters nodded. Indeed, only this last section of the journey was suppressed. If he had not been so low-key before, he might not have had this chance. Who is he? Many masters thought to themselves, but soon they stopped thinking about it and stared ahead. Looking at the group of monsters coming in front of them, the masters knew that their chances were even slimmer now, because they were fewer in number. Some top figures had successfully broken through and entered the palace. They were allies outside, but now that the allies had entered the demon god palace, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for them to enter. Qin Wentian, little bastard, and Purgatory were the first to step into the demon god palace. They looked ahead. The god mountain stood there, shining brightly, and they were already at the top of the God Mountain. This palace was inside the God Mountain. Inside the palace, there was an extremely ancient God Mountain stone wall. There were thousands of patterns engraved on the stone wall, and there were all kinds of holy beasts imprinted in it, as if they were alive. Qin Wentian even saw the holy beasts inside move, which made his heart jump violently, but the next moment he found that this place was not like the outside, and these holy beasts would not come out. "Are these the royal families of all the sacred beasts in the demon world?" Qin Wentian exclaimed. Then, strong men stepped in one after another, and they were all deeply attracted by the scene on the stone wall of the sacred mountain. Chapter 1425 Blood Talent, Burning Transformation. Qin Wentian walked forward, towards the sacred mountain that reached the sky. On the sacred mountain, there seemed to be an ancient figure carved, the figure of the ancient demon god. His body stood there. The top of the sacred mountain seemed to be the incarnation of his body. Just one look and he could feel the supreme majesty. Demon god, what race is this demon? Qin Wentian thought to himself, and stepped forward. Stop. A cold voice came from behind him. Qin Wentian's steps paused, and he saw a strong aura shrouding his body. He turned around and saw an extremely powerful Penguin clan staring at him, saying coldly, "You are a human, not a demon, and you are not qualified to set foot on the land of the demon god." Qin Wentian was still the incarnation of Dapan at this moment. He saw that many powerful people who came in looked at him, including human martial artists, staring at his figure. These people who could step into this place were all extraordinary. Obviously, they already knew that he was a human martial artist, not a disguised demon beast. The Southern Phoenix Empress also came in, with a smile in her eyes. This guy surprised everyone. No wonder the Changqing Emperor was so optimistic about him. Changqing himself had not come this far, but he did it. Of course, this also has something to do with the ability of cultivation. This is a test set for monsters. Monsters have a greater advantage. People with strong bodies have a greater advantage than those with weak bodies. "It's you." Bei Mingyu Wang stared at Qin Wentian. She had already guessed who Qin Wentian was. The little bastard was too obvious. When the two of them joined forces, Bei Mingyu Wang remembered what happened in the ancient emperor city. The golden monster next to him was the monster that robbed her of his inheritance. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and then his figure transformed into his original body, turning into the figure of Qin Wentian. Demon God Mountain is a sacred place. Now that I have come here, it means that I am qualified to get everything here. He stared at the powerful figure of the Penguin clan, spoke lightly, then looked at Bei Ming Yaohuang and said, "Yaohuang, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Our fate seems to be destined." "You." Bei Ming Yaohuang was filled with coldness. This bastard always teased her, which was simply unreasonable. The Empress showed an interesting look and said with a smile, "You are so brave, you dare to tease the Princess Yaohuang, who is favored by the Emperor Beiming." The beaming Yaohuang felt a little embarrassed when he heard the Empress's words, but the Empress's status was extraordinary, so she couldn't say anything. Qin Wentian bowed to the Empress and said, "Qin Wentian greets the Southern Phoenix Empress. You're welcome." The Southern Phoenix Empress smiled and nodded. "Changqing and Qianbian both think so highly of you. You are indeed extraordinary. You are a guy who stirs up trouble everywhere. Yongxi may not forget you, and dares to provoke the Princess Yaohuang again. Empress, the Princess Yaohuang and I are indeed old acquaintances, and we are very predestined. We have a deep connection, and we can even say that we are inseparable." Qin Wentian said shamelessly, and the breath of the beaming Yaohuang became colder, and the beaming key was fatally released. "Slippery tongue." The beaming Yaohuang spoke coldly. "Emperor Yu, I understand your misunderstanding of me. I had no choice at the beginning. Don't say it." When Bei Mingyu Wang saw Qin Wentian was about to tell what happened in the palace, he immediately interrupted. "Okay, I won't tell you, but I want to tell you that you don't have to hate me." Qin Wentian shrugged. "You really have the leisure time." A powerful demon emperor sneered, his expression flashing with a cold light. The Southern Phoenix Queen and Qin Wentian knew each other, and it seemed unrealistic to want to touch these humans, but this was the top of their demon god mountain, the place where the demon gods passed down, and these humans would not get anything after all. On the walls of the surrounding God Mountain Palace, the inheritance of their major demon clans was engraved. With a flash of their figures, many super powerful demons walked towards the statue. The statue on the God Mountain continued to have a dazzling light falling down, revealing a mysterious and unpredictable aura. They wanted to see what it was. Little guys, you guys go too. The queen said to Qin Wentian and the others. Thank you, Empress. Qin Wentian bowed to the Southern Phoenix Empress. Fortunately, the Empress also came here, otherwise, these monsters would not necessarily give up. They did not want to see humans step into the sacred land of the monster race. I'm going. The little guy's body flashed towards the demon godlike figure and walked under the sacred mountain. In an instant, the light of the sacred mountain's figure fell down and bathed the little bastard's body. The falling light seemed to be the light of the demon god, revealing the endless light of the mysterious avenue, penetrating into the little guy's body. Soon, the little bastard closed his eyes, seeming to enjoy this feeling very much. Not only him, Qin Wentian and the other strong men who walked under the sacred mountain's figure closed their eyes to feel the falling light. In their bodies, the blood vessels faintly roared, and the demonic energy swept out, as if to pounce fiercely. Purgatory, you go too. Qin Wentian said. Yes. Purgatory nodded, and a long cry descended over there. Qin Wentian smiled, raised his feet, and walked towards the bottom of the figure of Shenshin, bathing in the glory of the demon god. The glory seemed to contain an incomparable magical power, faintly communicating the power of the blood in his body. There was a rustling sound coming from Qin Wentian's body, and the demon blood gradually boiled up. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the surge of this power. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see his blood more clearly. The rustling sound became stronger and stronger, and the blood was stimulated little by little, and began to roar in his body, like a tsunami in the ocean, the waves crashing on the shore, constantly impacting his body bones. The endless glory even penetrated into Qin Wentian's body and entered Qin Wentian's blood, making Qin Wentian feel that this power could faintly make the demon beast blood evolve. The Southern Phoenix Empress did not come forward. She stood there quietly watching. Her beautiful figure stood there casually, as if bathing in divine glory, peerless in appearance. As the Empress of the Southern Phoenix clan, nothing could shake her. Therefore, even in such an environment, she could still keep her emotions extremely calm. She just watched quietly and felt the brilliance of the divine mountain. She walked forward little by little, stretched out her hand, felt a magical power, raised her head, and gazed at the sky with a solemn and beautiful face. She smiled, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. I am afraid that few people in this world can see the Southern Phoenix Empress smile like this, and it is difficult to appreciate the Empress's beautiful face. This is a miracle. The Empress smiled and sighed. She did not have much hope for the so-called inheritance of the demon god when she came here. Although she had the blood of the phoenix, she was a human martial artist after all. She wanted to see if there was really such an existence on the first legendary demon god mountain in the wilderness. And at this moment, her thoughts were confirmed. The Southern Phoenix Empress closed her beautiful eyes and stood there quietly feeling the glory of this miracle. She didn't care about the transformation of the great monsters, the awakening of the super holy beast bloodline, and the evolution of the peerless great monsters. She only cared about this miracle. Time passed little by little. The human martial artists who stepped into this place felt this power, or stopped in front of the mountain wall to watch the great monster inheritance technique in the mountain wall. Occasionally, they would see the great monsters bathed in the glory of the sacred mountain transform, and the demonic energy on their bodies became stronger, and their bloodline became stronger. They knew that the great monsters who had come to this step and bathed in the glory of the miracle would get the ultimate transformation. They would awaken the various potential talents of that clan, become more terrifying, and have greater potential. Purgatory was changing. The fire of purgatory on her body became more intense. Her body became more crystal clear and had more characteristics than before. The little bastard was also changing. He was flowing with the most brilliant golden light. The aura of a king was emanating from him. The golden aura of a king seemed to be able to burn. Qin Wentian was also changing. His blood seemed to be burning. His body was flowing with dazzling divine brilliance, as bright as flames and blood. A phantom of a king who seemed to come from the ancient times was looming. It was Qin Wentian himself. This phantom seemed to be burning, and it was like a guardian spirit, guarding Qin Wentian's body. He gradually felt that he was born and merged with a blood that was once out of control. His aura was rising crazily. However, his blood could not evolve. It seemed that the power of this miracle was not enough to evolve his blood, but only stimulated his blood power. It turns out that the abilities I have been exploring before are all derived from my bloodline innate magical powers. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He opened his eyes, and there seemed to be an extremely strong blood-colored light blooming from his pupils. He still stood there, never moving, but his temperament seemed to have changed a little, more extraordinary, like a natural king. Bloodline innate magical power, burning change. Qin Wentian thought to himself. He did not name it himself, but the name his bloodline told him. Many super strong holy beasts and monsters have bloodline innate magical powers, and some monsters even have more than one, which can be awakened and evolved as they become stronger. Now, Qin Wentian found that he, who has the blood of a super strong monster flowing in his body, also has bloodline innate magical powers. Burning change, bloodline innate, ignites and stimulates the power in the bloodline, strengthens the strength of the physical body, and makes the attack stronger, at least double the degree. Judging from Qin Wentian's own feelings now, if it is burning change, it will definitely be more than double the power. Secondly, the defense becomes stronger, and a powerful bloodline guardian can be derived. This bloodline guardian takes itself as its form, but it can change into any monster. If it uses the monster's magical power, it will be amazing, surpassing the amplified power brought by its own burning transformation, and it will be even more terrifying. Knowing the power given to him by his bloodline, Qin Wentian realized that the power he had stimulated before was only a prototype, and the bloodline's innate magical power was not yet formed. P.S. There is a vote for the top 10 most popular authors of the year in QQ Reading. Brothers, support Wuhan. Wuhan, write well and make progress every day. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.